Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Concerned drivers who had spotted an abandoned car on the highway started calling Thurston County, Washington police on August 31, 2022. Officers discovered that their worries were not unjustified when they got to the designated spot. The key was still in the ignition, the driver's side door was open, and the door and steering wheel were covered in dried blood. Beside the car, on the ground, was a broken phone. Whatever happened on the phone happened very quickly because it was last used at 5:10 p.m. and found at 5:30 p.m. The car was registered to Kenneth Davis from Olympia, Washington, which is 25 minutes away from the location where the car was found, according to the police's check of the registration number. But when they got in touch with Kenneth, they found out that the car had been taken by Gabriel Davis, Kenneth's 16-year-old son, at 4 p.m. Gabriel never returned from school after leaving for football practice. Blood and a smashed phone were clearly bad indicators. When such an incident occurs, a number of scenarios immediately spring to mind, such as a fight or perhaps even a murder. The police rushed to learn as much as they could about the boy. The 16-year-old Gabriel Davis hails from Olympia, Washington. His enthusiasm for football has not changed, despite a recent sharp decline in his academic performance. He never skipped a training session because he took it seriously. He was therefore immediately noticed when he failed to appear at the stadium on August 31st. No one knew where he was. Not even Justin Hume, his best friend. The police immediately began a thorough search after finding Gabriel's car, the broken phone, and the blood. Helicopters and search teams were involved in the ongoing search through the night and into the next morning. People who said they had seen the boy began calling in droves as word spread about his disappearance. The teenager was spotted strolling down the highway, according to 5 witnesses. He was walking toward the park by himself. Gabriel even responded to a caller who inquired about his well-being by saying, "Yes." The young man's mysterious disappearance was not the first or even the second incident in the county, which was the most horrifying part. Within 5 miles of where Gabriel's car was discovered, 2 other young boys had disappeared during the previous 6 years. Locals wanted the police to act right away because they believed he was the 3rd victim of the same kidnapper. Logan Schindelman and Matthew Anfelt were the names of the missing boys. Matthew and Logan played a lot of sports in their senior year, just like Gabriel did. There were notable parallels between the cases, especially in Logan's case. He had no reason to be in the southern part of the county, and his car was also discovered abandoned on the side of the road. Additionally, witnesses claimed to have seen the boys prior to their disappearances in both cases. But Logan and Matthew were never located. The FBI became involved early on because of these parallels and the urgency of Gabriel's investigation. The manager of North Carolina Power Systems, a company that specializes in diesel engine repairs, called the police while the massive search for the missing teen under mysterious circumstances was in progress. She stated that Daniel McCaw, one of their staff members, had not been showing up for work for 4 days and was not returning calls. She asked the officers to come to his house and see how he was doing because this was unusual for him and he had never been missing before. When the officers got to his home in Orting, Washington, which is 45 minutes east of Olympia, they knocked on the door but got no answer. Through the doggy door, Daniel's German Shepherd dog ran outside. At the same time, they smelled a rotten smell, so they looked around for a way to get inside the house. An unlocked door to the laundry room allowed the officers entry. Daniel was lying on the floor when they got inside. He had been shot in the head and was lying in a pool of blood. At first, they thought he had committed suicide because there were no indications of forced entry. Nevertheless, no weapon was found close to the body, and a follow-up examination showed several stab wounds and an abdominal gunshot wound. The advanced state of decomposition made it difficult to determine the precise nature of the neck wounds. They discovered 2 empty holsters and casings for 9mm and 0.45 caliber firearms at the crime scene. Investigators came to the conclusion that the offender or offenders had used 2 distinct firearms, most likely taken from the victim. Only locals and the mailman had access to the man's elevated neighborhood residence, according to neighbors. How the offender could have muffled the gunshots was not immediately clear. It turned out, though, that although the locals were used to carrying guns, they did not meddle in one another's affairs. Even if someone heard something, they wouldn't think to call the police because they lived in relative isolation. During her talk with the police, Daniel's boss made a very intriguing comment. Daniel had split from Amanda Olafson, his fiancée, just 2 weeks prior. North Carolina Power Systems was another employer of Amanda's. Gabriel, her son, was the same Gabriel who had vanished the day before. It was an odd turn of events, and now the investigators had to figure out whether the murder of the 51-year-old man and the disappearance of the 16-year-old boy were related in any way. Thankfully, they could question Gabriel directly. On the evening of September 2nd, they located him in Thurston County, only 3 miles from the location of his car. Gabriel was found wearing only shorts, without a shirt, shoes, or even socks, and by himself in the dark in the woods. Gabriel said he didn't remember anything and didn't know where he had been when the detective asked him what had happened to him. The police found his response odd. Gabriel had no scratches, but his feet should have had some abrasions if he had been lost in the woods for 36 hours. The blood in his car also didn't match this. Gabriel didn't seem to be able to recall what had happened over the last 36 hours, possibly due to drug use. But in the end, the teenager's account was altered. He admitted that he broke the phone out of fear that the police would discover something that could be used against him. He went on to say that he was afraid of getting hurt, so he couldn't tell what had happened to him. This was a very strange and alarming statement, but since they couldn't force the boy to give an explanation, they let Gabriel return home to his family while detectives worked to determine what had happened. Kenneth, Gabriel's father, called the police the following day. He claimed that although his son did play a role in Daniel's death, it was only because Daniel's biker friends forced him to do so in order to steal something from the victim's safe. According to Kenneth, the biker gang approached his son because Gabriel had lived there and was familiar with the house's layout. If the boy didn't comply with their demands, they threatened to hurt him. Gabriel then confided in his friend Justin Hume about his problems, and the two came up with a solution. The police's evidence, however, painted an entirely different picture. Although the victim and the Amigos Motorcycle Club, which is connected to the infamous Bandidos Motorcycle Club, were connected, the police did not discover any proof that the Amigos Club was involved in the murder. In addition, one of Daniel's friends, who was also a club member, went to the victim's house a few hours after the body was found. When the detective told him about Daniel's passing, he was truly upset. Whatever was in the victim's safe, it had to be identified. When Daniel's mother gave the police the safe combination, she said that the contents would surprise and shock them. Amanda had called and told her that nobody knew how to open it, she said. Approximately 212 different kinds of weapons and ammunition, along with a few coins kept in plastic packets, were discovered by the detectives when they opened the safe. There were several packets containing illegally obtained pills and an empty jewelry box. There were details about his biker club in the notepad. There was obviously something the size of an ammunition box on the bottom shelf. Daniel took his safety very seriously, which was lucky for the investigators. He had a number of cameras in his home in addition to weapons. They assisted the police in figuring out what happened the night of the murder. The detectives discovered that Justin and Gabrielle spent a weekend getaway with their loved ones at Lake Panther on August 28. They left the campsite shortly after midnight and came back at about 6:30 a.m. The surveillance cameras at Daniel's house recorded their exact location, but their relatives were unaware of their whereabouts. 2 young, slender men came up to the victim's house from the backyard at 1:50 a.m. On his belt, one of them carried a canister of pepper spray or something. The men wore masks that partially obscured their faces. One of them had on a ski mask, the other a medical mask and a baseball cap. They had flashlights on hand. Through the dog door came the young men. After a while, nothing happened. But at 2:41 a.m., the homeowner left the garage, went inside, and vanished from the camera. 6 minutes later, his German Shepherd was seen on camera hastily leaving the house through the dog door. After leaving through the side door, the unidentified men wandered for a few minutes between the house and the garage while carrying what appeared to be a toolbox or a crate of military ammunition. At 2:52 a.m., they finally left the crime scene, bringing with them what appeared to be a toolbox or a military ammunition crate. Gabriel informed his father that Justin followed Daniel after he came inside from the garage, stabbed him, and then there was a gunshot. The safe was in the garage, so Gabriel went there. At that moment, he says he heard 2 gunshots. On August 29th, the guys went back to their regular lives after disposing of the weapons close to Daniel's house. Gabriel, though, vanished prior to the 31st. He claimed that after bikers found him, they dragged him from his vehicle and struck his head against the steering wheel, spilling blood inside. Then, after beating him for a while driving around with him in a Suburban, the kidnappers let him go. Additionally, they mysteriously took his shoes and shirt and looked through the car for the stolen item from the safe. They found nothing because he didn't steal anything. As a result, the teenager chose to portray himself as a victim, similar to Danielle. That being said, this version isn't cohesive. Why couldn't the teenager enter the house and flee right away if bikers were the ones forcing him to commit the crime? Why wasn't everything finished sooner if, as Kenneth claimed, they had planned it? It was illogical. Once more, why did they enter the house when the safe was in the garage if the goal was to steal something? In any case, Justin and Gabriel were searched and taken into custody by police on the evening of September 2. They discovered a black ski mask and a handheld flashlight in Justin's home, and a black mask in Gabriel's vehicle. Gabriel showed the investigators where he had thrown the weapons close to the former Olympia Brewery in Tumwater after the police arrested the teenagers on September the 2nd. Similar weapons to the one used to shoot the victim were found by the detectives, a .45 caliber Sig Sauer pistol and a 9mm Ruger handgun. More than a dozen knives were also discovered. The firearms were found inside an ammunition box, the same type that vanished from the victim's safe. Although Daniel had friends among the bikers, the police did not discover any indication that they planned to murder the man or even steal anything from his home. The real reason for the crime is not disclosed. However, Gabriel's past might conceal the crime's motivation. He has encountered numerous difficulties in spite of his youth. Gabriel and his older sister were at the center of a terrible custody battle that started when Gabriel's parents divorced when he was just 3 years old. A 2010 court ruling stated that the children lived with their father on weekends and with their mother during the week. After Amanda separated from an abusive husband and remarried twice, the decision was not reviewed. Kenneth, however, sued her after she moved in with Daniel in 2018, alleging that the kids' grades suffered and they frequently skipped class. Additionally, he claimed that Daniel was violent, threatened Gabriel with a weapon, and even threatened Gabriel's sister, who is now 20 years old, and her boyfriend. Daniel acknowledged yelling at the sister's boyfriend when he became embroiled in the custody dispute, but he denied threatening him. The argument started when the boyfriend broke into the house and took a phone charger, but he now feels bad about how he handled the matter. In any event, a judge in 2018 ordered that Gabriel, then 12 years old, and his sister, then 16 years old, live with their father during the week and with their mother on the weekends. The chaos didn't stop there. Because of her subpar grades, Gabriel's sister was expelled from school in January 2019. The girl reported to the school psychologist that her father had grabbed her wrist with force and that he acted aggressively, particularly when intoxicated. This only had a short-term impact. It is unclear if this was the case or if Amanda and Daniel pressured her to obtain full custody. The children were ultimately ordered to live with their father by the court. Amanda and Daniel's arguments served as the background for all of this. According to Daniel's boss, they may have broken up because of his devotion to the biker club. Amanda gave him a choice, either she or the club, refusing to make concessions to the club. His reaction is unknown, but neighbors noticed her removing items from his home on August 13, about 2 weeks prior to the murder. Gabriel made friends with Justin Hume during this period, who also had a history of getting into trouble at a young age. He was accused of making false bomb threats in high school and threatening a classmate with a knife in middle school. As a result, he had to transfer schools as soon as the academic year started. There are numerous pictures of the boy at the shooting range with Gabriel, demonstrating his intense interest in firearms. They caused mischief at school. Daniel's murder might have been retaliation for the way his relationship with Amanda ended, or maybe Amanda is lying. Anyhow, only a teenager could imagine a biker gang sending a kid to carry out their duties. The Raymond Hall Juvenile Detention Center is currently housing Gabriel and Justin. Among the many charges against them are first- and second-degree murder. Because of the high probability of them trying to flee, the bail amount for each teen is set at $1 million. When police arrived to arrest Gabriel, Justin's family was seen packing their belongings into a car, suggesting that they were probably planning to flee. Gabriel has previously staged a disappearance to avoid being held accountable for his actions. The teenagers will face adult trials. Notably, the Supreme Court in Washington decided in May 2021 that a person under the age of 21 cannot be automatically sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Therefore, after serving 20 years, they might be eligible for release if found guilty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A girl went missing after spending the night at her friend's house. In the morning, the bedroom window was wide open, and all of her belongings remained in the room. Police began looking for her, but no one anticipated the dark secrets they would soon discover in the small town. Amanda Lenke was born on June 7, 1991 in Tennessee. She grew up in a large, friendly family with many brothers and sisters. Later, they relocated with their parents to Spring Hill, Florida, where Amanda attended the local middle school. She enjoyed dancing, writing poetry, and playing multiple musical instruments, and she was a very happy child during school breaks. Amanda would always visit her grandparents in the small town of White Cloud. She enjoys spending time there because she has many friends in the town. White Cloud was a quiet and peaceful community of only 1,400 people. The majority of its residents knew each other. Amanda finished 7th grade of middle school in 2004 at the age of 13 and went to White Cloud for the entire summer without supervision or concern for their safety. Amanda spent time with her friends, went for walks, and enjoyed her vacation. On June 20th, she stayed overnight at her best friend's house. They talked, had fun, and went to bed late at night. In the morning, her friend woke up and found Amanda was not in the room. The bedroom windows were wide open. She went to the kitchen and walked around the house, but Amanda was nowhere to be found. Investigators spoke with Amanda's friend, who stated that she did not hear anything that night and that Amanda never told her she was planning to leave. The friend's parents, brother and sister, were present at the time of the disappearance and did not witness anything. Police attempted to locate witnesses who lived near the house but were unsuccessful. No residents noticed anything unusual on the first day of the investigation. Amanda's relatives were outraged by the police's version, claiming she had no problems at home and was happy to spend the summer in White Cloud. They also pointed out that Amanda had left all her belongings, including clothes, in her friend's room. The investigators decided to check the girl's computer for information that could aid in the search. They discovered correspondence with a specific young man, and based on this, the police assumed Amanda fled to meet him, but there were inconsistencies. There was no mention of a possible meeting among these correspondents, and the conversation was about ordinary and everyday issues. Nonetheless, the investigators considered this sufficient to reassure themselves of their correctness. At the time, they did not reveal all of the investigation's details, but information about correspondence with a specific guy spread throughout the city, leading many locals to believe that the girl simply ran away from home. Despite Amanda's relatives' efforts, the police did not fully utilize their resources to locate her. If the case had been classified as a kidnapping, the FBI and other agencies could have been involved in the investigation. On July 5th, mushroom pickers discovered a human body in a forest near White Cloud and reported it to police. Investigators identified the body as Amanda Lenke, who was wearing the same pajamas she had worn at her friend's house. Medical experts confirmed her identity and determined she had received multiple blows from a heave. They also decided to look into the young man with whom Amanda had communicated online. The problem was that his nickname included the word killer. Police considered the possibility that the victim went to meet him and he murdered her, but this version contained numerous inconsistencies. There was no reason to believe the girl would have gone to meet someone in her pajamas in the middle of the night, and their correspondence contained no hints of a personal meeting. The investigator was unable to identify this individual, and the version of his involvement was quickly abandoned in order to generate new leads. Detectives decided to investigate all of Amanda's belongings, which resulted in a breakthrough. They discovered her personal diary, which contained extremely disturbing information. Amanda wrote shortly before her death that a certain man was harassing her, and the following pages were torn out. Investigators suspected his name had been written on them. This diary quickly became the focal point of police investigations into the man's identity. They spoke with all of Amanda's friends and inquired whether the girl had mentioned anything about this. Several of her friends admitted that she had indeed told them about it, and even named the man Cecil Wallace, who was the stepfather of Amanda's friend, and she had stayed the night for detectives, so this was a huge surprise. They had been looking for the killer all over town and beyond, and in the end, the possible suspect was in the same house as the victim. But the friend's testimony was insufficient to arrest him. Investigators had no substantial evidence against the man. No DNA samples were found on the victim's body, and court documents did not state whether she had been abused. Detectives questioned Wallace, who denied any involvement in the crimes. The police were perplexed as to how the man could have done all of this without being noticed in a small house where his wife and 3 children were sleeping. The detectives were unable to detain Wallace due to a lack of evidence or confession. However, they discovered that Wallace's sister, Candace, worked in the police department handling Amanda's case. She actively assisted her brother and his family during interrogations, literally telling him what to say and how to behave. Other detectives were already handling Amanda's case and questioned the objectivity of the investigation by the local police. However, they could not confirm that anyone other than Candace could be helping Wallace. Investigators questioned the man and his family several times but did not yield any results. They continued to look for leads, but the case stretched on for several years. 4 years after the murder in 2008, detectives turned to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for medical help. They dispatched their investigators to White Cloud, where they reviewed all of the case materials, conducted new interrogations, and looked for new leads. Ultimately, they reached the same conclusion as the local detectives: there was insufficient evidence to make an arrest. 3 more years passed, and in 2011, the police received a new lead that changed everything. A 27-year-old Texas girl who grew up in White Cloud visited a news website from her hometown. There, she discovered information about Amanda's murder and began investigating it. After learning that the victim had spent the night at the Wallace house, the woman decided to contact the police and report something disturbing. In 1998, when she was 13 years old, she stayed overnight at Wallace's house because she was friends with his second foster daughter. In the middle of the night, a man entered their room and assaulted both of them, threatening them to keep quiet. The victims were too scared to report the incident, so they never told anyone. However, when the adult victim learned about Amanda's case, she decided to contact the police. The victims were then aged between 13 and 16 years old. In October 2011, police arrested Wallace, 43. After compiling all of the evidence, he was charged with molesting both of these victims and the man who was named as a suspect in Amanda's case for the first time. Detectives had no doubts about his involvement in the murder after hearing everything the other women had to say. At the preliminary hearing, he was granted bail of $150,000, which he was able to pay. Apparently, his sister and other relatives assisted him in gathering the funds. The trial was scheduled to begin in a month. While waiting for Wallace to return to work, the locals were upset that he had been released on bail. They repeatedly protested outside the company's office, demanding that the man be fired. On November 10th, the day of the first court hearing, an unexpected development occurred. Wallace did not appear at the scheduled time, and the police immediately declared him wanted. A few hours later, they discovered his car in the woods near the city. The man was also there. All he had done was commit suicide. Detectives who had not expected such a turn of events were forced to continue their investigation. After the suspect died, they could only rely on strong evidence linking him to Amanda's death. They obtained a search warrant for his home, hoping to find any evidence of her murder. The police searched every corner, tore down some walls and removed floorboards, but could not find any significant evidence. They turned their attention to the suspect's sister, Candace. Detectives were convinced she was covering up for her brother and wanted to know if she knew he had killed Amanda. Candace was arrested in August 2012, following the collection of necessary evidence. She was charged with intentionally misleading the investigation, but this was just the beginning. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Candace had been covering up for her brother when he was dealing illegal substances. She also taught him how to not leave any evidence at crime scenes, and she demonstrated how to properly wipe his fingerprints off surfaces so that experts could not lift them. Candace also advised him to always carry a cigarette containing someone else's DNA in case he needed to plant it at the crime scene. Detectives also concluded that at least 9 people were aware of Wallace's crimes but chose to remain silent. All were family members. The police were unable to establish guilt. Candace's involvement was investigated for 2 years before she agreed to a deal with the police in 2014. She admitted to lying to the investigators, and in exchange, 2 other charges were dropped. Wallace's sister was unable to provide consulting services on a case in which she was working as a police officer. Given that she was assisting her brother during interrogations, she violated this rule and was eventually punished. Candace, however, insisted that her brother was innocent, and the court sentenced her to 30 weekends in jail. This is a dubious practice in which the convict is only required to be in the jail building 2 days per week and is free to roam the rest of the time. Such sentences are a kind of half measure, and if a person has committed a minor offense, they can face several weekends in jail. As a result, they receive a punishment that has little impact on their lives. The convicted individual can continue to work and spend time with their family. Of course, Amanda's relatives were extremely dissatisfied with the decision. They were certain that Candace had assisted her brother in avoiding punishment. However, they were unable to fully approve it, so she received such a minor punishment. Amanda's family was forced to face yet another trial in 2004. Medical experts only handed over a portion of her remains so that they could hold a funeral. The remainder was to be kept by detectives during the investigation. However, following Wallace's death, it was decided to hand over the remains to his relatives. In 2013, the girl's family had to exhume her remains in order to bury him. Her mother is still hoping that investigators will find evidence to prove Wallace's guilt. She also seeks legislative changes to alter the police approach to searching for missing children. The woman insists that investigators should not conduct an investigation based on their subjective assessments, and that the disappearance was a voluntary escape from home. There is almost no doubt that Wallace murdered Amanda, but what was his motivation, given that there is no evidence in the court documents that the victim was subjected to violence? 2 assumptions can be made. He likely assaulted her, but did not leave any biological material, so the investigation decided not to reveal this information because it was unnecessary. Detectives could also keep this information secret for the sake of the investigation, hoping that the criminal would reveal previously unknown facts. His past crimes also speak in favor of Wallace being the killer. He assaulted at least 3 victims using the same scheme. All of them stayed at his house overnight. The question remains, why did he kill Amanda? Perhaps he planned to intimidate her, like the others, but the girl threatened to tell the truth to everyone, or she tried to run away from him, and then he panicked. Something else in this case is very alarming. Detectives suggested that all of Wallace's relatives who were in the house on the night of the murder knew about this crime, and even helped the man hide it. In addition to Amanda, his wife, son, and daughter were there. This could explain how he managed to attack the victim without waking any of his relatives. In any case, even without a final verdict from the court, Wallace will no longer be able to harm anyone. The fact that he settled the score with his life before the trial once again speaks in favor of his guilt, even though he took the details of this crime to the grave. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. This is the story of a murderer who avoided punishment for years, despite numerous facts pointing to his involvement in a small town. A 13-year-old girl vanished, and it was not discovered until 24 hours later. This case remained unsolved for over 10 years, and it was finally resolved in the summer of 2021. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Haley Dunn. This story was set in the American town of Colorado City, Texas. This location is typical of low-rise America, covering 14 square kilometers. On Christmas Day 2010, the town had a New Year's vibe. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old girl living with her mother Billy, boyfriend Sean, and older brother David, had a happy Christmas. Her mother divorced her father, Clint, when she was 10 years old, but they never stopped communicating. Her father lived across the street from Haley's house. On December 26th, the girl spent the majority of Christmas at her father's house, unwrapping presents before returning home to play video games and go to bed. The following day, her stepfather and mother went to work as usual. Billy left her cell phone at home so that the kids could reach her. Before leaving, she peeked into her daughter's room while she was still sleeping. Sean worked in another town, about a half-hour drive away. According to him, he had an argument with his boss that day, which led to him being fired and leaving work only 10 minutes after arriving. He then drove to his mother's house, where he spent some time before returning to Colorado City around 3 p.m. Sean went to pick up Billy from work that evening. When they arrived home, Billy noticed that her daughter was not there. Sean informed her that the girl had gone to her father's house and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. Haley frequently stayed overnight at friends' houses, so her mother took this information calmly. Small towns like this often have the illusion of safety, so parents are less worried about their child's safety. On December 28th, Haley did not return home. She went door to door, but no one saw the girl that day. Billy went to the police around 2 p.m., but they chose the easiest route. The police's main theory was that she had fled from home, which initially hampered the investigation. A voluntary escape is not investigated to the same extent as a missing minor. They searched Billy and Clint's houses and brought search dogs to the scene. The next day, they followed Haley's trail from the house to a nearby motel. It was extremely strange. None of the motel employees had seen this girl. She was not captured on any security cameras, and a thorough search of the premises yielded no results. Trained dogs pointed to a motel, but the girl apparently never arrived. As word of Haley's disappearance spread throughout the city, dozens of concerned citizens joined the search. Some looked around the area, while others printed and distributed flyers. And now we come to another strange moment. Clint, the girl's father, almost never left the street. He looked in every corner, nook and cranny, including dumpsters. He said he couldn't sit at home and wait. Meanwhile, Billy and Sean were less enthusiastic. The mother distributed flyers but refused to go around the neighborhood looking for her daughter. She stated that searching gave her the impression that they were already looking for her body, and that there was no hope of finding the girl alive. Sean didn't participate at all, which isn't the strangest thing. Billy and Sean hosted a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 4 days after the girl had gone missing. They had friends over to listen to music, drink, and party. Without a trace seemed completely absurd. On January 3rd, a week after Haley vanished, the police officially declared her missing. This meant that more serious agencies, such as the FBI and the Texas Rangers, could become involved, and representatives from both arrived in Colorado City and began their investigation. Volunteers continued to search the area, and over 100 billboards about the missing girl were posted across Texas and beyond. Detectives completely ruled out the possibility of an escape. For one reason, they couldn't figure out why Haley would choose to take such a step the day before her disappearance. She had been in a good mood, and for the rest of the time, the girl showed no signs of a desire to flee. Second, all of her belongings were left in the room. If the girl had decided to flee, she would have taken something with her. The detectives quickly realized they needed to look closer at Billy and Sean. Their passive response to the girl's search and the New Year's Eve party made one wonder if they cared about Haley. The detectives discovered that on December 27th, the same day Haley allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, Sean and Billy drew $140 from their bank cards. They admitted that the money was used to buy illegal substances, which the couple consumed that evening while their children were away. Billy failed on 2 attempts. During the first interrogation, she was under the influence of drugs, and the second result revealed she was lying. Sean failed 2 interrogations and walked away before answering the third. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance and demanded that he leave her home. On January 12th, police officially announced that Sean was being treated as a suspect. Several factors contributed to this conclusion, including the couple's strained relationship. The police examined Sean's phone's geolocation data and discovered that his account of the day Haley disappeared did not match reality. He did arrive at work and stayed for 10 minutes before returning to Colorado City to Billy's house. It wasn't until later that he drove to his mother's house. It's worth noting that the police tracked the phone's location. The girl repeatedly mentioned being afraid of Sean. Haley told her best friend that she preferred to spend time outside or at friends' houses because she didn't feel safe with Sean. She once told her grandmother that she often saw Sean standing in front of her bedroom door in the middle of the night, and she was afraid he would come in. The police soon became aware of a conversation with Haley's uncle about the girl's disappearance. Her uncle said roughly the following: "I can't believe anyone would harm a child." Sean's response was extremely unusual. He compared it to killing a deer with all of this information in hand. The detectives concluded that Haley did not come from a wealthy family. Her mother and stepfather frequently drank and used illegal drugs, and Sean's behavior at parties appeared suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. Finally, the police contacted Child Welfare, who decided to remove Haley's older brother. On February 24th, police searched Sean and Billy's home, as well as his mother's. A massive discovery awaited them. They discovered over 100,000 obscene images of minors on a removable drive and a hard drive. The police also seized his laptop, but did not appear to have time to examine its contents. Sean's father arrived at the station and demanded his son's equipment back. It's unclear why the police did, but that's not the most interesting part. Sean received no punishment for having so much illegal content on his computer. On March 17th, police officers visited Billy's house to question Sean. A woman opened the door and said he wasn't home, but the officer showed her a pre-arranged warrant and entered the house, discovering Sean hiding there for concealing a suspect. Billy received 90 days in jail and a year in corrections. She was transferred to a Travis County correctional facility. Following her release, she remained in the area with Sean. In 2012, however, the couple eventually split. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance, but the case had stalled due to a lack of new evidence and volunteers' inability to identify the girl. On March 16, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scary County. Experts conducted tests and determined that the remains belonged to Haley Dunn, whose body was approximately 20 miles away from her home. However, they had circumstantial evidence that the girl's body had been discovered only a few miles from Sean's mother's house, which matched the geolocation data on his phone as determined by the towers. Given the short distance, Sean could have easily left the body in that location without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he grew up in the area and was well versed in where to hide the body, but investigators were unable to uncover any additional clues, and the case was refrozen for several years. Despite this, the girl's family had to wait 4 years to bury her body. A memorial service was held in January 2017. In 2018, Haley's father, Clint, stated that he believed Sean and Billy were guilty. In his version, his mother either helped conceal the truth or was directly involved in the murder. During the same year, he began conducting numerous interviews and attempted to actively publicize the case. The man stated that in the early years of the investigation, he tried not to bother the police with constant questions, but his patience had run out. The detectives did little to investigate, and his last hope was to spread the word widely in an attempt to bring the perpetrators to justice, which paid off. In 2019, an unknown person wrote to Clint, informing him that in 2011, he discovered several items that could have belonged to Haley. This person was in high school at the time and had not heard about the missing girl, so he did not consider reporting his find to the police. True information about the items has yet to be revealed, and the police have not stated what they are. Clint only mentioned that they were discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched by volunteers and police. Later, new information emerged. Private investigator Erica Moore, who was handling the Haley case and kept in touch with Clint, revealed some disturbing information about Sean. In October 2019, she began receiving messages from various women in Texas, all of whom claimed they were being aggressively harassed online by a man named Casey. Not only was he harassing them with lewd messages, but he was also sending them explicit photos and videos of himself, as Sean shared a middle name. Erica asked the women to send her photos and videos of the man sending the girls, and her theory was confirmed to be correct. She persuaded one woman to go to the police station and report Sean, but they refused to press charges and even accused her of falsifying the facts. Erica believed Sean was responsible for Haley's death and planned to arrest him for stalking women on the internet. However, the case remained quiet until May 2021 when Erica and Clint were summoned to the district attorney's office for an urgent meeting. Police arrested Sean and charged him with Haley's murder. He is currently in Vail, awaiting trial on $20 million bail, but police have yet to reveal what new evidence led them to make this arrest. Apparently, this information will be kept secret until the trial. All we know now is that the police were granted permission to collect Sean's DNA sample shortly before his arrest. There may be a connection here to Haley's belongings, which were discovered in 2011. When Billy learned of her ex-boyfriend's arrest, she made a strange statement. She said she wasn't surprised Sean was involved in the murder, and she wanted to believe in his innocence until the very end. She also thanked God that the man would now be punished for his actions, which Billy had actively obstructed during the initial investigation while defending Sean. A date for the trial will be announced soon. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether a conviction will be obtained. It will be determined solely by the significance of the evidence, which police are now withholding in any case. Sean remained at large for over 10 years, despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his involvement in the murder. Haley's complaints to friends and relatives, the use of forbidden materials with children, and the man's constant lies during interrogations raised suspicions on all sides, as did Billy. She initially expressed no desire for justice for her daughter, Clint, but, unlike her, he worked hard and got his way. In one interview, Erica Moore hinted that the case would not have been solved without his participation. She did not provide any details, but we can recall the story of Haley's found objects. The person who discovered them only learned about the entire story through Clint's social media posts. More information about this case, including a court decision, will undoubtedly be released in the near future. Right now, all indications are that Sean will be convicted, and in Texas, that means only one thing: he will face the death penalty for his actions against the child. Unfortunately, there is no way this will help Haley Dunn live a long and happy life anymore. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brigitta Unto was close to passing away when she got to the emergency room. Despite the fact that her vital signs were rapidly declining, doctors were unable to identify any indications of infection or injury. Together, the police, FBI agents, and medical experts were able to solve the medical mystery and unearth a horrifyingly creative crime. The medical staff at a hospital in San Diego, California, waited for Brigitta, a 28-year-old patient, to arrive on March 5, 2018. An ambulance was taking her from the office of her family physician. Brigitta had called her mother Olga that day to complain of feeling ill. Brigitta's legs shook with agonizing pain, and she could hardly breathe, as Olga fought to get her into the car. The family doctor only needed to glance at the once vibrant and healthy young woman to realize that Brigitta was in serious trouble and that there was nothing he could do to help. In order to transport her to the hospital, he called an ambulance. The medics in the emergency room were also concerned because they thought they might not be able to stabilize her condition, and Brigitta was in excruciating pain, had no feeling in her hands or feet, could hardly see, and could hardly speak. The most perplexing symptom, however, was the clumping of her once beautiful chestnut hair. Immediately after starting their work, the doctors concluded that she had no visible signs of trauma, including no wounds, bruises, or infection. Her illness had an internal cause. According to Brigitta's mother, her daughter had been experiencing severe pain, exhaustion, and unexpected bouts of nausea for a number of months. She would spend days in bed because the symptoms would come on suddenly and without warning. It was difficult for Brigitta to care for herself, much less her husband and young son. She sought advice from several experts, but none of them could figure out what was wrong with her. There was no known illness that matched her symptoms. She was even told by one doctor that her condition was how critical days manifest. Ultimately, the doctors determined that stress was the cause and gave her tranquilizers. But her health deteriorated. The emergency department's medical staff recognized that she was in danger of dying within days if they didn't find out what was wrong with her quickly. Brigitta was raised in California, a short distance from the Mexican border. Her mother looked after their two daughters, Brigitta and her younger sister, Olga, while her father worked at customs between Mexico and the United States. The girls were raised in a loving and supportive household. Brigitta thrived academically while attending a Catholic school with joy. According to her friends, she was the sweetest and most amiable girl they had ever met. Running was Brigitta's passion, and she even represented her school in competitions. She met Race Remington Unto, her future husband, while running. Although Race went to a different school, they met in high school and shared a love of sports. Because Brigitta's daughter had no interest in dating boys, her family initially paid little attention to their friendship. She spent most of her time studying and playing sports, but over time, the young couple began dating and became more involved with one another. Race was able to bring out Brigida's more daring side, and they quickly became inseparable. Race had a very lofty ambition. He wanted to enroll in the Annapolis-based United States Naval Academy. It was a difficult task because the student acceptance rate was less than 8%. In addition to doing well in school, the candidate had to work on personal growth, play sports, volunteer, be involved in the community, and much more. Remarkably, Race was accepted into the academy and relocated to Maryland to start his studies. The young couple kept up their long-distance romance. Race was eventually diagnosed with a hernia, though, which didn't fully heal. Despite having to leave the academy, he was able to find employment in the Navy as an electrician. Brigida, meanwhile, went after her own goals and became a teacher. Following 7 years of dating, Brigida, 25, and Race, 24, were married in 2014. They welcomed their son shortly after. Brigida thought that everything in her life was going as planned, and she was completely content. She lived a short distance from her parents, had a wonderful child, and a loving, caring husband. She could never have predicted the extraordinary and agonizing turn her life would soon take, though. Dr. Jeff LaPointe, a certified toxicologist, was one of the emergency department doctors at San Diego Hospital. This was unusual. Like a great detective, Dr. LaPointe followed the trail of clues that might help him figure out what was happening to Brigida. He was a true medical detective. Was an autoimmune disease killing her? No, that was not confirmed by blood tests. Is it possible that she has cancer? No. But among all the symptoms, hair loss was the most noticeable. This was a result of treatment rather than the illness. Brigida had been exposed to a toxic chemical, according to all the symptoms. But which one and how? It wasn't cesium, cadmium, or arsenic, because hair loss wouldn't be caused by these heavy metals. But thallium was the one material that could. Thallium was employed as a depilatory agent at the beginning of the 20th century. Additionally, doctors actively used it. For instance, if a child had lice on their head, thallium was applied to the lice, which caused the lice to fall off, along with all the hair. In the years that followed, thallium took center stage in rodent poisons. But by the 1970s, and arsenic had become so widely used as murder weapons that they were outlawed for use and sale. Leg pain, weakness, deteriorating vision, appetite loss, weight loss, and of course hair loss were all signs of thallium poisoning that Brigida was experiencing. Dr. LaPointe's inability to promptly verify his suspicions was the issue. There was no way to test the patient for poisoning on the spot, and no one in the hospital had ever seen a case like this before. The results would be available in 3 days, which Brigida might not have, and the samples needed to be sent to another lab. This was the start of the race against time. In order to get an expedited analysis, Dr. LaPointe began phoning each agency. The antidote would be desperately needed, even if the doctor's suspicions were confirmed and Brigida had thallium poisoning. But getting the antidote, which was aptly named Berlin Blue, proved to be more difficult than he could have imagined. Since Berlin Blue is a blue pigment used in paints, we have all seen it. When creating Starry Night over the Rhone, Vincent van Gogh used it. Additionally, it speeds up the body's removal of heavy metal poisoning by acting as an antidote. Though blue paint is available at the closest art supply store, it is nearly impossible to find medical-grade Berlin. Despite calling every pharmacy, naval medical officer, and clinic, Dr. LaPointe was only able to locate the antidote at one warehouse, a classified warehouse located in Los Angeles. In the event of a dirty bomb explosion, for example, Berlin Blue can also be used as an antidote to radiation exposure. Therefore, until thallium poisoning was verified in the lab, Dr. LaPointe could not rely on receiving the antidote because the government maintains exacting records of every tube of Berlin Blue in the nation. LaPointe's worst fears were validated when the toxicological analysis of Brigida's case was delivered. Brigida's body contained 1,000 times more thallium than was allowed. To transport the antidote to San Diego, a hospital employee drove through the night. But the doctor was concerned that one antidote might not be enough for such severe poisoning. In order to purify the patient's blood, he recommended dialysis. After a long and agonizing process, Brigida's family and the medical staff were left with nothing to do but wait and pray. To keep an eye on their health, Brigida's husband and son were moved to a different hospital wing. They might have been impacted as well if she had been exposed to thallium. Where could she have gotten so much thallium? That was still the key question. FBI agents were looking for the answer to that. Remember, this was all taking place in a state with multiple military installations. Additionally, President Trump's scheduled visit was the backdrop against which these events took place. As a result, FBI agents became very interested in what was going on in the city when Dr. LaPointe began searching for Berlin Blue. It was ultimately delivered so far away from the city that a local scientist for Harvard chemistry began searching for cocaine flu. When Brigida started having an unexplained illness, police and FBI agents found that she had been treated at an alternative medicine clinic in Mexico a few months prior. After looking into this lead, the police decided to ignore it. Because Brigida's school was a former World War II military installation, rodent poisoning may have happened there in the past. Many of the school's teachers became ill that year. This lead, though, also proved to be a dead end. Because Brigida was depressed, investigators could not rule out the possibility that she had used thallium herself as a cry for attention. She loved life, however, and would never desert her son, according to everyone who knew her. Furthermore, rather than the other way around, her depression developed after the emergence of inexplicable symptoms. Regarding the poisoning of his patient, Dr. LaPointe had his own suspicions. After scanning Brigida's internal organs, he was appalled to find a large number of white spots all over her digestive tract. It became clear that food was the entry point for the poison into her body. The ideal crime had been attempted by someone close to her. The patient was placed in total isolation by doctors, but food was the least of her worries at the moment. The antidote helped Brigida regain consciousness a few days later. She was unable to sit or move, and all of her hair had fallen out, but she was still alive. She was unable to identify anyone who would want to hurt her. Nonetheless, the police were aware that poisoning is always a private crime carried out by a close friend or relative. The fact that Brigida's husband and child were unharmed was also intriguing. Her husband, parents, and sister were all willing to assist with the investigation when the police spoke with them. Her husband, Race, complained that he was unable to put himself in his wife's shoes to ease her pain. Investigators sensed that he was lying, even though he said what they wanted to hear. Additionally, the medical staff observed that he asked odd and occasionally inappropriate questions and didn't seem as concerned. When her husband was suspected of being involved, Brigida became enraged and strongly denied it. She maintained that Race had taken care of their son and taken her to the hospital while she was ill, and when she didn't have the strength to get out of bed, he would cook. But what the investigators discovered during their chat with Brigida gave them the chills. Race had a rather peculiar pastime. He liked to gather rare poisonous plant seeds. After Brigida was hospitalized for 16 days, the police became interested in this and gathered enough information to search their house. Race, looking a little agitated, opened the door. He voluntarily turned over all of the family's devices, including laptops and phones, when the detectives asked him to. They were unable to ignore the fact that the device's entire search histories had just been erased. The police discovered 2 books, Criminal Poisoning and The Poisonous Handbook, despite the purportedly erased data on his phone. The Poisonous Handbook claims that thallium allows the poisoner to manipulate the rate at which their victim perishes. As the patient gradually deteriorates for unclear reasons, the poisoning manifests as a medical mystery. Race's vehicle yielded even more fascinating findings. In a tiny compartment in the spare tire, they discovered a packet of exotic seeds and an acetone canister. Additionally, just before the police arrived, their mother saw Race throw away a black garbage bag, which Brigida's sister handed over after retrieving it from the trash can. Receipts for exotic seeds, including cerebra dollar, prayer nuts, and tick seed, as well as a variety of equipment for grinding and filtering them, were found inside. Stated differently, everything required to produce rare poisons. The man had clearly already tried to crush tick seeds to extract ricin, a poison that is poisonous to mice but harmful to people if swallowed or inhaled. Although the detectives' suspicions increased, no thallium was discovered in the car, yard, or house. As a result, Race could not be arrested. They had no choice but to inform Brigida of their suspicions and request that she refrain from going home. Despite her continued incredulity, she did not object to the investigation's continuation. As they dug further, the investigators found a potential motive for the murder. One of Race's lovers thought he was a widower. He misled her by saying he was a Navy SEAL and that he wanted to work in the poisoning division of the FBI. Race led a double life, going so far as to have another affair and confessing to the woman that he was married. He didn't think twice about taking his young son on their dates, and the boy had become so attached to the woman that he called her mom. But in order to avoid having to share custody of their son, he wished that his wife would be struck by a bus. Why the woman wasn't alarmed by this is unknown. Even so, it was obvious that the man wanted to break up with Brigida. However, as a devoted Catholic, she had informed him prior to their marriage that she did not support divorce and that their union would be lifelong. Her unfaithful husband taking this ending so literally was not something she could have predicted. Race was asked to take a polygraph test by the detectives, but he failed horribly. He didn't try to deny the results when the polygraph examiner told him, and he admitted to everything. Race claimed that in August 2017, he placed 3 online orders for thallium. He started by making his wife a sandwich for breakfast in an effort to incorporate it into her meal. He used her weight to determine the thallium content. Brigida felt ill the following day, but it didn't kill her. She began to get better. Race increased the amount of thallium in the soup by a small amount in December of that year. Once more, he failed to get the desired result. He concealed the poison in a sandwich once more, in January, and increased the dosage 5-fold. He planned to murder Brigida in a few days. She started to lose her hair, felt awful, and was in terrible pain, but she persisted in fighting for her life. Race confessed and was taken into custody. He entered a guilty plea to 3 attempts to kill his wife 8 months later. His attorney attempted to claim that Race's judgment was impaired due to a spinal injury he sustained while serving in the Navy. This defense, though, was ineffective. He was given 3 life sentences, ranging from 21 years to life, on March 14, 2019. In October 2033, he might be eligible for parole. He will only be incarcerated for 14 years and be released before turning 42, if he is fortunate enough to be successful in his first attempt at freedom. Brigida finally had the opportunity to speak to her husband directly during the trial. She stated, "I wanted to believe that I knew the man I married 3 years ago, the man I had been dating for nearly 10 years. I wanted to believe that he would never harm me. I am horrified by the thought that he could be responsible for attempting to kill me. How could you do this to the mother of your child? Why do you think you have the right to decide that I am not a worthy mother for your son? How could you decide that the way to end our marriage is by slowly killing your wife, watching her suffer for months? I cared for you, and I loved you." Brigida gets cold sweats every time she thinks about the incident. She was lying in bed feeling ill. Her spouse brought her a peanut butter sandwich. Climbing onto the bed, their young son requested a bite. Race yelled at her to stop giving him any right away. Although Brigida is unsure if the sandwich contained thallium, she thinks her son was at least close to getting seriously poisoned. Brigida eventually got a divorce from Race, even though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. She continues to experience nerve damage, leg weakness, and persistent exhaustion. She is slowly getting better, though, and has resumed her job at a special education school. She acknowledges that finding a way to connect with each student is now much simpler for her. Once unable to walk, Brigida is now trying skydiving, running, and living life to the fullest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Bethune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in All ASU Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Debbie asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Debbie requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Debbie represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Debbie dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Debbie appeared to calm down completely, and she and her friend spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Debbie was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Debbie's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious, and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Debbie was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Debbie became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Debbie had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Debbie refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Debbie admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Debbie assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Debbie went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Debbie abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child, and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, she returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debbie stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Debbie, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debia with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debia's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debia submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debia's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debia had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debia had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. As they did almost every day of that year, Serena Tolson and her friend Israel spent the evening of January 23, 2012. The young couple was unaware of the descent of the dark night. They heard a scream while they were seated at a picnic table in the neighborhood park. Since it was 2:30 in the morning, it couldn't have been children playing. Israel and Serena ran toward the source of the shrill scream when it recurred. The scene that played out in front of them looked like the bloodiest horror film ever. A man was hovering over a girl in the middle of the road, repeatedly stabbing her with a knife. Serena yelled for the man to stop as she ran toward him. Israel shoved the assailant away from the girl, but the man got up and fled back to his car as Serena was calling the emergency hotline. With a bigger knife in his hands, he moved away from it. The two were pursued by the man. Israel and Serena dispersed in different directions, but when Serena turned around, she saw that he was going back to his victim to complete the task he had begun. not chasing after her. Serena was unable to speak because of the noise the big knife made as it entered the victim's body, and the girl saw him thrust it into her. The girl was dead, she told the operator. In the meantime, the man went to his vehicle, climbed in, and drove off. Melissa Dahm was born in the well-known resort city of Clearwater, Florida, which is renowned for its immaculate white beaches. Being the youngest in her family, Melissa was surrounded by her parents' and older siblings' love as she grew up. She never had any issues. She wanted to make her parents proud, so she did well in school. In an effort to become independent and self-sufficient, she secured a job at Dairy Curl to cover her own gas, insurance, and other costs. Before going to the beach to purchase ice cream, everyone would stop at Dairy Curl. Due to the cafe's proximity to her home and the frequent visits from her friends, Melissa loved her job there. Melissa first became aware of Robert Burton at Dairy Curl. Although he was a few years older than Melissa, they went to the same school. Robert's amiable and charming demeanor enthralled the girl. He was tender and kind. The young couple wanted to spend more and more time together, even though they seemed to be very different from one another. Robert didn't particularly enjoy getting together with friends, but Melissa was gregarious and energetic and loved spending time with them. In addition, Robert felt uneasy around his own family, whereas Melissa grew up in a close-knit household. He felt alienated in his own home because his mother had remarried and he had stepbrothers. He consequently began spending more time with Melissa's relatives. When Melissa discovered that Robert had not given up smoking as he had promised, it was the first red flag in their relationship. Although he expressed regret and pledged to stop lying to her, Melissa felt uneasy about being duped for such a long time. Their tension only grew after Robert persuaded her to abandon her aspirations of enrolling in a prominent university where she had been accepted. Melissa told everyone that she didn't want to leave the town, but in actuality, Robert was the main reason. Robert spent all of his time with her, which interfered with her work when she was able to secure a part-time job at the hospital, while still holding on to her dream of becoming a nurse like her mother. He would set up scenes, making her the guilty party, and persuading her that she was the reason behind their frequent arguments, even if she attempted to tactfully explain that her shift had only just started. Melissa, who was practically a teenager, didn't realize that Robert's actions were out of the ordinary and thought that was the case in all relationships. Melissa received an invitation from her sister to hang out on the beach with friends in the spring of 2011. Melissa's ex-boyfriend was brought up by one of the guys, which obviously upset Robert. He began acting like a child and stepping on her shoes from behind as they were making their way back to the parking lot. Despite knowing she wasn't at fault, the young man obviously wanted to get even with her. Melissa tried to escape him by running ahead of him, knowing he wouldn't stop. She turned around when she came to a small hill and yelled at him to stop acting like such a child, but he pushed her off the elevation without a word. The girl suffered severe scratches after falling down the hill. Her friends hurried to her aid when she cried out, but Robert went to the others and said Melissa had fallen, rather than running to her. Robert called Melissa a liar after she claimed he had shoved her. If Melissa's older sister hadn't stepped in and taken her home, it's unclear how the argument would have ended. The young couple shouldn't be left alone, in her opinion. Melissa's mother insisted that her daughter end the relationship with him after hearing about the incident, and the girl appeared to comply. But 2 weeks later, to her astonishment, Robert returned to her home. Their relationship completely changed as a result of this incident. He threatened to harm himself, which prevented Melissa from ending their relationship. Melissa and Robert were once more hanging out with friends on October 25, 2011. Melissa apparently felt more courageous than normal because she refused to go get cigarettes when Robert insisted on it. Clearly upset, the young man grabbed her car keys and demanded that they go to the gas station store together. Melissa subtly requested that the guys follow them in their cars since she could sense a storm coming. After noticing this tactic, Robert began to wonder if Melissa had spoken to them. Naturally, she denied it, but he was unable to relax. He began flinging Melissa's phone, keys, and bag across the street after they got home and she braked in the driveway. He hit the girl in the face after she screamed for him to stop. Melissa was clearly trying to beat Robert when he lunged at her, but she was able to hit him in the groin, get up, and flee. The girl recalled where her phone had been thrown by him. Reaching for it, she dialed 911, but she hesitated when it came time to hit the call button. Robert always threatened to kill her if she ever complained about him to anyone, after all. However, he was only 2 steps behind her when she turned around. She gained courage from that. She called the number and informed the emergency operator about the attack. She realized he wasn't pursuing her as she ran toward the intersection where the gas station was. She had the sudden thought that he was aware of the location of the keys he had thrown. As he always threatened, he would visit her home and murder her mother. It was Robert's primary means of controlling Melissa, because he was aware of how important her mother was to her. Melissa hurried back, terrified for her mother. Robert grabbed her as he leaped out from behind the bushes. He most likely would have given her a serious beating, but just then a patrol car arrived. Melissa couldn't believe he was holding her responsible for what had happened, so he yelled at her angrily, "So you really want to do this to me? You want me to get arrested?" The girl, still under Robert's influence, started pleading that instead of being arrested, he be sent to anger management classes or something. Regardless of what she said, the officers informed her that everyone had seen the incident and that he would be arrested. After escorting her home, the police officers spoke with her and her mother about domestic violence, explaining that victims frequently went back to their abusers and that they didn't want her to experience the same thing. After being taken into custody, Robert was accused of assault. But only 6 hours into his incarceration, he called Melissa the very next morning and insisted that she take him home. Luckily, she declined. January 23, 2012 was the date set for Robert's trial. Melissa had a good weekend with her friends because she didn't have to be at the trial. She was getting ready for her impending tests and gradually getting back to her regular life. However, the phone rang in the middle of the night while she was soundly asleep. Robert was the one. He called again, but Melissa didn't answer. Reluctantly, she replied. Robert informed her that he was close to her residence. He begged for a final farewell meeting while in tears, saying that he just wanted to give her one last hug and that they shouldn't part on such a sour note. The girl reluctantly consented and, believing she could manage the situation, retrieved her phone, keys, and pepper spray, but she knew it was a big mistake the moment she stepped outside. Unfortunately, the girl was too ashamed to turn around because Robert had already noticed her. She hoped to bid him farewell as soon as possible and then go back to bed to rest before her test. The young man came up to her and gave her a tight hug, and then she heard a click. He pulled out his pocket knife. With great force, he hit her, striking her throat, face, and shoulders. Melissa let out a cry and struggled for her life. Suddenly, a girl came out of the shadows and told him to stop. Melissa reached for the girl's hand even though she didn't know her and wasn't sure how she could help. She hoped to call for assistance when she noticed a phone in her hands. Israel complied with Serena's instruction to push the assailant away from the girl at the same moment, because that was her name. Robert got up and walked calmly to his car. Robert abruptly started chasing after them as Serena went up to Melissa and was ready to take her hand. Fearing she would be his second victim, the girl was frightened. She reported the attack to 911 while she was running. However, she turned around to see that the man had gone back to finish what he had begun with the bloodied girl on the ground. The girl was dead, Serena was sure. In actuality, Melissa was still conscious, but she was certain that everything would end when Robert ran her over with his car. That evening, Clearwater police officer Melissa Harris was working on paperwork in her patrol car when a radio call regarding a crime was received. She was told that the man who had attacked the girl had driven off in a red pickup truck and that a dead girl was lying on the side of the road on the north side of the park, but there was nobody there when she got there. Unable to comprehend what was going on, she slowly looked around the park. Melissa was certain Robert was aware that assistance was on the way and that everything needed to be completed as soon as possible. In order to prevent him from running her over with his car, she crawled and did everything she could to get off the road. Her neighbor's mailbox was close to 2 sizable cement piles. She knew that the cement and the mailbox would keep her safe if she could crawl there. She even succeeded in getting to her feet at one point. The weary girl reached the mailbox, collapsed in the dirt, and heard his car just pull away. It grew very quiet, slowly. Melissa thought she was going to die. When she was illuminated by a police car's spotlight, she prayed for sin forgiveness. Officer Melissa Harris acknowledges that she had never witnessed anything like it in her years of police work. The victim had numerous wounds, many of which were still heavily bleeding, and her teeth had been knocked out. However, she was able to provide Melissa with Robert's name, address, birth date, and car make in addition to Melissa's own name. To dispel any uncertainty regarding the identity of the offender, She even spelled out his last name. The girl whispered that she could now go after giving all the information. But the oncoming medics stopped her from closing her eyes because they knew she might not wake up again if she did. Melissa's mother woke up as they struggled to treat her most serious injuries. The woman was asked to accompany the police officer, who had already arrived at their house after the girl had been attacked, because her daughter had also been attacked. She was positive that Melissa was sleeping upstairs because the police had misidentified the door. She realized, however, that the officer was pressing her along in order to get her to see Melissa before it was too late. Every second that went by made Melissa's condition worse. She was clearly in need of helicopter transportation. Cameron, a firefighter who also showed up on the scene, recommended landing on the football field. He marked the landing area with signal cones after jumping over the fence. Melissa was placed on a stretcher in a matter of minutes. Nobody thought she would live, and her condition was critical. Cameron, however, felt somehow certain that he would see her again as he watched the helicopter take off. Melissa came dangerously close to death multiple times on the operating table. Her body just didn't have enough blood, and her heart had a hard time pumping it. As a result, while transfusing blood on one hand, the doctors attempted to halt the bleeding on the other. 3 hours later, she was still breathing and squeezing the surgeon's hand feebly. It was only at that point that the weary medical staff decided to take a break and let the patient and themselves rest. The police radio announced that Robert had been spotted in the city in the morning. Presumably to wash away Melissa's blood, he made a stop at a store and purchased a large amount of water. He then went to Walmart to buy sleeping pills and had a meal at McDonald's. His vehicle was then discovered wrecked in a store. The young man was discovered unconscious behind the wheel. The vehicle caught fire after the wheel carved a hole in the ground from the prolonged operation. After being brought to the hospital, the man was shocked to learn that his victim had lived. At first, Robert maintained his innocence by saying he wasn't himself. He suddenly admitted his guilt, though, after the psychiatric evaluation determined that he was not insane and the court date was set. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Melissa was hospitalized for 3 weeks. She had to retrain herself to walk, talk, eat, and even close her eyes. Melissa was asked to speak at a violence victim center after she recovered completely. Even though she was extremely anxious, she couldn't help but notice that 2 young firefighters were sitting in the front row, paying close attention to her every move. As it happened, Chief Cameron had called to let them know Melissa would be speaking close by and suggested they surprise her. The fact that Melissa was the same girl he had assisted in rescuing in the helicopter astounded Cameron. After introducing himself, Cameron invited Melissa and her mother to their fire station for a celebratory lunch. The youths were essentially inseparable after that day. Cameron restored Melissa's love for life, even though she was certain she would never date again. Later, when she was asked to ceremoniously open a baseball game, Cameron ran up to her and asked, "Will you marry me?" Melissa naturally said yes, and the two fell in love, and were married in 2017. Never date an ex-partner after a relationship breakup is Melissa's main piece of advice as a lawyer who advocates for the rights of victims of violence. Even she was unaware of the potential danger. She believes she lived to fulfill the vital duty of assisting young women who feel they are undeserving of respect and true love, despite having nearly died. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The frequency with which people are buried alive in movies makes you unconsciously believe that this never occurs in real life. Regretfully, incidents like this do happen, and the best evidence of this is a story that happened in Huddersfield, UK 10 years ago. Marcin and Michalina fell in love right away. When their feelings waned, however, Michalina insisted that it was time for her to move abroad and begin a new life. Marcin, though, would sooner kill her than let it happen. Not all people separate like well-mannered adults do. Some people think they can literally bury all of their problems in the ground. Here, 19-year-old Marcin Kaspak and 21-year-old Michalina Lewandowski first crossed paths in their home country of Poland in 2005. A year later, Marcin asked Michalina to marry him, and the two of them relocated to the UK to begin a new life together. But things soured between them in 2008 after Michalina found out she was expecting a child. They canceled their engagement, but they still lived together in Marcine's parents' home. Michalina wore her engagement ring even after the engagement ended because she still loved Marcine and hoped they could resolve their differences. That was not meant to be, unfortunately. By 2011, Marcin's lack of interest in making amends with Michalina was clear. In an effort to stay away from her, he trained 5 times a week at the gym and spent nearly all of his free time there. Unexpectedly, however, Marcin asked Michalina to accompany him and his friend, 18-year-old Patrick Boris, on a shopping trip on Saturday, May 28, 2011. Michalina was taken aback because Marcin didn't often show an interest in hanging out with her. Still, she was relieved and hoped that things would get better now. The girl quickly went to the restroom to apply makeup. Jakub, their 3-year-old son, was fortunately with his grandmother, Marcine's mother, on that particular day, and was not present when the events transpired. Upon exiting the restroom, Michalina noticed Patrick and Marcin gazing at her with a horrifying smile on their lips. Taking Michalina's hand, Marcin said, "I want to show you something." Then he took a 300,000-volt stun gun out of his pocket, put it to her neck, and pressed the trigger. The agony swept through Michalina's body as she collapsed to the ground. Bodybuilder Marcin, who weighed 101 kg, saw her convulse from the electric shock while kneeling on her chest and holding her down on the ground. Momentarily regaining consciousness, Michalina asked Marcin if he meant to murder her, to which he replied that she should not be afraid, as he would simply take her somewhere. Patrick was then told to get some packing tape. The men taped Michalina's mouth shut, gagged her, and then tied her wrists and ankles. They shocked her with electricity once more before abandoning her, frightened and bound. Even though she initially believed it to be a mean joke, she was now certain of their true motivations. She was immobile and worried about fainting, not knowing if she would ever regain consciousness. Michalina was hauled into the kitchen and crammed into a cardboard box by Marcin and Patrick a few hours later. One day, they brought up a plastic bag. Marcin started to tape the box shut, but she thought they were going to put it over her head to suffocate her. The girl struggled to scream as she lost what little peace she still had. Then Marcin got on his knees, chuckled, and declared, "I've been hating you for 4 years. Your son will never be seen again." His uncanny composure on his face was more terrifying than the hateful words he spoke in this scene. The cardboard box was sealed. Then the men picked it up from both sides, carried it to Patrick's car, and put it in the trunk. The girl knew they had gone far before Patrick and Marcin took the box away. Michalina felt her back being scratched by the stones as the men pulled her along the ground. The fact that Marcin and Patrick had taken her to a wooded area close to Huddersfield was hidden from her inside the box. After digging a shallow grave beforehand, they buried the box containing Michalina inside. Michalina was lying in the box, still in excruciating pain and terrified, when she heard the men hurling dirt onto her grave. The box itself was dark and extremely small. In an attempt to keep from passing out, Michalina began breathing as shallowly as she could, because she was certain she would suffocate. In an effort to determine whether the car had moved on so she could start to flee, she strained her hearing. That Marcin would hit her with a shovel if they were still around when she tried to escape was no longer a possibility. Even though Michalina was unable to hear a car leaving, she eventually made the decision to take action, whether or not they were in the area. She made an effort to maintain her composure despite the thousands of ideas racing through her mind. She would later admit that she kept going because she was thinking about her little boy, Jakub. She would never see him again if she passed away, and he would be left motherless. She could not let that occur. Looking down at her restrained wrists, Michalina realized she had her diamond engagement ring, which she could use to break free. Michalina was able to sever the tape that bound her mouth, hands, and feet with the ring's sharp edges. She started scratching at the box's cardboard after that. After some time, she managed to make a tiny hole in the cardboard, which she discovered was a little damp, perhaps from the wet dirt that had been piled on top of it. Through the gap, Michalina stuck her fingers out and ripped the box apart. She only felt dirt, though. The same dirt that had been thrown on her grave by her boyfriend. She was still unaware at the time that, In addition to the meter-deep layer of dirt they had buried her beneath, they had also positioned a 40-kilogram log on top to make sure she couldn't get out. As more and more dirt soaked into the box, it covered her clothes, hair, and face. Michelena cried out for assistance, but no one was there to hear her. Her body shook with pain, and she grew weary, but she knew that continuing on was essential if she hoped to see her son again. "Don't give up," she said to herself again. Simply, don't give up. Michelena persisted in pushing, tearing, and pounding at the cardboard box until she managed to reach out her whole hand and raise her head above the floor. She breathed in the fresh air with anticipation. She could see the sky above her head, the trees, and the leaves, even though it was dark. Even though Michelena was completely covered in dirt and had lost all her strength, she no longer had any doubts about her ability to get away. Finally, she was able to pull herself up and claw her way out from under the ground with one last effort. After being in the box for an hour, Michelena miraculously emerged from her grave. In addition to surviving, she saved herself by using the diamond engagement ring that her would-be murderer had given her. Running toward the road from the woods, Michelena signaled a passing vehicle. That the driver didn't run away in fear when he saw a weak, dirt-covered woman come out onto the road was a great blessing for her. He listened to her and then stopped to call the police to find out what had happened. Michelena showed the police the cardboard box where she had been left to suffer her last moments in horrifying pain when they arrived at the crime scene 15 minutes later. Without a doubt, Marcin had never been more terrified in his life than he was when the police knocked on his door and told him he was being taken into custody on charges of attempted murder and kidnapping. He resisted for a long time, claiming that his intention was not to kill Michelena, but simply to frighten her. But no one took this defense seriously, so it didn't do him much good. After leaving Michelena to die, the men took PS500 from an ATM using her bank card, went home, and began playing video games, as the police quickly learned. In fact, Marcin was not planning to return for Michelena. His idea was completely different. Marcin, 25, was a dedicated bodybuilder who had become dependent on anabolic steroids, which led to his frequent outbursts. He concluded that it would be best for his son to grow up without a mother at all, after learning that Michelena had decided to leave the fight for their relationship and was going to return to Poland with Jakub. Michelena would not be able to raise his grandson as well as his own mother. With the intention of killing his ex-fiancée, he came up with one of the most horrific ways to end her life. Marcin was given a 20-year prison term after being found guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping in January 2012. Although Patrick was convicted of kidnapping, he was not found guilty of attempted murder. He received a 4.5-year sentence in a juvenile detention center. Both men were not eligible for parole until they had completed half of their sentences. Marcin won't, however, be available for purchase anytime soon. The police searched his parents' home, where he lived with Michelena and their son after he was arrested. The house contained a variety of chemicals and instructions for making explosives, according to the police. Consequently, Marcin received 8 more 4-year sentences for the explosives, while already serving his sentence for attempted murder. I prevented him from achieving his goal of killing me in the most horrific manner possible, even though he wished for my demise. I battled my way out of that grave with the last of my strength. Following the delivery of the guilty verdict, Michelena remarked, "Now it is he who is imprisoned." Even after learning that her ex-lover had received a 20-year sentence, Michelena is still terrified. Despite having moved to a different home far from Huddersfield with her son, whose address is kept secret for their safety, Michelena acknowledged following the trial that she still has nightmares about what she endured. "I was buried alive and trapped in that shallow grave, and I was afraid that my life was over and that I would pass away. In order to survive and care for my young son, I prayed to God. I had the courage to leave that box and flee when I thought of my son. I had a deep affection for Marcin Kasbach for many years, but after the terrible attack on me, my affections for him deteriorated into hatred. I still have nightmares about Marcin returning, finding me, and killing me. I'm hoping he understands how wrong what he did to me was. The difficulties I faced that day, at the hands of a man I trusted and loved, are something I hope no one else will ever have to go through." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, What part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Many people can get to the point where they suspect a loved one of betraying them. Others may give in to the influence of fantasies of retaliation against the betrayer, while others may decide to end the relationship due to such suspicions. However, what if a katana were to make these fantasies come true? The setting for this story was Camas, Washington, in 2018. The topic of discussion was a woman who lived in a nice home in a quiet neighborhood. Alex Lovell was the man's name. For 29-year-old Alex, playing video games was his main passion. He was in front of the computer for about 12 or 13 hours every day. Alex took his pastimes so seriously that he routinely performed shoulder, wrist, and hand exercises. He even worked on a unique mouse control method to improve his efficiency as a gamer or player. At the age of 30, Alex's girlfriend Emily Javier was not pleased with his obsession. After 2 years of dating, the young couple noticed that Alex was spending more and more time playing games and having less time for her. Emily, of course, did not like this situation. When Alex made the decision to pursue a career in professional gaming, her patience reached a breaking point. Emily struggled to accept a gaming rival, even though she was somewhat comfortable sharing her boyfriend's gaming habits. When she found the Tinder dating app on Alex's phone, her resentment reached new heights. She became very suspicious of this. She therefore realized that Alex had found another girl when she saw red hairs in the shower and scratches on his back, even though her hair was then dyed green. Convinced that he would simply deny everything, Emily started to plot a retaliation that would enable her to permanently get rid of him, rather than confronting him head-on. She considered purchasing poison, getting a gun, or hiring a killer. No, she purchased a katana at a shopping center. That was the only thing she could think of right now, driven by anger. She therefore made the decision to give herself an additional week to polish her strategy. She entered the question, how to kill someone with a sword, into a search engine while she was at home with the katana. Not surprisingly, her question was answered in a rather direct manner. In order to start their last journey to the Hawaiian Islands with Alex, the girl bought plane tickets at the same time. She confessed that she was tired of life in 2 notes, one to her mother and the other to a close friend. She also wrote Alex a note, though it's unclear what it said and when he was meant to read it. At first, it seemed as though she wanted to do something to herself while on vacation. However, how did she intend to exact revenge on Alex? Kill him too? It's feasible, particularly considering that she could have brought the sword with her if she had checked it in with her bags, rather than bringing it on her person. One evening, though, Alex came home at about 9. He wanted to go to bed and hardly gave his girlfriend any attention. Emily became emotionally unstable as a result of this. She taped 2 additional knives to her side of the bed in case her sword plan didn't work, and she concealed the katana there because she felt she could no longer stand such treatment. She went back to her boyfriend after completing her preparations and offered him a drink to help him fall asleep more quickly while intoxicated. Emily hid the man's phone, which he would need to call for assistance after he fell asleep quickly. She illuminated his neck with the light from her own phone so she could see better and aim more precisely. Her hand went to the katana, but just as she was about to attack, she unintentionally struck Alex in the head with the katana's back, waking him up. An adrenaline rush helped Alex quickly regain his sense of direction and start using his hands and feet to block Emily's next blows. At last, he was able to hold her tightly. He exclaimed in his final moments that he loved her and was shocked that she was attempting to murder him. Alex was on the verge of fainting and begged her to call for assistance or he would perish. Emily, oddly enough, listened. A dispatcher received a call from a girl who was hysterical at 1:54 a.m. on March 3rd. She was yelling that her boyfriend had been hurt. When she inquired as to where the girl had hurt her boyfriend, Emily exclaimed, "Everywhere! Everywhere!" The dispatcher wanted to know where the knife was. The girl responded, shocked, that she had used a samurai sword to attack her boyfriend. The dispatcher advised her to bandage her boyfriend's wounds and asked her to go back to the bedroom where he was to see if he was still breathing. Emily, however, insisted that she couldn't go there because there was too much blood. She snapped back to reality and saw that her boyfriend was actually dying. She even considered the possibility that he was already dead. Officers soon showed up on the scene. Alex was curled up, covered in blood when they entered the bedroom. He had deep gashes on the left side of his head, neck, and torso, among other potentially fatal injuries. Emily had nearly severed 3 fingers on his hand, cut his legs, and broken his wrist. Emily was taken into custody without protest and with tears in her eyes. While Alex was taken to the hospital, she let the legal system take care of her. A $350,000 bail was set for her. Alex's body had 26 wounds, according to the doctors. 6 major surgeries were required for him. 45 of the 150 staples they applied to him were on his head alone. However, the medical staff miraculously succeeded in reattaching his fingers. He would undoubtedly need to see a physical therapist for a while, but the fact that he lived was more significant. Because of Emily's weapon choice, the ferocity with which she executed the attack, and Alex's incredible fortitude, this attack garnered a lot of attention in the US and made headlines in numerous media outlets. Even though he had a long recovery ahead of him, he maintained an exceptionally optimistic outlook. He amusingly posted a question on the internet a day after the attack, asking if anyone could split a picture of him and Emily together. Some of his remarks were repeated by the media, though it's unclear how he was able to take the attack so lightly. One example would be, "I'm really proud that I was beaten with a sword and by a girl, man. I must sacrifice it for her. I certainly took a lesson from this. There's no comparing the feeling of when I overpowered her," he continues. "I've participated in sports, taken first place in major competitions, and more. I've performed snowboard tricks. This is superior. I believed it was right to defeat someone who was determined to do me harm. I had spent my entire life anticipating this." Alex credits his love of kung fu movies and his habit of competing against other gamers with helping him win. He says he never cheated on Emily, but acknowledges that he likely spent too much time in front of the monitor. He remarked, "I hardly had time for one girl, much less another. He simply was too worn out to give her the affection she so richly deserved." Tinder was on his phone, he clarified, but he hadn't used it since it became apparent that he and Emily were seriously dating. Alex even acknowledged that the exhaustion from playing video games all day was the reason for his low libido. This might have persuaded Emily that he no longer wanted her, but he says that numerous times before, even when another girl merely liked his picture on social media, she had falsely accused him of cheating. All of this is denied by Emily. Regarding the red hairs, they might have come from his dog's fur or his own beard. Emily found it challenging to defend herself in court. Everyone could see that this was a carefully considered and planned crime. Emily told police that she wanted to kill him for cheating. "That was my objective." She was convicted of attempting first-degree murder. Her sentence was lowered from a potential 20-year term to 19 years because of Alex's survival, her lack of prior convictions, and her own decision to call 911 for assistance. This result did not sit well with Alex's family. They felt that because she tried to kill their son, she should be punished more severely. Emily countered that because of her history of childhood trauma, which hindered her ability to form relationships, her sentence should be shortened. Although her psychologist acknowledged that she had PTSD, he said it had no bearing on the case. The judge ultimately decided that she should receive almost the maximum sentence because of the severity of the attack. She must also receive treatment for her aggression and mental health issues. She must pay $30,000 in reparations and is forbidden from getting in touch with Alex or his family. To help Alex recover, his gaming friends set up a crowdfunding page and raised thousands of dollars. He is presently recuperating and has largely resumed his regular activities. He says he hasn't spoken to Emily since the attack. When asked how he feels about her, he admits that she saved his life by calling 911, which is significant, but it's difficult to sum up his feelings for his ex-girlfriend in just 2 words. In any case, he thinks she needs significant assistance. "I didn't expect this, but something like this had to happen," he continues in his characteristically lighthearted tone. "She reached for the samurai sword because she obviously didn't want me to end up in the wrong hands." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 9-year-old Charlotte Senna abruptly vanished in the middle of the crowded park in Greenfield, New York, a fun and laid-back day in the park turned into every parent's worst nightmare. Charlotte appeared to disappear into thin air, but dozens of people immediately began looking for her. In a matter of seconds, the nation's attention was drawn to the Charlotte disappearance case, a terrifying story of a kidnapping, endless searches, and an amazing turn of events that left everyone in shock when the kidnapper gave a crucial clue to solving the case. Possibly more than one, this thriller is full of unexpected twists and events that unfold before our eyes. Charlotte Senna, a 9-year-old fourth grader, lives in Greenfield, Saratoga County with her two sisters ages 4 and 10 and her parents, David and Trish. Her mother is a food inspector for the Stewart Shops chain, and her father, David, is a pipeline mechanic. Charlotte's parents are a typical working family, and they never would have thought that their daughter would be the object of a repeat criminal who wants to use her to help him out financially. Evidently, though, nobody is immune to the nightmare that has become reality. Charlotte was having a picnic with her family and friends on Saturday, September 30th, 2023, at Morrow Lake State Park, which is only a 15-minute drive from their house. The 6,250-acre park is named for Morrow Lake and is located 70 kilometers north of Albany, New York. It is a well-liked recreational destination with boating and fishing opportunities, a sandy beach, 158 picnic areas, walking trails, and amazing dense forested areas. Its easy access to other resort towns draws tourists from all over the state. David and Tricia Senna, Charlotte's parents, made the decision to unwind with a sizable gathering here. Charlotte and her friends went cycling around lunchtime. She was about to head back to the camping area after a few rounds when she promised her friends that she would complete one more lap alone before joining the others. The time was around 6:15 p.m. back then. Her parents, however, became aware of her absence 10 minutes later. Other park visitors quickly joined them as they started looking for her and addressing her by name. To assist in finding the child, people got up from their tables and left their food. The area where she vanished became chaotic. They eventually located her daughter's bicycle at 6:45 p.m. That was the beginning of every parent's worst nightmare. The parents had already called the police at 6:47 p.m. They were appalled that they had already lost 30 minutes and were positive that Charlotte had been kidnapped. How were the girl's parents made aware of her abduction? They got a clue from her bicycle. Charlotte wasn't the type to just up and start walking instead of riding her bike. She could ride with the breeze, so why would she get off? If the bike had malfunctioned, things would have been different, but it was in perfect operating order. Besides, it was standing on its kickstand, not lying on the path. In other words, something, or probably someone, managed to attract the girl's attention, stop her, and then kidnap her. Police officers reached the park by 7 p.m. There were definitely severe worries about Charlotte's safety, because the bicycle was located, but she was nowhere to be found. But the police could not rule out the possibility that the child had just lost their way. As a result, both directions were pursued. Information regarding the missing child was quickly disseminated by the media. Numerous individuals looked for her, but as night fell, the situation deteriorated. Over 100 people had already begun searching the park by Sunday, and another 300 joined them the next day. They looked through a number of phones near the park. Luckily, visitors had to register and pay an entrance fee, which allowed the police to interview everyone who had come to the park for recreation. But this took time, and when the officers searched diligently and failed to locate the girl nearby, they began to suspect that she had been kidnapped. Furthermore, Charlotte's scent trail was lost nearly at the same location as her bicycle. If it was a kidnapping, the kidnapper probably had a car, took the girl inside, and drove off. As a result, the stakes were much higher. The likelihood of finding the kid alive drastically decreased just 3 hours after the kidnapping. This is due to the fact that most of the time a criminal views the victim as an object to satiate their personal desires rather than as a child. The victim becomes a witness, evidence of their crime that must be removed. Once they have accomplished their objective, of course, this discussion is about a situation in which the abductor is an unrelated individual who targets the victim, not about a parent kidnapping a child because of a custody dispute. The police put an officer at Charlotte's family's home immediately after she vanished. As David and Tricia Senna, Charlotte's parents, were still looking for their daughter in the park on October 1st, very early in the morning, even before dawn, a car pulled up close to their home. At 4:20 a.m., the policeman observed an unidentified man placing something in the family's mailbox. The man hurriedly got into the car and drove away as the officer started to approach him. Despite noting the car's model, the officer was unable to apprehend him. The police were shocked to discover a ransom note in the mailbox. For Charlotte, the man demanded $50,000. He allegedly made her write the note by force. For failing to stop the stranger, the officer was criticized. It was a chance to save the child and apprehend the kidnapper. Although he witnessed the man leaving the letter, the officer was unable to determine what the man had left in the mailbox. Many people send the parents cards, flowers, and letters of support after learning about a child's disappearance. But this note proved to be very important in saving Charlotte's life. The kidnapper must have arrived so early because he thought no one would be home and no one would notice him. However, he left a crucial hint. The case made an unexpected breakthrough at 2:30 p.m. on Monday, October 2. A fingerprint was discovered on the note by forensic specialists. They found a match after running the fingerprint through the database. Craig Ross, who was previously charged with driving under the influence in Saratoga Springs in 1999, owned it. Craig was among the people in the park when Charlotte was kidnapped, and his phone ping matched theirs. Additionally, a car registered to Craig was tracked by the police back to his mother's house in Bolton Spa, New York. Craig lived behind his mother's house in a tiny motorhome. DNA frequently plays a big part in cases like this. But in this instance, the letter contained an old fingerprint that was found to match a prior drunk driving case. Given the fingerprint, DNA would undoubtedly be present on the note, but fingerprint comparison is 1,000 times quicker. 2:30 p.m. was when the match was found. The FBI and police had already encircled Craig's home by 6:30 p.m. When a child's life was on the line, they didn't need a warrant. Craig's neighbors said they never expected to see something like that, and that the suspect's capture was more akin to a crime thriller. Approximately 6 p.m., about 200 meters from their home on Monday, Charlene and her 11-year-old daughter Bella spotted a number of police officers. Around 6 p.m., a neighbor of Craig's reported that she saw 2 cars stop on her lawn and went outside to eject the rude drivers. Then, out of the cars came police officers fully armed and wearing bulletproof vests. At least 15 police and apprehension team vehicles gathered close to Craig's residence. Armed with weapons and flash grenades, at least 30 officers in full uniform poured out of them and went into action right away. The neighbors at the time found it incomprehensible that their neighbor was detaining the missing girl against her will. But when they saw a convoy of police and FBI cars close to their homes, an ambulance and a helicopter hovering overhead, all of their doubts were dispelled. When the suspect was apprehended, the neighbors were afraid he would rush them and kidnap them and their kids. However, the officers took prompt action and prevented the situation from getting out of hand. Craig was taken into custody after 20 members of the apprehension team barged into the house. During the arrest, he resisted and was slightly hurt. The man was only wearing his underwear when they caught him. It was difficult to find the girl. She was also covered and concealed in the man's bedroom in a tiny closet. Charlotte realized right away that the officers were there to save her. When she realized that everything would be all right and that she would soon be seeing her parents and sisters, it was an extremely emotional moment. The girl was wearing a sweatshirt that was too big on her, which is interesting. One can only be thankful that Craig's motivation was financial, given that he was wearing his underwear and the girl was wearing a sweatshirt. Even though he had complete control over her, he could have done anything he wanted with the girl, and the rescue effort would not have ended as happily. The authorities notified Charlotte's parents that their daughter had been saved, was alive and unharmed at 6:32 p.m. According to Craig's neighbor, she saw Charlotte's face and exclaimed, "It's her! She's there!" as she watched Charlotte being loaded into the ambulance. The woman acknowledged that until her mother showed up and reassured her daughter that Charlotte was safe, she longed to embrace and hold her. Over the course of these few days, the girl became like family to everyone who had been worried about her. Everyone, including the police officers, prayed for her and hoped she would return home safely. As everyone saw the successful operation to free kidnapped Charlotte, they all exhaled, celebrated, gave each other pats on the back, and congratulated one another. The police officers' discovery of the potential kidnapper was a startling moment. Their two objectives when they stormed the house were to capture the kidnapper and save Charlotte's life. In this instance, things turned out better than anyone could have imagined. The criminal has been apprehended and the girl is safe and unharmed. But what if money hadn't been his motivation? It would have been too late by the time they recognized him. The mere thought of it is terrifying. Charlotte was taken to the hospital right away, and following a medical examination, her family was allowed to return home. Charlotte is in excellent health, aside from the evident shock following the kidnapping. She will still have to respond to inquiries regarding the kidnapping and her experiences during her captivity, so it's not quite over for her. To prevent Charlotte from experiencing more trauma, investigators will enlist experts who are trained in communicating with young victims. A significant development in the 3-day search for the girl was revealed to the media at a press conference on October 2. Craig, 47, faced first-degree kidnapping charges on October 3, the very next day. He had previously dealt with the police. First of all, he was arrested for driving while intoxicated in 1,999. His fingerprints were taken at that time and added to the police database, allowing the authorities to connect him to Charlotte's kidnapping. After he was arrested for second-degree stalking in 2016, his girlfriend sought a restraining order against him a year later, after he tried to strangle her by grabbing her by the neck. The police were looking into his involvement in violence against his 12-year-old relative just 1 month prior to Charlotte's abduction, but the case was closed. According to reports, the man, who has multiple sclerosis, moved into a trailer on his mother's property. Due to missed payments, his condition became so bad that he was unable to stay in his previous home in Porter's Corners, New York. Craig has an 11-year-old daughter and 2 grown children. He is characterized by his neighbors as a reclusive individual. They did, however, occasionally catch him working in his home's yard and interacting with his daughter, who is 11 years old and lives with him most days of the week. In reference to the man's older children, Craig's son said he doesn't want to get involved with his father, doesn't want to hear anything about him, and finds his behavior disgusting. Craig is currently detained without the possibility of bail on a first-degree kidnapping charge. He will be represented in court by a free attorney who has been given to him. Although the motive for the kidnapping is not officially stated, based on the ransom note, it is reasonable to assume that money was a major factor, even though the police are not very forthcoming with information. Craig's former girlfriend, Amanda Priest, had a lot to say. According to her, Craig hated his job and was constantly looking for people he could trust to help him. Amanda is certain that money was the driving force, but it's interesting to note that Craig appeared to have targeted Charlotte in particular, rather than just any child. The problem stems from an incident in which Patrick Senna, Charlotte's grandfather, sued Greenfield after a sledding accident in 1998. The $2 million settlement he received was well known among Saratoga's citizens. Given this knowledge, Craig may have been monitoring the family to learn more about their residence, regular locations, and other details. This is exactly why Craig kidnapped the man's granddaughter and demanded a ransom, Amanda claims, in an attempt to obtain funds to help him out financially. Amanda also mentioned that Craig had covered his trailer's windows with tarps not long ago. She is certain that everything was carefully planned as a result. He kept an eye on the family, observed them, was aware of Charlotte's routine, probably followed them from their house to the park, and waited for a chance to see the girl by herself. Investigators are looking into whether the suspect in Charlotte Senna's case is connected to any other crimes, such as the kidnapping and killing of 18-year-old Jennifer Hammond and 19-year-old Christina White. As is customary, investigators are looking into his involvement in any significant incidents in the area, even though there is currently no evidence connecting him to these cases, since their disappearances in 2003 and 2005 respectively, from Milton, the same town where Craig spent decades. The cases of Jennifer and Christina, whom investigators believe to be connected, have remained unsolved. On November 2, 2003, Jennifer went missing according to her boss. No one saw her after co-workers dropped her off at the Creek and Pines trailer park, where she was supposed to sell magazines. Later, all of the girl's possessions were discovered in an Albany hotel room where she was lodging with co-workers. After Christina's family last saw her in the evening on June 30, 2005, 2 years later her disappearance came to light. 5 kilometers from her home, witnesses reported to investigators that they saw her strolling down a road. In March 2006, hunters discovered Christina's remains, which were essentially just a skeleton, 16 kilometers from her last known location in the D-Town forest in Greenfield. According to the autopsy, Christina's chest and abdomen were fatally struck by the murderer. In October 2009, Jennifer's remains were discovered a few kilometers away. Although the cause of her death is unknown, investigators concluded that considering the location of their kidnapping and the location of their bodies, the girls were most likely murdered by the same individual. According to criminal profiler John Kelly, who was familiar with the area and probably liked red-hamed girls, Craig Ross presumably abducted Charlotte, but we know that the best predictor of present or future behavior is past behavior. Therefore, it's always important to find out if a person has committed abductions in the past. There may be a connection because Craig's path from the park to his house apparently goes through wooded areas connected to these two unsolved murders. He was keeping an eye on the family and may have believed he could kidnap them again because he had done it successfully in the past. However, he could demand ransom and simultaneously improve his financial situation rather than committing murder. In any event, the inquiry is still ongoing to determine whether he is connected to any other crimes. He has been questioned by the police in the interim to determine whether he was keeping an eye on Charlotte and whether his motivations extended beyond his need for money. The Senna family thanked everyone who put in so much effort to bring their daughter home. Naturally, they expressed their relief at Charlotte's return home and recognize how lucky they are that things turned out this way. They are aware that not all kidnapped children make it back home safely. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleón Norte de Santander Department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quillo, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Kashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, It simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. While investigating the crime scene on April 29, 1998, Delaware police noticed a car in the distance. However, the car suddenly stopped, turned around, and started back without even approaching within 100 meters. Although they were aware of the driver's actions, detectives paid little attention to them. Why would they do so after all? They had no idea, though, that this story might have turned out very differently if they had followed the enigmatic driver. When Debbie was 21 and Nino Pitts was 24, they first met. At a party, Nino asked their mutual friend Bill Sharp if he knew of any attractive girls he could introduce to his mother. This led to their introduction. Debbie was introduced to Nino by Bill, who said she was a wonderful girl. After dating for a while, Debbie and Nino were married in 1973. For 25 years, their lives were just like those of millions of other couples in the modern world. Both of their twins, Michael and Melissa, had grown up and were enrolled in college. The couple was getting ready to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in a low-key way when all of a sudden, things changed. On a lovely sunny day in Delaware on April 29, 1998, Debbie made the decision to plant rose bushes in front of their home. She had never been a gardener, so Nino was shocked to see her doing this when he got home, but he was happy to see that she was obviously enjoying it. Debbie was expecting a call from work, so she asked him to give her a call at about 4 p.m. With a nod, Nino entered. When Debbie had a gut feeling that it had been over 4 hours, she kept caring for the flowers. She assumed Nino had just forgotten her request, so she didn't give it much thought. The woman rose and entered the house, but she was struck in the head and fell to the ground before she could reach the kitchen. Debbie was in shock and couldn't comprehend what was going on. She could hardly see because her glasses had fallen, but she could make out a stranger's silhouette standing over her. "Where did you keep your money?" he demanded. Debbie became aware that the house had been broken into. As the man searched through her possessions, she lay on the ground. She still felt that Nino ought to have saved her already, but she was worried that he might suffer harm if he did. In the meantime, the intruder threw her face down on the concrete floor, tied her wrists and ankles, and dragged her downstairs to the basement. She was violated by the man. Debbie was shocked by what was happening and writhed in agony. She had been caring for her roses in her cherished garden only 20 minutes prior, and now she was facing this humiliation on her own house's floor. The attacker pulled up his sweatpants and walked away when it was all over. The brute reappeared and pulled Debbie back up the stairs, this time from the basement, just when Debbie thought the horror was over. He kept a knife to her throat, covered her with a blanket, and carried her to a car parked near the front door, placing her in the trunk. Debbie didn't even realize she had just been abducted, because she was in such a state of shock. However, the man started the car, so she didn't have time for that. Debbie was trying to break free already. She wanted to break the bonds so she could begin kicking, biting, screaming, or doing anything else to get away or draw attention when the criminal opened the trunk again. But when he opened the trunk, her plan fell through. Debbie was horrified to see that no one was willing to assist her and that she was already in the garage. She was brought back inside the house by the kidnapper. It took him only one look to realize that Debbie had attempted to loosen the ropes after she was flung onto the room's bed. Furious, he violated her once more and punished her harshly. She sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, but the more she pleaded, the more vicious he became. He chuckled and obviously enjoyed her suffering. Debbie saw that he probably had some illegal substances in his system. He bound her hands and feet to satiate his desire, then tied the ropes around her ankles and wrists to render her immobile. The attacker left her, closing her eyes and mouth. She thought she was saved when she heard 2 loud shots shortly after, assuming it was the police rescuing her. Debbie's absence was immediately noticed at work. As a hospice nurse, her dependability and timeliness were always undeniable. Therefore, a co-worker went to her home at 6:30 p.m. when she was unreachable. When Debbie's co-worker noticed the Pitts family's neighbor, she introduced herself and inquired as to whether he had seen her. She had been planting roses in the garden, he retorted, adding that the house's side door was always open if she wasn't answering. The woman came inside. There was silence. She summoned Debbie. Her glasses were on the floor, and her possessions, including her wedding ring, were on the kitchen table. The woman kept phoning Nino and Debbie. She discovered Nino in the bedroom, but Debbie was nowhere to be seen. He had been shot in the head, and it was clear that he was no longer able to be helped. Only the following day did Debbie see the kidnapper. He described how he saw the headlights pointed at his windows and assumed the police had found him. Concerned that the neighbors might have heard or seen something, he fired 2 shots from the window. Then he loudly turned up the TV or the radio. Debbie was horrified to learn that Anthony Pitts, Nino, had been shot in his own house when the news program began. The police suspected her of killing her husband and made her a fugitive. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Nino had suffered any harm until that point. She felt that everything had happened so fast. She had gone inside, she had been attacked by a stranger, and her husband had no idea where she was. Debbie found it hard to believe that Nino had been hurt by her kidnapper. The woman was shaken when the man abruptly apologized for having to kill her husband and just walked out of the room. She had just learned something that was really hard for her to understand. She understood that she would be her attacker's next victim, because he was not only a thief and a violator but also a murderer. She also realized that she couldn't grieve for her husband because doing so would only make him angry. All Debbie could think about was her kids. They were adults, of course, but they had to cope with 2 horrific shocks: the death of their father and the disappearance of their mother, who was suspected of killing him. Detectives spoke with friends and family in the interim, but they were unable to determine Nino's killer. The 2 had a great relationship according to everyone's testimony. The neighbors never heard any screams and they never got into a fight. Furthermore, Debbie couldn't see anything without her glasses, so she would never leave the house without them. The fact that their primary suspect was fighting for her life only 5 miles away was unthinkable to the police. In a follow-up interview, the neighbor recalled seeing a car parked directly in front of the family's home, despite the fact that he had not heard any screams. A man had driven off after placing a blanket in the trunk. In fact, tire marks were discovered by detectives on the lawn directly outside the house, which was extremely unusual for such a wealthy neighborhood. The police determined they were dealing with a kidnapping after finding Debbie's glasses on the kitchen floor, which prevented her from seeing anything. 52 hours later, the kidnapper showed a new side of himself. He untied his victim and addressed her normally. He had hardly spoken to her more than a few words at a time before, so this was very unusual. The man acknowledged that he was thinking of letting her go, but was worried that she would tell the police about his house. Debbie took these words to heart. She had to persuade him to actually let her go if he was thinking about it. Since she could hardly see without her glasses, she assured him that she would not tell anyone about him. She addressed him respectfully as Sir. He'd brought her in the trunk, so she didn't know where the house was either. But as soon as the hope for Debbie began to grow, it was dashed when he said he couldn't let her go. Then, as though he were thinking out loud, he said that he would only be sentenced to 10 years in prison if he removed all illegal substances from the house. Debbie became aware that the person she was interacting with was not very smart. Could he have been so gullible as to believe that assault, kidnapping, and murder only resulted in 10 years? She made the decision to use her cunning to help him see her as a person rather than a victim. She spoke to him calmly, and this strategy worked. He let her sleep in his bed that night after taking the shackles off her eyes and mouth. The kidnapper informed Debbie that she needed to shower on the morning of the 3rd day. She was denied access to the restroom by the man, even though it was necessary. But Debbie didn't feel strong enough to stand under the water after being confined for so long. He gave in to her request for a bath. The least of her concerns was that taking a bath and undressing in front of a stranger made her uncomfortable. The man asked if she planned to wash her hair after noticing that she was done. She responded that she couldn't do it right now because her wrists and hands were so painful and swollen that she couldn't even lift them. He therefore gave her hair a wash himself. Debbie felt uncomfortable allowing her husband's killer to touch her hair because it felt like another act of violence. However, she controlled her emotions. The man raped her once more after forcing her to put on his clothes after the bath. The kidnapper didn't realize that Debbie needed to eat until the fourth day. She asked him to buy a newspaper when he went out to eat. Ironically, he did as he was told. They read the newspaper and ate together. Although she didn't express it, it stated that the police had no suspects and that Debbie had previously been brought up by her family, which deeply distressed her. The kidnapper, however, seemed extremely happy and even proud of himself. Since no one suspected him and no one knew where she was, he thought he had committed the ideal crime. The kidnapper told Debbie he was going to work on April 24, the fifth day she was held captive. Even though he came back within 20 minutes, presumably to see how she was doing, he had stated this several times previously. Still, Debbie made the decision that today was the day. She had to do something if she was going to get away. She complained of the terrible pain in her wrists and told him that he had to think of something else if he wanted to keep her alive. The man complained that Debbie was becoming too costly for him and consented to replace the ropes around her wrists and ankles with handcuffs. They cost $5 each, he said when asked what he meant. Stated differently, he only gave her one meal, spent $10 on handcuffs, and most likely wouldn't spend much more. She had to leave immediately. He fastened the handcuffs to her wrists and ankles with a rope, said aloud that he was going to work, and shut the door. She was unable to move her hands because of the rope, but she was able to move her wrists thanks to the handcuffs. Debbie, on the other hand, took her time and was correct. An hour or so later, she heard the front door softly open and close. Debbie became aware that the test was successful. She began to move her hands, releasing the rope that held the two handcuffs together. Then she walked warily to the door and froze in terror. What if he remained behind the door and became furious upon realizing that his victim had set herself free? When Debbie heard her husband say, "Hold on, dear," she tried to calm herself. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, ready to either die in that house or escape. Nobody was in the back of it. Debbie felt her way to the living room in the dark and saw the telephone. She managed to reach for it with her restrained hands and dialed 911. Sadly, the operator didn't recognize Debbie's name when she gave it to him. She went on to say that she had been abducted and that her husband had been killed. When the operator inquired about the perpetrator's current location, she said that he was at work, but could come back before the police showed up. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 6 minutes after tracking down the call. She was reassured and told that the police were on their way by the operator, who stayed on the line the entire time. All of the feelings Debbie had been suppressing for nearly a week erupted when the police finally broke in. Her husband's death, the kidnapping, the violence, and the surprise rescue all blended into one. After being transported to the hospital, Debbie finally got to see her kids and other family members who had traveled from across the nation to show their support for Michael and Melissa. It was an odd mixture of emotions. Although Nino's murder consumed everyone's attention, they were also relieved to see Debbie still alive. The owner of the home where Debbie was being held was easily identified by the police. Donald Flagg was a factory worker who spent his free time robbing and attacking women. Donald gave in without protest and admitted to everything. Additionally, he provided clarification on a few points that the police were unaware of. He was just strolling past the Pitts family's home that day when he noticed Debbie caring for the roses. He went inside and waited in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on her. Because of the nearby construction and the lawnmowers in operation, Debbie was unable to hear the shot. He became acutely aware that he had not taken anything from the house after the attacker abducted Debbie. He went back to the victim's home, missing a great chance to make money. But the police officers at the crime scene had already surrounded it. Investigators had no reason to pursue the driver when they noticed a car stop suddenly and turn around. They didn't know it was their suspect until much later. The man's attorney persuaded him to enter an insanity plea in spite of his confession. Debbie was forced to testify in court as a result. Luckily, she was well prepared by her psychologist. In order to get used to the attacker's face and avoid displaying too many emotions, he asked Debbie to call him by name and look at his picture more frequently. This performed flawlessly in court. Not only did she maintain her composure, but she even turned to face her tormentor, making him turn away. Donald Flagg was convicted in spite of the lawyer's best efforts. He was given 8 consecutive life sentences, plus an extra 166 years in prison by the judge. Additionally, he will spend 10 years in solitary confinement from April 20 to April 24, the same period that Debbie was held captive. Even Debbie is relieved that he won't hurt anyone else. She later expressed regret for not going to violence victim groups. She had to speak up, but her family didn't want to talk to her about what had happened because they found it too painful. Helping other assault victims helped Debbie find healing. She gave lectures, wrote a book about her experience that was required reading at some American universities, and even assisted the Delaware Rescue Service in changing its operations to find the caller much more quickly. Debbie even mustered the courage to confront Donald in prison and ask him the question that had been bothering her for so long. Was he going to murder her? Yes, he replied. He didn't intend to let her die. Bill Sharp, the same Bill who had first introduced her to Nino, got in touch with her after learning of Debbie's fate. During Debbie's challenging trial process, they had a face-to-face meeting and spoke. More specifically, Bill listened to Debbie and let her speak. He started going to therapy sessions with her, and the psychologist saw them together and realized right away that his help was actually helping her get better. Bill, who became Debbie's husband in September 2000, was a true comfort and support system. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. Although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims, the family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. An frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Sapal identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, the case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of two additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living two lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not one, but two deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department, because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming. Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The two went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location, She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouses' sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the suburbs of Manchester, Karen Spooner and John Lewis, their children Jane, Nicola, John, and Jamie, were a typical family. In 1997, everything was different. In Britain, May 5th was a holiday, therefore kids were exempt from attending school. 11-year-old John and 8-year-old Jamie, the family's youngest sons, were having fun in a nearby supermarket parking lot. They were great friends even though they were 3 years apart in age. Despite their disagreements, John always looked out for Jamie. John was playing with pals that day when he failed to see his brother vanishing from view, but it didn't disturb him. An 8-year-old being bored and going home, or to see a friend, was not unusual. But his brother was still gone when John got home at around 6 o'clock. When the two brothers left the house at 8 a.m., Jamie had not been seen since. For Jamie, who enjoyed wandering the streets but frequently returned home to hug their mother or have a snack, it was highly unusual. Initially, no one was concerned, since they assumed the youngster was with his pals and had lost his sense of time. He was terrified of the dark, so they were sure he would return before dusk. However, Jamie's family went out into the street to look for the child when their father got home from work at around 8 o'clock in the evening. They went to every street where he liked to play, visited all of his pals, and called his name, but all they got was an echo. They went home exhausted and called the cops. Jamie was raised in the Manchester district of Openshaw, which is well known for its numerous shuttered factories from the mid-century. This implies that it is a somewhat dangerous but alluring area for a young adventurer to play. A number of worried residents joined the police search as they started looking through these structures. Karen asked anyone with information regarding her son's whereabouts or who may have seen him to call the police. The boy was short for his age of 8, she said, and he frequently wore clothes for children of 5 or 6. Jamie's family's anxiety drove them insane. How such a young youngster could go for his regular walk and not come home was beyond comprehension. As time went on and Jamie didn't show up, folks started to worry. Numerous calls and texts were sent to the police claiming to have seen Jamie in different locations throughout Manchester. However, all of these leads were later found to be untrue. A few days following Karen's public appeal, a man claiming to have seen Jamie's sibling approached Jamie's older sister. The girl nodded in agreement when he inquired as to whether the boy was dressed in a dark blue suit. The man was identified as 28-year-old bus driver Darren Vickers. He reported seeing Jamie on his bus to the police and his family. He clarified that the boy was able to travel all day on any bus in Manchester, since he had bought an all-day rider ticket. Darren's bus was the one Jamie had picked, and they rode it together all day from Ashton to Manchester on Route 219, looking out the window and getting off at the same stop where he had boarded. Because Jamie enjoyed automobiles, railroads, and buses like most boys his age, his parents thought it was their kid right away. He probably went to the bus stop to buy a gift for his mother's birthday at the store, but the bus trip distracted him. Darren Vickers gave off the impression of being a really nice guy who honestly wanted to help the missing boy's family. He volunteered to help Jamie's relatives if they needed it after visiting their house. He was invited to supper by Karen and John, who were astounded by his kindness and empathy. Jamie's family was going through a lot at this trying period. To assist in caring for her brother and sister, their 15-year-old daughter Nicola even dropped out of school. Darren sympathized with their predicament and offered assistance. By serving as their spokesperson, he attempted to lessen the load that had been placed on them. Speaking on the family's behalf, he encouraged anyone who may have seen the boy to call the police. He appeared to be a gift from God, and John and Karen had complete faith in him. On the other hand, the police did not fully believe that Darren Vickers was as amiable as he seemed. His story contained contradictions that made the investigators suspicious right away. First off, it was illegal to sell tickets to minors, so the boy could not have had the one that Darren claimed he had, allowing him to go all day on any bus in Manchester. Why then would the driver let Jamie accompany him for 6 hours? Out of compassion for a youngster who is enthralled with transportation, or for a worse motive? Other travelers on Route 219 also started calling the police. They claimed that Darren had misled them regarding Jamie's actions that day. Instead of spending the entire day sitting by the window, the child transformed the bus into his playground. Because Jamie was permitted to sit close to the driver, play with the controls, hand out tickets to passengers, and even use the gear lever, witnesses deduced that he must have been the driver's son or younger sibling. The detectives were certain that Darren had done something to win the child's trust. They discovered that Vickers had been lying to them from the start after watching the security camera tape. The camera at the bus stop captured Darren getting off the bus and going up to the boy. Before they boarded the bus, Darren even brushed the child's hair during their brief talk. In the evening, Jamie and Darren did not show up at the same bus stop. Prior to the youngster going missing, Darren had only been a bus driver for 2 weeks, the police found out. Darren had submitted bogus references on all of his prior employment applications, with the exception of one that belonged to a convicted felon with a history of targeting minors, according to more research into his background. The investigators invited Darren Vickers, who was a very nice person, to the station to be questioned when he unexpectedly became the main suspect. Unexpectedly, Jamie's family was incensed by this. They thought the cops were desperate, so they concentrated all of their attention on their new acquaintance, since they had no other suspicions. They waited for him outside during his time at the station, supporting him in the same way that he had always supported them. The detectives had to free Darren because they had no concrete evidence against him, and their investigation of his house turned up nothing. Jamie's family organized a party for him right away. Not only that, but Darren also moved in with them, taking up residence in Karen and John's bedroom while the parents, unable to find any rest, slept on the living room sofa. This was shocking and unbelievable to the police and many residents of the community who suspected that Darren was not who he claimed to be. The more he spoke to the media on behalf of the family, the less people thought he was innocent and sincere. Darren specifically gave himself away during interviews by repeatedly shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders when addressing reporters, according to body language and gesture expert Cliff Lansley. Because people make these tiny head motions without realizing it, and because they obviously contradict the statement they are conveying, they were a gift for a gesture master. In an attempt to restore control, Darren called a radio station and begged everyone to stop holding him responsible for the kidnapping of the boy. He said that because he lived close by, he offered Jamie a ride home in his own car after the boy had spent the entire day on his bus. This claim exposed more contradictions in his account. After all, he first stated that he had driven him to his grandmother's house after dropping him off at the same bus stop where he had picked him up. Darren seemed to have taken the child home now. The man's feigned affection and his desire to bring their kid home alive blinded the Lewis family, despite the fact that everyone could see through his falsehoods. He stayed with them all the time, going to locations where they might have seen the youngster and occasionally even taking the lead in the hunt. One of the cops even claimed that the family trusted him more than the police because of his peculiar behavior, which made their job much more difficult. Given that the police have a duty to tell the victim's family during the inquiry, Darren likely believed it was shrewd of him to try to persuade them to back him. However, it was not a good idea to be as open with the family as he wanted to seem when the police knew that the enemy was inside the family. They had to be separated by the investigators. Luckily, the police used Darren's traffic infractions as justification to put him in jail for 10 weeks in September. The investigators searched for any evidence against him during this period. They determined on October 14 that they had sufficient circumstantial evidence to accuse Darren of kidnapping the child. Even though they were certain that Jamie was dead, they were still unable to charge him with murder. Luckily, Darren's frequent TV appearances worked against him. 2 adolescents came to the police and told them a terrifying story about how a man who looked like Darren had attempted to kidnap them one night. After luring the kids to a quiet area of the neighborhood park, he showed them a picture of Jamie and yelled, "There he is! He was there, you see!" and tried to guide them deeper into the park. The children, however, were alarmed by the man's peculiar actions and were able to flee. The detectives shared their findings with Jamie's family. When Jamie's brother John told them a similar story, they were even more shocked. John held himself responsible for his younger brother's disappearance during this period. Darren became aware of this and began to show John more love by buying him gifts and supporting him all the time. But Darren took John to the park a few days after he moved in with the family, handed him a smoke, and said that his younger brother was there. However, John would wind up there himself if he spoke to anyone, and neither he nor Jamie would ever be seen again. John was frightened and startled by this confession, so he honored his oath and vowed to remain silent. It's interesting to note that the boy's older sister acknowledged that she was first uneasy about Darren's treatment of John. He obviously became attached to him, purchasing him a variety of things, such as a bicycle and pricey shoes, while utterly disregarding the older girls. Like the rest of the family, though, she soon came to feel that the man had been sent to support them at their darkest moments. The police and forensic specialists started searching the location that the teenagers had told them was where Darren had tried to lure them. Police found a jacket that matched Jamie's outfit and children's sports pants during the search. They discovered a piece of a jawbone when they took the garments to the lab for analysis and spread them out on the table to dry. According to experts who examined the bone, it was a human bone and belonged to a child between the ages of 7 and 9. The jawbone was identified as belonging to Jamie Lewis by subsequent DNA testing. Jamie's torso was eventually found in a secluded area of the park close to Stockport by the Reddish Vale Golf Course. A sizable percentage of the remains, nevertheless, were never located. The investigators came to the conclusion that Jamie was still alive when the murderer carried him to the spot, which was hard to get to. When Vickers gave his cellmate a different account, he was charged and in prison awaiting trial. He said Jamie was fatally struck after he fell and struck his head on a handrail in the bus. The bus driver threw him in the trunk and hurried him into the woods in a frenzy. The prosecutor, however, was certain that this account did not accurately reflect the events that took place. Even though it was challenging to pinpoint the exact cause of death due to the body's decomposition, Jamie's family's suffering persisted as the trial got underway. They were the targets of the murderer's horrible charges, in addition to being made to listen to what he had done to their son. Darren claimed to have a close relationship with Karen and that she was expecting his child. He also claimed that his father John killed Jamie. Even pictures of Darren and Karen touching hands were used as evidence by the defense lawyer. In order to show that Darren was lying and to stop the rumors that were spreading about her behind her back and creating repulsive graffiti on the walls, poor Karen had to submit to a DNA test. Darren Vickers was convicted guilty of kidnapping and murder by the jury following 7 weeks of trial proceedings. He was given a life sentence in jail with the chance of release after 25 years in April 1999. He unexpectedly asked to speak with the case's main investigator a day after the guilty verdict was handed down, and he admitted to killing, raping, abducting, and dismembering Jamie. According to the murderer's detailed account of the incident, Jamie called for his mother, but that didn't stop him from strangling him. He then made several trips back to the crime scene, most likely to dispose of the body pieces one at a time. Darren made this startling admission in the hopes of receiving a lighter sentence, but as his ruse backfired, he made a last-ditch effort to recover control by calling the media and taking back his confession. Another prisoner used a hammer to strike Darren in 2014. He suffered multiple severe head injuries. Despite spending some time in the hospital, the man recovered completely. In 2024, 3 years later, he is requesting a parole hearing. The police in the case pledged to do everything in their power to keep him from being released if the parole board determines that it is feasible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall, Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind, and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all 3 men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all 3 of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her, but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the 3rd attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between 2 halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's 5th and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her, because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the 3 suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the two closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. "That car is there." Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the 3 men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. "Fortunately," acknowledged Sarah, her mother, "the world is not without kind people." Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The incident in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park sparked widespread public outrage. How many similar tragedies must occur before New York City officials listen to citizens' pleas? Locals had repeatedly alerted authorities to the presence of unsettling individuals in the park. Some of them would form groups, while others wandered alone. Regardless, their appearance conveyed a sense of danger. Unfortunately, it took a crime for the city administration to finally intervene and address this issue. Furthermore, the event sparked numerous discussions and topics about the safety of female runners, particularly those who run alone. According to a survey, 54% of women are anxious when they go out, fearing verbal harassment or physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is both terrifying and perplexing. First and foremost, nothing appeared to be missing on the fateful day. The woman was attacked in broad daylight in a populated area. Second, her death has a mystical quality to it. Third, the investigation of the case and the sentencing of the perpetrator raised numerous questions. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina planned to meet her father after work because they wanted to spend time together. Since Ms. Vetrano had moved, family gatherings had become uncommon because everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. In addition, the young woman was working 2 jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. When Karina was about to leave, the family gathered to share their thoughts on the previous week. She asked her father if he wanted to go jogging with her, something they did frequently, covering several miles together. Her father said he couldn't do it this time. "You see, my back hurts so much that nothing helps. Perhaps a new prescription is needed. Maybe it's the change in weather," as Mr. Vetrano explained. "Perhaps I should call you a cab." The weather was gorgeous, the heat had subsided, and there was a fresh scent in the air. Consequently, Karina declined the offer. Furthermore, she was preparing for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had just broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly benefit her. That evening marked the last time the parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy, peaceful spot buried in greenery, a true oasis amidst the city's infrastructure. However, only a portion of the park was open for walking. The rest was covered in thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route to avoid unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice. In search of solitude, she decided to visit a grassy, deserted area. Karina's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. She fell down after feeling a sharp pain in the back of her head. This rash decision resulted in the young woman's death. A terrifying uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the phone calls from her parents, who were desperately trying to reach her, and she had promised to keep her phone to herself. The anxiety was increasing. Her father sensed something was wrong and sought assistance from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on friendly terms, and the high-ranking official knew Philip would not make a fuss about anything. Following that, Karina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began looking for the young woman by combing the park and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were called in. As is well known, the first 24 hours following a person's disappearance are critical and most informative. As a result, law enforcement used all of their available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, accompanied by a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing the paths and wading through the thick grass. As dusk fell, the man was making phone calls when he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's cell phone. Maybe she lost her phone and didn't tell us. Philip hoped. The family patriarch approached the police officers, deciding to make his way through the thicket. Stepping into the grass, he discovered something soft. A partially undressed female corpse lay face down. Philip turned it over and noticed a familiar face. A desperate scream erupted from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't lost her phone, as he assumed his little girl wasn't answering her phone because she had been robbed of her life. Mr. Vetrano was overcome with emotion as he realized what had happened. When the police heard the screaming and yelling, they rushed to him. They dragged Philippe away from his daughter's body, attempting to convey that this was now a crime scene. Everything in the area was considered evidence. To prevent evidence from being tampered with, law enforcement officers asked the deceased's father not to touch anything on the way home. Mr. Vetrano thought a lot. He was tormented about how to inform his wife of their daughter's death. Images from the past flashed before his eyes. He remembered the birth of their second daughter on July 12, 1986, in Queens. Philip had been proud of her from a young age because she was obedient and polite. He vividly remembered taking her to her first day of school and how well she did in class. Such education enabled her to obtain a higher degree. Karina received her Master of Speech Pathology degree from St. John's University. She had always wanted to help children and has worked with autistic children. His daughter was multifaceted. She loved to travel and write. She loved sports, particularly running, and their shared passion brought them together. She was his inspiration. The father remembered how jealous he was of her suitors. He desperately wanted her to be truly loved, hoping that she would eventually build a strong family like he and Kathy did and give him wonderful grandchildren. The return journey became an eternity. At the entrance to the house, Mr. Vetrano paused to take a deep breath. "I need to be strong to support my family. I need to pull myself together." The man commanded himself. His wife greeted him on the threshold. Fortunately, he did not have to explain anything to her. She recognized everything on her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Karina's family and friends quickly learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from their shock. Believing in the young woman's unexpected death was difficult, let alone accepting its violent nature. Ms. Vetrano had been brutally attacked. This was the investigators' conclusion. At first glance, it was clear that the woman had resisted, even to the death. Her fists stayed clenched. Her once young and healthy body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and her athletic clothing had been torn. An autopsy revealed that a blunt object, most likely a stone, had damaged the back of the victim's skull. However, the death was due to asphyxiation. A distinct mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination revealed the crime's intimate nature. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were discovered under the victim's fingernails, most likely in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and discovered her teeth knocked out and cracked in areas where she had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck had numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, attempting to force her attacker to let go of her. Karina did not want to die and fought tirelessly for her life. Karina Vetrano, his youngest daughter, had many interests, but she particularly enjoyed writing. In 2013, she appeared in a short film directed by her friend and screenwriter Petros Georgiadis, which was based on a poem she wrote about paradox. In her blogs, the girl frequently addressed complex issues, including love and death. Following the tragedy, new information was leaked to the media. Another jogger's body was discovered in tall grass in Princeton, Massachusetts. The woman, who appeared to be out for a walk in a secluded area, met a similar fate. At first glance, the cases appeared identical. Could there be another serial offender in America? Geneticists took up the case and were tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from crime scenes. As luck would have it, identified samples were discovered on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis found no link between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. The story about the DNA material taken from under her fingernails on her back and Karina Vetrano's phone is especially intriguing. Experts determined that the DNA was sufficient for analysis, despite its small size. For a long time, this DNA was the only lead in the investigation, providing an opportunity to identify the perpetrator. It is known that the majority of life-ending crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, so the police could not rule out any possibility. The victim's father provided his DNA because he was the first to discover his daughter's body. However, the timing of this procedure was poor. It occurred on the day of Karina's funeral. Later, all of the woman's relatives underwent a DNA test, which revealed no matches. Detectives decided to interview Karina, his family, and friends to see if Mrs. Vetrano had any enemies or bad intentions. It turned out there were none. Everyone admired and loved her. The investigators then developed a new version. The deed was committed with ulterior motives. Someone met the beautiful Karina in a remote location and attacked her, succumbing to base motivations, at a loss. The investigation asked the public for help by offering a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread support. Detectives investigated 250 leads, ran 600 genetic tests, and compiled over 1,700 reports, all to no avail. The perpetrator appeared to have never committed crimes before, or had never been caught doing so, complicating the investigation even further. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station and provided information. Mr. Toronto died while in a restricted area of the park when he saw a man emerge from the bushes and run north. Based on his testimony, the NYPD created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, it considered the possibility that the person depicted in the sketch was a passerby who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, the release of the suspected perpetrator's sketch yielded no new information, and the investigation reached another lengthy stalemate on December 4, 2016. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has joined the investigation into the death of Karina Vetrano. Initially, they created a psychological profile for the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, the individual was very familiar with the area, particularly the park where the incident occurred, raising the possibility that the assailant lived or still lives nearby. However, fearing capture, he now avoids the area. He clearly understood that the quiet, partially overgrown terrain was ideal for concealing his actions. Based on this theory, the police conducted screenings of local African American men, but the results were not as desired. Chanel Lewis' life was not particularly unique in comparison to that of other young African Americans. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing developments, about 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park. Chanel was unemployed and lived with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. Perhaps the only thing that distinguished him was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Despite this, he graduated from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Chanel's former classmates remembered her as a quiet loner. The kids constantly picked on him. One of them admitted that the girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer stated that Louis occasionally fought back, but not effectively. He was frequently mocked for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie, smirked, and walked away from difficult situations, earning him the nickname African Lizard. Chanel, however, is described as a smart kid with good grades by a fellow student, 17-year-old Danielle Nunes. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she remembered. I never saw him being cruel. According to some sources, the young man once stated that he wanted to cut all of the girls who approached him in middle school. What would happen if I brought a knife to school? Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school where Chanel was transferred, commented on this. We had no reports of threats at middle school. He received no disciplinary sanctions while attending our school. I never heard him make threats to other students. Nonetheless, Chanel was a traumatized adolescent who frequently faced bullying. He aspired to work in social services, assisting those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets and frequent the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police in Spring Creek, one of which involved urinating in public. In May 2016, another incident occurred when a local merchant reported Lewis for loitering in his shop with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's identification and released him because he had no prior incidents. However, the police kept this information, which would later play an important role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death in February 2017. Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, recalled something significant. He had seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park several times before. John even attempted to follow him after becoming intrigued by the individual's behavior. The young man walked slowly, pausing for extended periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting for potential burglaries. However, Rousseau lost sight of him when he called his colleagues the next day in response to a store owner's report. The police discovered a teenager who matched the description. We're 2 months into the investigation. John Rousseau recalled this wanderer, believing he had seen or heard something relevant. After Detective Rousseau reviewed the young man's file, investigators focused on Chanel Lewis. Chanel's peculiarities piqued interest. The police began to inquire about him among acquaintances and teachers, and it was discovered that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news raised concerns and suspicions. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was later discovered that Chanel was not at home when Karina died. After an argument with his family, he went to the park. When he returned, he looked disheveled, with torn clothes and visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Lewis claimed that he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline and a witness description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Lewis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, the majority of which were cuts, as well as an injured hand. The investigators examined the medical records from that day and found the story credible. However, they saw things differently, noticing parallels between the events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. Chanel was brought to the police station on February 4, 2017, where he voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Would the perpetrator willingly do this? Detectives wondered. The interrogation began in the morning of February 5th. Louis admitted that he was at the park around 5 p.m. On August 2, 2016, he clarified that he was walking on dirt pads, not through the thickets, while listening to music. He admitted to seeing a young woman jogging with her phone in hand. When detectives asked if anything happened when he met her, Chanel nodded quietly and said, "Yes." Everyone was stunned. His response was ambiguous, implying confusion. "I was angry." One thing led to another. What happened was finally stated clearly. Investigators were wary of this semi-admission, fearing it would cast doubt on jurors during a trial. They waited for Chanel to explain. "I was walking through the park, trying to distract myself from a family argument. When I met a woman who was alone, I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face about 5 times to keep her from screaming. My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand," Chanel said. He also stated that the struggle lasted approximately 5 minutes. Ms. Vetrano vigorously resisted scratching and biting. To avoid attracting attention, Louis dragged her from the path into the tall grass, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was taken aback but refused to give in. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was dead. When asked if he knew the victim before, he replied, "I did not know her before this. Everything happened by chance." With ants, the motivation for the act became even more unexpected and bizarre. Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression were apparently triggered by hours of loud music played by a neighborhood gang member. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman, a strange motivation for an act. The investigators' confusion was dispelled when DNA comparison results matched perfectly microscopic traces found on the victim's body and Chanel's phone. As a result, the police and prosecutor concluded that the case was solved and ready for trial. However, the motive seemed implausible. Chanel may have noticed Karina before, as he frequented the park and might have seen her with her father. He liked her and chose to approach her. However, after being rejected, he became enraged and attacked her, and the situation spiraled out of control. This scenario could have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his earlier statements to the authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance shared by his family, denying any involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Louis with homicide and sexual assault, and he faces a sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The debate over Louis' guilt played out not only in court, but also in the media. Lewis and his defense teams sparked controversy by citing alleged legal violations during his arrest, as well as allegations of racial bias and discrimination by various news outlets. However, the judge dismissed the allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation followed legal procedures. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis results. The defense claimed the evidence was insufficient and contaminated. Given the large number of people present at the crime scene, including the victim's father who discovered her body, forensic biologist Linda Rossano estimated that the likelihood of the DNA belonging to someone other than Louis was 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also presented Louis' phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which prompted the question: what sin did Chanel want to atone for? The release of Louis' confession video sparked more controversy, with his lawyers claiming he was under immense pressure, resulting in a coerced confession. They suspected the police of fabricating evidence, claiming that the recording began only after Lewis was coerced and that the search of his home violated protocol. The defense argued that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially botched. As public pressure grew for an arrest, Louise became a scapegoat. The jury was struck by the defense's compelling arguments. After hearing both sides, they were unable to reach a final decision. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial, with a retrial originally scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later pushed back to March 2019. Chanel Lewis was found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life in prison without parole on July 23, 2019, following 5 hours of deliberations. The defense's delay tactics included citing an anonymous source for alleged juror misconduct, implying jury pressure and a conspiracy, and some referring to the trial as a lynching. The seemingly straightforward case initially sparked widespread prejudice and fear in society. Karina Vetrano's death moved many people, serving as a sobering reminder for women to be cautious. Did justice prevail? In any case, a young woman was killed, and Chanel Lewis was sentenced to life in prison. Both families have lost their children. The hope remains that the truth was discovered. Otherwise, an innocent man is incarcerated while the perpetrator goes free. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jared Bridegan case, from love to the end of life. No matter how long a couple has been together or how happy their marriage was, divorces frequently result in the breakdown of amicable, or at least respectful, relationships. However, former husbands and wives may part ways as true adversaries. Close partners intentionally make each other's lives miserable, inflict harm, or wish for the other's death. In rare cases, it goes beyond mere wishes and escalates into actual physical confrontations. Today, we'll look at such a case. To begin, it is important to note that the case involving the death of 33-year-old Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee and father of 4 young children, has yet to be concluded. Currently, 3 people have been arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit a planned confrontation that resulted in Reagan's death, and they will face the death penalty. This sensational story, which unfolded in the sunny state of Florida, has, without a doubt, shaken the entire country. The protagonists are parents with multiple children. Once married, the motive for the crime is alarmingly simple: a refusal to split jointly acquired assets and custody of their children. However, the approach to ending Brigan's life is reminiscent of a complex detective plot. Let's look at how former spouses and deeply religious people turned into the worst of enemies, and why it all ended so tragically. Who was Jared Bridegan? Jared J. Bridegan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family as the second of 2 sons. He grew up with his older brother Adam, with whom he was practically inseparable since childhood. The brother's parents were devout followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bowden later referred to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship did not lead to marriage because cohabitation was frowned upon in their religious community. As a result, when Jared graduated from Florida Arts High School in 2007 and decided to continue his education in another state, they parted ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he attended college and met his future first wife. At a friend's birthday party in 2009, Jared Bridegan, then 20, met Shanna Gardner. She was 2 years old and came from a wealthy family. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as previously stated. Shanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of Stampin' Up!, a major company that manufactured and sold decorative and craft items. By 2010, their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was reported to generate $100 million in annual revenue. Shanna has a sister named Sarah, who is currently a manager in the family business. As the heir to such a wealthy family, Shanna grew up in luxury and was used to living a leisurely life, never having to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and fickle. According to Mallory, who was mentioned earlier, Jared was initially uninterested in his new acquaintance. Shanna, on the other hand, went out of her way to entice him with her extravagant lifestyle, implying that together they could travel the world and do whatever they wanted because her parents would financially support them. family life, and the birth of twins. The couple became engaged just a few months after their first meeting, and less than a year later, in early 2010, they celebrated a lavish wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Gardner family covering all expenses for the ceremony and reception. The couple's religious beliefs, which frowned on cohabitation and long engagements, influenced their quick decision to marry. Following their wedding, the newlyweds relocated to Utah, where the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each spouse also owned their own Mercedes. Despite the fact that Jared was still a student and Shannon was not working, the couple traveled extensively around the world, posting numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on their social media accounts. According to close friends, Shannon's parents gave the couple around $10,000 per month for various expenses and gave them full access to their accounts. Furthermore, after Jared finished his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to launch his own business. In 2013, the couple gave birth to twins, Abigail and Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut for a while, but Liam was soon diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors advised the child to move closer to the sea, citing health benefits. The Brits moved to Florida, where they purchased a 2-story comfortable home near the coast in Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. Shayna was actively managing her own social media blog at the time, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and a woman who enjoyed travel and sports. She took fitness seriously, going to the gym almost every day. Seeing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise his beloved by hiring a personal trainer for her. Following the scandalous divorce shortly after moving, clear issues arose in the marriage, despite the couple's stubborn insistence that everything was fine. Shayna became disillusioned with their religion and almost stopped attending church, while her husband remained a devout and exemplary member. This difference in religious commitment resulted in disagreements, misunderstandings, and tension. Shayna reportedly became disillusioned with Jared, whom she saw as too lazy, having gained weight, and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online programming and design courses, Jared secured a position at Microsoft and began earning independently. After a few years, he was promoted to senior manager. Nonetheless, the couple grew apart and disagreements became commonplace in their home. The situation worsened when Jared discovered intimate conversations between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to some sources, Shayna had an affair, which the trainer confirmed over the phone with Jared, though Shayna strongly denied these allegations. Jared then emailed Mallory Bowden, lamenting how his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he expressed a willingness to forgive the infidelity and keep their family intact for the sake of their children. The couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process in 2015, nearly 6 years after they married. They had a heated argument about shared assets and custody rights for their children. Jared publicly accused his ex-wife of infidelity, which she categorically denied, claiming that the marriage had simply lost its romance. In response, she accused him of being cruel and defensive. Shayna refused to divide their home, cars, and bank accounts, claiming that nearly everything they had acquired over the years had been purchased or gifted by her parents. Jared had only begun working less than a year before, having previously focused on his studies and failed to establish his business with funds from his in-laws. Jared challenged this viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins sparked numerous disputes. Shayna claimed that whenever Jared was with the children, he tried to turn them against her. He allegedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements for use in court. Jared, for his part, accused his ex-wife of extensive surveillance, including the installation of hidden cameras in their home, the tapping of his phone calls, and the placement of a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shayna sought sole custody of the children, as well as exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to take all of the money from their children's trust funds for personal use. Jared responded by alleging that his ex-wife evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars. By the end of 2015, the court had ordered joint custody of the children. But that did not put an end to Jared and Shayna's disputes. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, they continued to appear in court for nearly 7 years, culminating in the tragic end of their story. By this point, Both had moved on to start new families and have additional children. In 2016, Jared met Christina, a Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional, but they gradually became closer. A few months later, Christina relocated to Florida to be with Jared. They married in February 2019, having met in the fall of 2017. They welcomed their first child, a daughter named Bexley, in August 2021. Shauna remarried in 2018, marrying Mario Fernandez, a man a year younger than her who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son, Michael. The family lived in the same house Shauna had shared with her first husband, Jared, which had been the site of their court battles. The arrival of new families did not calm the tensions between the ex-spouses, who continued to file lawsuits against one another with new demands. Jared insisted that Shannon's new husband, Mario, should not be allowed to be with the twins while their mother was away. In contrast, he wanted his new wife, Christina, to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shauna took place 4 months before Jared's death and was extremely tense. They exchanged more mutual accusations and argued over their property rights. Shauna claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle to transport the children because he was more concerned with humiliating the mother than with his own children's comfort and safety. At this point, the court granted Shauna exclusive use of the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 as compensation. The tragic end to a secluded road for the ex-spouse's agreement. On Wednesdays, Jared picked up the twins for a family dinner, which included their younger sister, Bexley. Christina occasionally joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent the majority of her time with the newborn, preferring not to leave him with babysitters. Jared picked up the children on Wednesday, February 22, 2022, and took them to a coastal cafe per his routine. After dinner and a stroll, he dropped the twins off at their mother's house and returned home via his usual route. The journey typically took about 40 minutes, with part of it spent on a deserted stretch of road with no streetlights. Bridegan came across an unexpected obstacle while driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat. It was about 9 p.m. and the sun had set when he noticed a tire in his lane in the headlights. He came to a stop, turned on his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. That's when the shots went off. Jared had no chance of escaping. The perpetrator, acting with deadly precision, fired several close-range shots before fleeing the scene. The child sleeping in the car was unharmed. A passerby heard the shots and approached cautiously, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. He immediately contacted the police and paramedics. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the victim. The investigation and initial suspicions: Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident, and he said he had just dropped off the children and would be home in 15 minutes. However, 30 minutes had passed into an hour, and Jared was nowhere to be found and stopped answering his phone, anxiously dialing his phone number again. Christina was greeted by a police officer who informed her of the incident and requested her immediate arrival at the Jacksonville Beach police station. The investigation team at the scene determined that Jared's vehicle came to a halt due to a road obstacle, specifically a tire. They concluded that he got out of his car to remove the obstacle but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter, who was asleep in the car, was unharmed, indicating that the mysterious shooter did not target her. Furthermore, there were no valuables missing from the vehicle. A wallet containing cash, a phone, and a tablet were left, effectively ruling out the robbery theory almost immediately. When asked if her husband had any known enemies, antagonists, or recent conflicts, Christina stated that she was unaware of anyone wishing harm on her husband except his first wife, Shauna. However, she avoided making direct accusations in the absence of incontrovertible evidence. The absence of cameras resulted in a lack of surveillance footage, according to police, whereas on the stretch of road where the incident occurred, a witness who heard Tay. However, they did hear the sound of a car speeding away. There was nothing visible in the darkness. Investigators found Christina's suggestion of Shannon's involvement in the crime plausible. However, detectives knew she was unlikely to act directly, especially given her solid alibi of being at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and her parents who were visiting. The police decided to check the nearby surveillance cameras. The video captured an old, dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident. Again, a few minutes after the witness reported the shots, detectives asked the public for assistance in identifying the vehicle of interest. The Jarrett family made television appeals, urging anyone with any information about the case to come forward. The first suspect arrested, Shauna, and her current husband, Mario, were repeatedly questioned but denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide the fact that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but she insisted that she would never harm the father of her children. She also told the media how the 9-year-old twins reacted to the news of their father's death. According to her, Abigail cried uncontrollably for several hours. Liam was stunned and silent for a long time. It's worth noting that neither the ex-wife nor the older children attended Jared's funeral. Christina had told Shanna that her presence at the farewell ceremony was extremely unwelcome, to which Shanna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, neither would the twins. The first suspect was arrested in January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Brigham's murder. The police had remained silent about the investigation's progress, only stating that it required significant resources and effort. After a lengthy search for the dark blue Ford F-150, Luck smiled on the investigation when the vehicle was involved in an accident but fled the scene before police arrived. This time, the incident occurred in a crowded area with a large number of witnesses, and the offender was identified the same day thanks to multiple camera footage. The car was owned by Henry Tenen, a 62-year-old unemployed man with prior convictions. He was charged with second-degree premeditated murder with a firearm, involvement in a criminal conspiracy with the intent to commit murder, and planning an ambush with an obstruction for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced the charges at a press conference. Tenen was also revealed to have not acted alone and was testifying against his accomplices, though no other names were released at the time to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Given the gravity of the charges against him and the lengthy prison term he faced, the tenant decided to make a deal with law enforcement, hoping that his cooperation would be considered favorably during sentencing and potentially reduce his punishment. The criminal trio discovered information that quickly leaked to the press that the accused Tenen was renting a small house with a friend owned by Mario Fernandez. Tenen's housemate was also brought in for questioning, but he was unable to provide any useful information about the case. He had no personal dealings with the owner of their rental, instead passing his share of the rent through Henry. However, a thorough search of the house revealed a hidden pistol in the accused room, which ballistic tests determined to be the murder weapon. This further implicated 10 people in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mario, whom he identified as the crime's contractor. Fernandez was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shauna was the mastermind of the murder. This was supported by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who revealed that she had a long-standing dislike for her, then husband, and wished for his death. A tattoo artist Shanna frequented also testified, recalling Shanna complaining about her ex-husband's endless legal battles, wishing to silence him forever, and asking if she knew anyone who could assist. Shauna repeated her inquiry months later, clearly indicating her seriousness, after it was initially misinterpreted as a grim joke. Shanna Gardner Fernandez vehemently denied all allegations made against her. She stated her intention to stay in town and assist with the investigation. However, a few months after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with the twins and her youngest son on August 17, 2023. She was facing the same charges as her current husband, who was arrested in her Washington apartment. She was extradited to Florida, where she would face trial alongside the criminal trio. Her actions were motivated by complicated relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid sharing custody of their 2 children, and a desire to own all disputed assets outright. As of now, the ongoing legal battle continues, and legal proceedings against all conspirators are underway. Tenen has pleaded guilty to all charges, is fully cooperating with the investigation, and is hoping for leniency. According to reports, he faces at least 15 years in prison, which is a long time for someone his age and could be equivalent to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has only partially admitted his guilt and, exercising his legal rights, has declined to testify against his wife. Shanna Gardner Fernandez, on the other hand, has vehemently denied all charges against her. Nonetheless, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty or life in prison with no possibility of parole for the couple. Shannon's 3 children are currently in the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, and Aunt Sarah. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother Rosalia struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job, his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the three, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The tiller was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic, but found no Attila bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, Bain had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, and every day and night I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words." Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila Ban lying on the bed. He was drunk and attempted to injure himself with scissors and a knife. He had wounds on his neck and wrists. When they asked him questions, he acted strangely and attempted to demonstrate something with gestures. He was transported to the hospital, where doctors ensured his life was not in danger. The police were perplexed when they discovered where Attila Ban had spent the previous 2 days. He had cut a slit in the base of the sofa bed where Tibor's body was discovered, grabbed a phone and several bottles of water, and climbed inside. While the cops were on the scene, he remained inside, listening and watching through the holes he had made. The primary suspect, Attila Ban, was arrested right inside the hospital. The trial started on July 9, 2012. During the trial, some details about the brutal crime were revealed. The party spiraled out of control after Alice, Tibor, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors accepted there was sexual activity between all three, as DNA from both men was discovered on Miss Adams' breasts, until Ban stated that he remembered the three of them being in bed and that there was a connection between them, but he had no recollection of what happened after that. He insisted that he only realized he had committed a terrible act after waking up in the morning and seeing Alice and her lifeless bodies. When he realized that his actions had killed 2 people, he made the decision to commit suicide. However, He stated that he was afraid to do it alone, so he removed his keyboard's clothing and climbed into the bathtub alongside him. Unable to hurt himself, he moved Tibor to the bed, knowing they would be sought after. He opened the divan bed's base and hid inside. While he was hiding there, he was even able to update his Facebook page. He sobbed loudly in the dark as prosecutor Richard Whittam explained the facts of the case to jurors. According to Mr. Whittam, 2 young people were killed violently and unjustly by this defendant. Although other cases have been discussed, it is difficult to find words to describe what happened in this case, other than to say that it was tragic that young people met their deaths in this manner. According to Mr. Whittam, Tibor Vass had relationships with hotel employees, and there is no evidence that he ever had a sexual relationship with an Attila Ban. However, Attila Ban appeared to have feelings for Tibor Vass and acted slightly possessively towards him. The court heard that Ban was jealous of you, and that just days before the crime, he threw a temper tantrum at his victim during a team building session when he took a picture in which Ban was not present. The situation reached a climax when the band learned that Tibor Vass had been accepted to a university course in Hungary and would be leaving Britain at the end of the month. The final straw may have been that an Attila band couldn't bear the sight of Tibor and Alice kissing, and in a fit of jealousy, killed both of them. In addition, prosecutor Richard Whittam stated in court that Attila Ban was found naked on the single bed. He had wounds on his wrist, forearm, and neck. It was clear that he had been hiding in the divan base of the double bed. He must have been present during the pathologist's visit, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's examination of the scene. He had the foresight to effectively conceal himself and remain undetected throughout their stay on the premises. Following the case, Detective Inspector John Finch stated outside court that the police had not been negligent in not looking under the bed. He stated, "I've reviewed this with senior management several times. It was an unusual and bizarre thing for a person to do. It defies belief." He claimed that lifting up beds to look for people who were not present would result in the loss of critical forensic evidence. Tibor Vass and his mother, Rosalia, paid tribute to their son. Her statement included the following words: "Tibor was a young boy who enjoyed music and the arts, repairing gadgets and practicing freestyle tricks on his BMX bicycle, Daisy. At home, he was always creative and enjoyed experimenting with computers, such as building stereo speakers out of cardboard and old cables. He had a passion for photography and spent his first paycheck on a professional camera. Tibor was consistently friendly, helpful, supportive, approachable, outgoing, and trustworthy. He had many friends in Hungary and the United Kingdom. On August 11th, I learned that 2 innocent 20-year-olds, my son Tibor and his friend Alice, were murdered. I learned that his friend had taken their lives. It was impossible and devastating to believe that such an event could occur. Previous to that, it gave me comfort to know Tibor had made a good friend in London who was mature, friendly, and intelligent. His friend promised me personally that he would look after my son and not let anything happen to him. I trusted him and saw him as one of my own. That's another reason why the news of my son's murder was so heartbreaking. Throughout the police investigation and trial, I had to relive the horrors of that night, which only added to my sadness. There are no words to describe the agony and loss that our family will experience for the rest of our lives. Until he pleaded guilty, Attila Ban claimed he couldn't remember the events of that horrific night. On July 18, 2012, on August 17, after only 5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted 32-year-old Attila Ban. He was sentenced to 2 lifetime sentences. He will have to serve 26 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a poignant reminder of life's fragility and the devastating consequences of rash actions. Let this tragedy serve as a call to compassion, guiding collective efforts to prevent similar sorrow from befalling other families. Emily Longley was born on February 22, 1994, in the London hospital. She was the first child in Mark and Caroline Longley's young family. Mark's friends teased him about becoming a father at 26. He felt completely unprepared for parenthood. He was present at the birth, and when the nurse cleaned the baby and handed her to him, he gently held her in his arms, her tiny head resting in his palms and her legs barely reaching his elbow. The girl opened her eyes and looked at her father. In that moment, Mark knew fatherhood would not be a problem for him. A few years later, the Longleys welcomed their second daughter, Hannah. The two blonde sisters adored each other and brought joy to their father. He was confident that keeping the kids warm and safe would show them how much he loved them. The girls grew up surrounded by their parents' unconditional love. They had an example of prosperity and happiness right in front of them. Mark Longley worked as a journalist for a local paper. Caroline was a teacher, and the girls had a bright future ahead of them, just as any parent would want for their children. Emily and Hannah Longley's lives were turned upside down 10 years later when their parents decided to relocate from their hometown of Bournemouth to the scenic landscapes of New Zealand. This was a huge change for everyone, as moving to another country was a big step. This difficult decision was made for Emily's health, based on the doctor's recommendation that she needed a change in climate. The longtime family traveled halfway around the world in the hopes of providing a better life for their daughters. As a result of its geographical features, New Zealand's climate varies. Most of New Zealand has a temperate maritime climate with 4 distinct seasons. The winters here are mild, and the summers are relatively cool. The Pacific Ocean and mountain ranges are significant contributors. The English family found the environment and atmosphere ideal. A new chapter has begun in the lives of the Longleys and their daughters. Emily attended a prestigious private school, and her life went on peacefully until she was metaphorically stabbed in the back by former classmates. Her friend Sarah Lee Terblanche caused a stir at school when she revealed that Emily had fallen in with the wrong crowd and was involved with banned substances. Sarah gave the school newspaper an interview about a party at Emily's house. After overcoming initial disappointments and betrayals, Emily returned to England at the end of 2010 to further her education. She moved in with her grandparents, Ronald and Zosie Longley, in a large detached cottage near the promenade in South Beach in Bournemouth, and enrolled in a British college, hoping for a new beginning in her life. Emily, who had struggled in school, adapted to a more relaxed student life and thrived. Emily made progress, balancing her studies at Brockenhurst College in Hampshire with a job at the Topshop clothing store. At 16, Emily Longley was a vibrant, cheerful, and ambitious young woman with stunning blonde beauty. Her radiant appearance helped her achieve early success in the modeling industry. Emily's captivating charm and irresistible charisma set her apart in her community. In December 2010, at a party, she met 19-year-old Elliot Vince Turner. Elliot was the only son of Lee Turner, a wealthy and successful jeweler. He worked at his father's jewelry store in Bournemouth and lived with his family in the affluent Queen's Park neighborhood. He was a member of the Firm, a group of affluent young men who frequented local bars and clubs in Bournemouth and Poole. Elliot Turner, who drew the attention of many women, appeared almost obsessed with them. Nonetheless, they quickly became a couple. Elliot was deeply committed to his girlfriend, who had begun modeling and earning her first income. She began to attract the attention of many men, and Elliot's jealousy of Emily grew intense. Within 4 months, their relationship had devolved into a battleground of constant disagreements and mutual grievances. Emotional abuse became the norm in this tumultuous relationship, characterized by Elliot's worrying behavior and unending jealousy. If he didn't like her outfit, he would accuse her of looking like a call girl. He hacked her Facebook account to track her activities and conversations. He also showed up and announced when she was not present. He used his strength and anger to intimidate Emily after she wrote him a note saying, "Stop acting so aggressive." However, each incident was followed by remorse and apologies, only for the cycle to continue. Elliot eventually went from verbal threats to physical actions. He grabbed her throat and punched her in public several times. He then justified his actions, blaming Emily for his uncontrollable emotional outbursts. Emily became concerned for her life as a result of the constant arguments and fights. She took a break and went on a holiday with her parents to New Zealand. This was the Longleys' best Easter holiday ever. Hannah and Emily hung out as they had done in the past. They walked a lot, laughed a lot, and spent a lot of time together, as if they were expecting to say goodbye soon. Her father hugged her tightly as they said their goodbyes. She agreed to return in September for the Rugby World Cup. Already aboard the plane, she sent her father a message. "It was so nice to see you. I love you." They had had a special bond between father and daughter since she was born. Emily was last seen alive by her family. She went back to the UK, intending to end her relationship with Elliot. This occurred, but unfortunately at the expense of a promising young woman's life. Elliot met his girlfriend not with flowers, but with a new set of accusations and disagreements. Elliot came across photos of Emily with two shirtless young men on social media before she returned from New Zealand. Jealous, he invited her to spend the night at his house. Despite their disagreement, Emily agreed to return to Elliot's family home to talk about their problems, comforted by the presence of Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita. Her arrival at the house was met with a barrage of jealousy and insults. The young couple frequently yelled and argued. A half-hour of yelling was followed by silence. On May 7, 2011, emergency services received a call that 17-year-old Emily Longley had been discovered unconscious in bed. Nina Turner called after discovering the girl in her son's bedroom. Rescuers arrived on the scene and were only able to confirm her death. Following the girl's death, neighbors noticed Turner sitting in the ambulance with his head in his hands. Elliot Turner was arrested immediately following Emily's death, but he was later released on bail pending further investigation. The investigation began following the tragic incident. Turner Jr., consumed by guilt, wrote a confession. His parents, determined not to lose their only son, intentionally withheld critical evidence, delaying the investigation. On the night of the incident, Anita Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 53, removed a coat from their son's house, retrieved the confession letter from its pocket, and doused it with bleach, destroying vital evidence. During the investigation, it was decided to secretly install listening devices in the expansive Turner family home on May 18th. After gathering evidence from a family discussion about fabricating evidence and concerns about lying to police, the police searched the household computers for additional evidence, which they discovered. A look at the browser's search history revealed searches for death by strangulation and how to avoid a murder charge. In July, all three family members were arrested and charged with being involved in the incident and intentionally concealing evidence. Elliot Turner denied any involvement, blaming Emily for his troubles. A forensic reconstruction of the incident revealed that Elliot and Emily engaged in a struggle on that fateful day. Elliot used force to subdue her, pressing her face down on the bed with a pillow. He then threw away the pillow and continued to strangle her with his hands. When she fell silent, he stood up and exited the room. Pathologists examined Emily's body and discovered injuries consistent with strangulation. Elliot had scratches on his arm, and Emily's fingertips contained his DNA, indicating a struggle between them. Elliot's behavior toward Emily was described in court as threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. These concerning characteristics worsened, and on a fateful night in May 2011, a heated argument broke out between the couple over Emily's choice of outfit and her photos with unknown men. The wealthy family could not afford to lose their son and damage their reputation. Elliot's hired lawyers vigorously defended him. The defense tried to downplay the tormentor's role in the young woman's death, claiming she may have used drugs. However, the Dorset police conducted an independent, toxic, and illogical examination that revealed no drugs or other prohibited substances in the victim's bloodstream. The affluent jeweler and his wife, who disposed of evidence to help cover up how their jealous son ended the life of the aspiring New Zealand model Emily Longley. At 20 years old, Elliot Turner was found guilty by a jury at Winchester Crown Court and may have killed 17-year-old Emily in his bed after a fit of jealous rage. Judge Dobbs stated during his sentencing that he intimidated, stalked, threatened, and assaulted Emily in order to maintain control over her as his trophy girlfriend. The judge also advised Elliot to abandon thoughts of champagne Bentleys and girls as he sentenced him to life in prison, stating that he must serve at least 16 years before being eligible for parole. His parents are Lee, 54, and Nita, 51. We were sentenced in the same court after being convicted of obstructing justice by concealing evidence. They concealed the crime by destroying their son's confession letter and removing critical evidence from their Bournemouth home. Their son was sentenced to 9 months in prison for obstructing justice by concealing evidence. The prosecution claimed Turner suffocated Emily with a pillow before strangling her after she returned to his home to discuss their situation following a heated argument that night. Emily's father, Mark Longley, called Elliot Turner evil and expressed his wish that Turner would suffer every day in prison. Elliot Turner was found guilty of ending her life in May 2012 and sentenced to life in prison. His parents, Anita Turner and Lee Turner, were both imprisoned. They were sentenced to 27 months in prison for misleading the police about the incident and destroying their son's confession note. Because it was a homicide investigation, the police kept her body, and it wasn't until September that she could be brought home in a closed casket. The Turners were released in 2013. Turner's reduced sentence appeal was denied the same year. However, British judges ruled otherwise during hearings in the High Court of London. It's clear that, due to wounded pride, he harbored thoughts of ending her life for a long time, eventually leading to her death. Lord Chief Justice Royce Justice Globe stated in his verdict that Simon Jones, one of the successful prosecutors, stated following the sentence that Emily's death was the result of domestic violence. Elliot stated, "I never wanted to hurt her. I was simply defending myself." Elliot Turner, Emily Longley's perpetrator, is currently serving a life sentence in a Kent prison for the brutal murder of the young aspiring model. The court determined that he would not be eligible for parole for at least 16 years. Turner, according to the Daily Star, has decorated the walls of his prison cell with photos of Emily, indicating a disturbing and possibly obsessive relationship with his victim. Surprisingly, while behind bars, Turner reportedly expressed his desire to return to a life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. Such an attitude raises concerns about his lack of remorse and the possibility of continuing harmful behavior after release. Furthermore, Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita Turner, were imprisoned for perverting justice by destroying their son's confession letter and tampering with evidence at the crime scene. This emphasizes the gravity of the situation and the collective impact of the Turner family's actions on the pursuit of justice for Emily Longley. Following the conclusion of the trial, Emily's father began to investigate domestic violence. He portrayed Elliot as an abuser using patterns and behaviors. He was constantly thinking about ending her life. It was simply a matter of time. To love someone means not attempting to control their lives, calling them derogatory names, or isolating them from their friends. That is not love. A woman is treated as a trophy. Such relationships are solely focused on retrieving the man from Emily's father's memories. He treated Emily cruelly before she returned to New Zealand, but she did not tell us anything. I'm not sure why, but if she had, things might have turned out differently. Now I don't think of Turner or his family. He is in prison, and I hope he suffers every day. If I think too much about what he did, my anger rises, and it is the type of anger that can consume you. He never thought about the people who had loved, cherished, and raised Emily for the previous 17 years. He stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her neck, and took her life. Even now, years later, it's difficult to believe anyone could do this to Emily. After the tragedy, Emily's parents divorced. However, they continue to struggle with anniversaries and birthdays. Easter is particularly difficult because it was the family's last holiday together. On May 6, 2011, Emily was still alive. She was chatting on Facebook with her father just a few hours before the incident occurred. She appeared normal and happy with no hint of fear. On May 7th, everything changed. Emily's father awoke after receiving a phone call. He did not respond right away. By the time he awoke, he had several missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, as well as multiple messages on his cell phone. Texts from her were not uncommon, but the volume of calls and messages was concerning. Finally, he picked up an incoming call. It was his younger daughter, Hannah, crying inconsolably on the other end. In the background, he could hear his ex-wife screaming, "Emily is gone. Emily's gone." He broke down while sitting on the same couch Emily had sat on just a week before. What was she going to do after college? This could not be true. How could such a vibrant young girl be gone? He couldn't remember anything else about that night. According to Emily's father's recollections, he did not sleep until he boarded the plane for England. I recall being driven to Auckland, stopping in a small town to refuel, and seeing Emily's photograph on the front page of the Herald. I thought I was going to get sick right there in the station while reading the headline. At the airport, people were throwing their copies in the trash, and I wanted to tell them who she was and that they should keep the newspaper. It felt like an eternity before Mark Longley arrived in England. He was still shocked, unable to believe that his visit to his once-loved England was to identify his beloved daughter, Emily. He still hoped there had been an error. They took him straight to the morgue, where Emily's body lay. He stood in a room with Caroline, a police officer, and the mortician, who pointed to a window and announced that the body was in the next room. The mortician pointed to the window the light would turn on, allowing them to enter the room when they were ready. The light turned on. Mark and Caroline, their hands cold with horror, stood unable to cross the threshold of that room. They were prepared to scream that it was not their daughter, but it was her. Emily was lying on the gurney, covered in a purple sheet, and appeared to be sleeping. Her father approached and touched her face. Emily's father remembered her skin as smooth but icy cold, with a beautiful alabaster hue. I wanted to flee and pretend I hadn't witnessed it. But I stood there, holding her hand, staring at the face I had studied so closely when she was born. Except now, her eyes were closed, and I realized this was no joke. She wasn't going to sit up and say, "Boo, Emily, my daughter had left." In the midst of such horror, all tomorrows become yesterday. When a flood of emotions pours down, bombarding and overwhelming the soul, you realize your complete helplessness. Emily's parents saw her for the last time that day in the morgue. The pain of losing someone does not get any easier. Time does not heal. It simply teaches you to live with it. Everyone always commented on Emily's beauty, and it continues to be discussed. She had a wonderful, warm, and loving side to her personality. She would approach you, wrap her long arms around you, and give you a tight hug. But most of all, Emily's family misses the woman she could have become. They will never know how her life would have turned out. A life denied to her. Years later, Emily's father remarried. He has a wonderful wife, Hillary, and a lovely son, Hunter, who is growing up in their household. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, has graduated from university and established her own life, free of domestic violence. Their greatest regret is that Emily is not present to share the joyful moments with them. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll look at what happened in San Antonio, Texas in 2007. Amber Belkin, 25, worked at a video game store on January 29, 2007. When the manager arrived to check on her, he discovered she was dead in the back of the store after she failed to open on time. It took authorities more than a year to apprehend the suspect. Amber Marie Belkin was born on December 6, 1981 in San Antonio. She was the only child in her family. Her parents described her as extremely energetic, ambitious, and responsible. Amber had been a manager at a video game store for nearly 3 years, and on January 29, he had another shift. The store was scheduled to open at 10 a.m., but she always arrived at work around 9 a.m. Before opening the store, she would take the money from the safe from the previous day and take it to the bank next door. It was done so that large sums of money did not accumulate in the store. Amber arrived at work around 9 a.m. on that January day, as she did every day. The store she worked in was part of a large international chain. Amber did not, however, open the store at 10 a.m. on that day, as was later discovered. Around noon, the regional manager contacted the manager of another store in San Antonio and asked him to take a drive to find out why Amber hadn't deposited the money and the store was still closed. Amber also failed to answer phone calls, raising suspicion and concern. The employee who went to check on Amber is named Mariano Rivera. After arriving at the location, he noticed a white car similar to Amber's. The store entrance was locked, and I couldn't see anyone through the glass windows. He knocked on the door several times, but no one came out. So he left. He returned about 2 hours later to take another look around, looking through the storefront windows. Rivera spotted Amber's assistant, Brandon. He knocked on the door, and Brandon let him in. Rivera asked Brandon if he had seen Amber, and he said no. He stated that he had just arrived and noticed something strange in the store. There were some money TDs and work-related documents on the floor. Rivera went into the back room and made a horrifying discovery. Amber's lifeless body lay on the floor, face down, with a plastic bag over her head. Later, forensic experts will determine that the cause of her death was strangulation. Rivera immediately dialed 911, and soon, the police cordoned off the store. Detectives discovered that Amber did not deliver money to the bank as she would on any other day. However, the safe in the store was empty, implying that there had been a robbery that went wrong. It's possible that the robber came across Amber and decided to eliminate her as a witness. Amber's schedule indicated that the crime occurred between 9 and 10 a.m. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the store, which could have greatly aided the investigation, so the police had to look for alternative clues. First, detectives questioned Mariano Rivera and Brandon Bale, who discovered the body. They described how and under what circumstances they arrived at the store and discovered Amber's death. According to store management, approximately $2,000 was missing from the safe, along with a few video game CDs and 3 or 4 PlayStation consoles. The total store damage amounted to $6,000. The police questioned the employees of the businesses next to the store, but they did not receive the desired results. Nobody had seen or heard anything. While the police were busy at the crime scene, word spread throughout San Antonio, and mass media representatives crowded the parking lot in front of the store. Amber's father, Randy Belkin, learned about the incident from the news. When he saw the address of the store where the crime took place, he immediately got in his car and drove there. When he arrived, he spoke with a detective who unfortunately informed him that the victim of the crime was his daughter. This event divided Randy's life into 2 parts, before and after. Soon, Amber's mother, Lelia, arrived at the store. Looking into her husband's eyes, she realized their only child was no longer with them. After examining the crime scene, detectives concluded that the criminal exited the store via the back door, which is why no one saw him. However, the main conclusion was that the criminal was familiar with the store's schedule. He knew the money was delivered to the bank between 9 and 10 a.m. He also knew there were no surveillance cameras in this store. This is something only a former or current employee of the company would know. The first person seriously suspected of involvement in the crime was Amber's assistant, Brandon Beal. He was intimately familiar with the store's operations, and he was already inside when a manager from another location arrived to check on Amber's health. When Brandon arrived at work, he knew the store should have been open a few hours earlier, but it was still closed. Despite this, he opened the door with his key, entered, and then locked it. He noticed signs of struggle inside, but for some reason he did not enter the back room to see if Amber was present, and, after speaking with company management, detectives discovered that Amber, a store manager, was unhappy with Brandon's work and wanted him fired. She informed her mother that Brandon has a short temper and does not perform his job duties adequately, but a disagreement with Amber could push Brandon to commit a crime. Detectives started looking for answers to this question. The officer searched Brandon's car and home after receiving a warrant, hoping to locate the CDs and PlayStation consoles stolen from the store. However, none of the above were discovered. During questioning, Brandon stated that he arrived at the store around 2 p.m. He was surprised that the store was still closed. He said he opened the door with his key because he didn't think Amber was inside. "I see the mess." He believed that the store had been robbed. The manager from another location arrived just a few minutes later. Brandon also admitted that he was unaware of Amber's desire to fire him, but he did acknowledge that they frequently disagreed on certain issues. His girlfriend and parents confirmed his alibi for the morning when the crime occurred. When he passed a lie detector, he was removed from the suspect list. Amber died nearly a month ago, and the police still had no new leads. The detectives feared that the case would remain unsolved. Amber's parents used social media to reach out to the public, requesting that anyone with information about the incident report it. A reward of $100,000 was offered for information leading to the arrest. Amber's employer provided 95,000 of them, and flyers featuring her were distributed throughout San Antonio. Regardless of this, no progress was made over the next 7 months, until one day, a police station received a critical call. The man who called identified himself as Joe and informed the detective in charge of Amber's case that he knew who was responsible for her death. Joe, or whoever, told the detective that Amber was strangled by 22-year-old Giovanni Rivera. When the detective asked why, he replied that he thought so. Joe replied that he and Giovanni previously worked for the same company as Amber. Giovanni called him on the day of the crime and asked if he wanted to take part in a robbery. The store was not chosen at random. Giovanni wanted to rob the store where Amber worked because it had no surveillance cameras. The detective asked Joe if he accepted Giovanni's offer and took part in the robbery, to which Joe replied negatively. If everything said is true, the police's initial assumption that the crime was committed by someone who was well versed in the store's schedule was correct. The detective requested that Joe come to the police station and make an official statement. He refused, but he probably knew they'd find him sooner or later. So 2 days later, he returned to the police station and stated once more that he did not participate in the robbery. During the questioning, Joe detailed how Giovanni Rivera first expressed his desire to rob a store. Joe claims Giovanni never said he was going to hurt Amber. However, about a month after her death, the case received extensive media coverage. He confessed that Amber's death was his fault. Joe explained that he didn't call right away because he was concerned for his safety. What are your thoughts? Could the $100,000 reward for providing important information motivate him to go to the police? Please share your thoughts on the matter in the comments. Joe claimed that the field of guilt began to overpower the feeling of fear, which prompted him to make a call. Although the testimony alone was insufficient to obtain an arrest warrant for Giovanni Rivera, the detective still summoned him to the police station for questioning. It's also worth noting that Giovanni Rivera is not related to Mariano Rivera, the manager who discovered the body. They're just namesakes. In a conversation with a detective, Rivera accused Joe of lying. He claims he was not involved in any criminal activities. He eventually refused to answer any further questions, forcing the police to release him. While the officers considered how to bring him to justice, Giovanni relocated to Laredo, Texas, with his family. This is the city on the border with Mexico, so there was a good chance he'd cross the border and get lost. However, without strong evidence, detectives were unable to proceed, and the case was once again stalled for months. Fortunately, help arrived unexpectedly near the end of June 2008. Veronica, Giovanni's wife, called the police nearly a year and a half after Amber died. She claimed that her husband attacked her, threatening her and the children with a pistol. More importantly, she claimed that he was responsible for Amber Belkin's death. The detective in charge of the case traveled to Laredo to speak with Veronica, whom he had met in person. She claimed that she made a bad decision by marrying Giovanni. She became pregnant by him while still in school, and her family insisted they marry. Giovanni began to reveal his true face after the wedding. He was a tyrant. According to Veronica, if he desired intimacy, but she did not, he would tie her up with duct tape. She also stated that when Giovanni was called into a police station for the first time, he returned home distraught and immediately informed her that they needed to relocate to Laredo. They left San Antonio the same day, having taken everything they needed. Veronica understood that if her husband was clean before the law, they would not relocate. One time, she mustered the courage to ask Giovanni if he was involved in Amber Belkin's death, to which Giovanni replied that he had killed her. Veronica was astounded and asked him why he did it. He explained that he did it because their family needed money to pay rent. When Veronica asked for a divorce, Giovanni drove her to a secluded location. He took out a pistol and told her to get into the back seat. He followed her and threatened her, forcing her to do what he wanted. Then he pulled her out of the car, handed her the gun, and instructed her to finish him. Veronica said she wouldn't do it. Giovanni responded that if she did not shoot, he would deal with her, her children, and her relatives. Veronica begged him to think about what might happen to their children. If they were left without their parents, it appeared to work, and they both returned home that evening, but Giovanni said he was going to disappear in the morning. When he drove away, Veronica immediately called the police and told them about her husband's confession. Detectives obtained a warrant for Giovanni Rivera's arrest after receiving testimony from 2 witnesses, one of whom was Giovanni Rivera's wife. However, Rivera managed to cross the border and become lost in Mexico at the time. Another 6 weeks passed before he was discovered and arrested at a relative's home. Mexico's authorities agreed to his extradition to the United States on the condition that prosecutors do not seek the death penalty for him. These terms were agreed upon. After all of the documents were completed, Giovanni Rivera was delegated authority in the United States. Amber's parents were relieved that his arrest would result in justice for their daughter's death. On August 7, 2008, Rivera was interrogated. In contrast to the previous conversation, the officers heard his wife's testimony. When informed of this, he admitted to everything. He stated that as soon as Amber opened the store door, he followed her, wearing gloves and a mask. Amber recognized him, which surprised him greatly. He told her that he was having financial problems and that he desperately needed money, and he forced her to open the safe. Amber attempted to reach the phone at one point, and he had to tie her hands with duct tape. She panicked and began screaming. According to Rivera, he placed his hand over her mouth and asked her to remain silent. Amber tried to break free, but he realized he had reached the point of no return. He took a plastic bag from nearby and cut off her oxygen. She stopped breathing. He took the money, some CDs, and some PlayStation consoles before driving away in his car, which was parked behind the store. Rivera's lawyer began negotiating a plea deal. The district attorney's office took nearly a year and a half to accept this agreement, which excluded a life sentence without parole. Given the risks of a jury trial and the fact that appeals can take years to be heard, prosecutors concluded that the plea deal was the best possible outcome for the Belkin family. Giovanni Rivera received a life sentence as a result of the deal in April 2010. He must serve 30 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Amber has promised her relatives and friends that they will do everything they can to ensure that he never walks free. The authorities did not say whether anyone received the $100,000 reward offered for assisting in the search for the perpetrator. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at the events that occurred on January 13, 2019. Surveillance cameras caught 17-year-old Augustina M. Winkelried leaving a bowling club she'd attended with her friends. Several hours later, it became clear that Augustina was missing, and her family began searching for her. Shortly after, she became the talk of the small Argentine town of Esperanza, where she lived, and word spread quickly throughout the country. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza, where she lives with her large family. As the youngest of her parents' 5 children, she was always given preferential treatment. It is common knowledge that the youngest child in a family receives more attention due to their age. Augustina was described as friendly, caring, and always smiling. She, like most young people, enjoyed spending time with friends, whether at the movies, bowling alleys, discos, or simply playing the ukulele. Esperanza is a small town with slightly more than 40,000 residents, the majority of whom know one another. Because of the town's limited entertainment options, all of the young people there met and knew each other in some way. As a result, Augustina's parents became concerned, but we are not afraid for her, allowing her to go out and spend time with her friends, with the only condition that she stay in touch and send us her whereabouts. On Saturday afternoon, January 12, 2019, Augustina's father dropped her off at a friend's house where a group of about 6 people had planned to meet. The girls had planned to go to Teos, a nightclub and bowling center, after everyone had gathered. Augustina told her father that she would spend the night at a friend's house after leaving the club and return home the next afternoon. She was dating a man named Now. They appear to get along well, and their families know one another. That night, about an hour before midnight, Augustina messaged him and asked him to go to the club, but he declined, saying he was tired. Later, the young man came to regret staying at home that night. Augustina and her friends were having a wonderful time at the club. They had a good time, danced, and enjoyed the music. By 5 a.m., the friends decided it was time to leave. However, Augustina ran into another group of her friends at the club and decided to stay longer. As a result, the group split up and headed home, leaving Augustina with a different group of friends. At 5:40 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Augustina walking out of the venue with a cell phone. After leaving the building, she went to a fast food restaurant. Augustina waited her turn, received her order, spoke briefly with an acquaintance, and then proceeded to the road. The friend's house, where she planned to spend the night, was not far away, so Augustina decided to walk there. The day was getting brighter, and she appeared to be confident in her safety. As you can see, there were no sidewalks, so one could only walk along the side of the road. It's unclear if Augustina drank that night, but the footage shows that, despite wearing high-heeled platform shoes, she walked steadily. She veered slightly to the side as she approached the driveway, but this is not surprising given that the site is an unpaved road with rocks. She could have simply tripped. In addition, it should be noted that the Club Teos has an age division. One zone is reserved for those under the age of 18, so no alcohol is sold there. Augustina eventually failed to arrive at either her friend's or her own home. Her parents were always aware of her location because she had always told them this time. However, when morning arrived, they noticed that their daughter had not texted to let them know she had arrived at her friend's house and was fine. So they became concerned and attempted to contact Agustina but were unable to do so. Her phone number was unavailable. The parents were aware that she was expected to spend the night at a friend's house. So they contacted her friend, who informed them that Agustina hadn't returned from the club. The friend also informed the concerned parents that Agustina had stayed at the club with another group of people. After contacting all of his daughter's acquaintances and discovering that no one knew where she was, Augustine's father called the police and began searching for her on his own. Daniel M. Winkelried was a well-known figure in town, having served as president of a local soccer club and owning a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When they discovered he was in distress, many locals volunteered to help with the search, and Christina's friends were able to raise awareness of the case through social media, resulting in coverage on television news programs. After beginning the investigation and learning that Agustina had been at Taylor's club all night, police officers went there to speak with potential witnesses and examine the surveillance camera footage available at the venue. Aside from footage of Agustina walking towards the road, this revealed nothing new. When the officers realized which direction she had gone, they began questioning people who lived along the road, as well as employees from various businesses in the area. It was possible that someone had seen or heard something, and any indication was significant. Agustina's friend Brian was among those who learned of her disappearance through social media. I noticed the large number of posts about finding Agustina. Brian contacted her father Daniel and informed him that he had seen Agustina outside the Tios Club around 6 a.m. He was driving along when he noticed her standing by the roadside. I was talking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped next to her a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued down the road, but he quickly grabbed his phone and called Agustina. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. She said she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that it was dangerous to walk on this road because she could be hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride and explained that she was going to a friend's house. There was a gas station a few hundred meters from where Brian spotted Agustina, so we decided to stop, wait for her, and fill the tank. When Agustina didn't arrive at the gas station 15 minutes later, Brian decided to go get her himself, but she was nowhere to be found. His attempts to contact her were also unsuccessful, as she did not respond. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, assuming that Agustina, had gone directly to her friend's house, forgetting that he was waiting for her. Given all of this information, the main clue was a silver car. Brian couldn't say for certain which brand and model the car was, but, according to him, it was quite old. Demand, sitting in the driver's seat, may have been the last person to see Agustina. The possibility that he was involved in her disappearance was not ruled out. When the police attempted to locate Agustina's cell phone, they discovered that the last time it received a signal was from a tower in the same neighborhood as the club. Because the club was on the outskirts of town, there were numerous vacant lots and fields where the search teams focused their efforts. Agustina was walking along the road and noticed that only this gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel had arrived to examine the footage and determine whether or not his daughter had reached that location. Given the location of her friend's house, Agustina was bound to pass by the gas station. Daniel explained the situation to the gas station attendant and asked for assistance. The attendant, who was a father himself, showed him the footage the camera captured that morning, almost losing his job as a result. Later, the gas station owner fired him for allowing an unauthorized person to watch the footage without permission. When the town's residents learned of this, they banded together and began refueling their vehicles elsewhere. This quelled the gas station owner's rage, and he reinstated the employee and apologized to him at Esperanza's home. Daniel reviewed the footage captured by the gas station cameras, but did not find his daughter. It appeared that Agustina never arrived. However, the footage revealed the same old silver car that Brian had previously described. It had passed the gas station around the same time that Agustina was walking down the street. It was a Renault car, and Daniel determined who the owner was. Pablo Trionfini, 39, is a municipal employee, or more specifically, a garbage man who lives less than a kilometer from the gas station. He had no prior criminal record but had drawn police attention on several occasions. The first time, His ex-wife reported him to the police for beating her. This resulted in a court order prohibiting Tryon Feeney from contacting his ex-wife. He was arrested a second time for violating the order. Both of these incidents occurred in 2017. Police officers arrived shortly after Daniel reviewed the footage from the gas station security cameras, also wanting to see the footage, but unaware that Augustina's father had already done so. They were able to identify the silver car after reviewing the surveillance footage. When they discovered that Daniel had watched the video before them, they became concerned that lynching would occur and went straight to Pablo Tryon Feeney's home. When the police arrived, they discovered that people had gathered in front of the house and were shouting, but Augustina reported that the crowd dispersed after the police arrived, and one of the people present informed the officers that Tryon Feeney was inside the house. When he heard the shouting, he looked out, but when he saw the hostile crowd, he fled inside and bolted the door. The officers lacked probable cause to justify an unauthorized entry into the man's home, so they requested a search warrant. While awaiting the warrant, the house was cordoned off to deter the suspect from attempting to flee. Around midnight, one police officer decided to investigate the yard and discovered that Pablo Tryon Feeney had died. The police officer rushed to help, but it was too late. Tryon Feeney had died. Such a turn of events revealed his involvement in Augustine's disappearance. But despite searching his home and car, the police discovered no evidence. Pablo Tryon Feeney used the rope to free himself from further trouble and proceedings. As the police were searching the house, Finney's neighbor approached them and said that Pablo had stopped by during the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for earthworms because he was fishing. A half hour later, he returned the shovel and told his neighbor that he had noticed something strange. Tryon Feeney thanked the man and said tentatively, "Thank you. I am not sure if I will ever see you again." Witnesses saw Tryon Feeney leave the house several times on Sunday while riding his bike and holding a shovel. This could indicate that Augustina had passed away. On Monday, January 14, 2019, a search began at dawn with the assistance of drones and police dogs. Augustine's half-stained body was discovered about 500 meters from his club at 9:15 a.m. It had been hidden in a ditch filled with dense vegetation. As word spread about the discovery of Augustina in Winkelried's body, her friends and family began to send her heartfelt farewells on social media. This included a touching post from her boyfriend who, posted 2 photos of himself with Augustina on his Instagram account and wrote, "I wish I could wake up and this was all a dream. I'll miss you so much. My love will never leave my heart. Fly hello, my queen. I know we'll see each other again." The forensic examination revealed that Augustina fought desperately for her life. Her hands were covered in defensive wounds, with pieces of her attacker's skin under her fingernails. A DNA test confirmed that the man who assaulted Augustina was Pablo Tryon Feeney. Forensics determined that the cause of death was strangulation. We may never know how Augustina ended up with Pablo Tryon Feeney, whether he forced her or simply offered her a ride. We can only speculate because only 2 people knew the truth and will never be able to speak about it again. The police searched the tree on Finney's phone and found no evidence that he knew Augustine. Hundreds of people came to the funeral to say goodbye to Augustina in Winkelried. Meanwhile, according to Argentine media reports, Pablo Tryon Feeney's relatives did not attend his funeral. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in 2002. During her summer vacation in Kansas, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp, also known as Allie Kemp, worked at an outdoor swimming pool. Her brother also worked there, but on different shifts. When he arrived at work one day and was unable to locate his sister, he contacted his father. The guy couldn't believe Allie was closer than he thought. Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born on October 11, 1982, in Lawood, Kansas, which is on the border with Missouri. She was the eldest of 3 children and her parents' only daughter. Alexandra graduated from high school with honors and attended Kansas State University. She had big life plans, including taking a trip in 2002. After finishing her first year of university, she returned to Leawood for her summer vacation. There was an outdoor swimming pool close to her parents' house. Her younger brother, Tyler, works there. Alexandra, too, decided to work part-time over the summer to supplement her income. It was not a busy place. The pool was primarily intended for the neighborhood's residents. By the way, this pool is still operational as of June 18, 2002. Alexandra was at work. The day was cloudy, so there were fewer visitors than usual. Tyler arrived at the pool around 5 p.m. to start his shift, but his sister was not present. Her phone and purse were on the table, where she usually sat. Confused, Tyler called his parents and informed them that Alexandra had disappeared. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene. The first thing he did was look in the pool. Roger exhaled with relief as the pool was empty. Roger then went to a small pump room near the pool, which contained various water purification equipment, a ladder, and other items. Once inside, the man looked around but saw nothing suspicious. But then he noticed a leg sticking out from beneath the tarp. Running up and lifting the tarp, Roger saw his daughter brutally beaten. She was naked from the waist down, with numerous bruises on her face and body. The man immediately dialed 911. While speaking with the operator, he cried and begged Alexandra not to abandon him. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was administering CPR to his daughter. They transported the girl to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Alexandra did not survive. She was pronounced dead immediately after arriving at the hospital. Alexandra died from strangulation, despite having suffered numerous severe injuries. Although her body was partially naked, experts discovered no evidence of someone forcing her into intimacy before her death. The police cordoned off the pool while they awaited the results of an analysis of the DNA samples taken from Alexandra's body, hoping to find clues that would help them identify the perpetrator. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body. Her flip-flops were in 2 different locations. The police also discovered an open antiseptic gel with a cap inside. A few days later, while police were desperately searching for the perpetrator, Alexandra's family and hundreds of caring people said their goodbyes at a funeral ceremony. The first suspect was Phil Howes, whom Alexandra had been dating since high school. Phil also worked as the pool administrator. Alexandra died while working the morning shift, and Alexandra arrived at noon. Her shift was scheduled to last 5 hours. Phil used to stay after work to spend more time with his girlfriend Alexandra, but this time he left immediately after his shift because they had planned an evening date. As previously stated, Alexandra's brother arrived at work to find her already under a tarp in the pump room. However, Phil had a solid alibi, so the police quickly removed him from the suspect list. Speaking with detectives, he stated that Alexandra disliked being alone. Lawnmowers frequently stared at her and attempted to flirt with her. The police interrogated the mowers, but all of the men had an alibi. However, it was not an absolute dead end. Several men reported seeing a strange man sitting in the bushes with a video camera, liking the girls in swimsuits. They saw this man near the pool the day before Alexandra died. Furthermore, someone claimed that he left in an old Ford pickup truck to investigate the activity on the girl's mobile phone. Experts discovered that she communicated with a friend named Laurel on the day she died. They even agreed to meet, and Laurel reported to the police station for questioning. She told investigators that Alexandra invited her to sit with her until her shift ended. The weather that day was not ideal, so no one came to the pool, which made Alexandra feel better, according to Laurel. According to Laurel, she arrived at the pool around 2:30 p.m. I parked a few yards from the fence, but Alexandra wasn't present. Laurel began honking, hoping that Alexandra would respond to the sound, but instead of her friend, she saw a man emerge from the pool house. The latter gave her a smile and waved. Laurel was unfamiliar with this man. She assumed it was Alexandra's boss and decided to leave so as not to cause any additional problems for her friend. At the time, she believed Alexandra would be in trouble if the boss discovered she was talking to friends during work hours. But that man was not Alexandra's supervisor or co-worker. The police were almost certain that Laurel had seen the criminal based on her description of the forensic artist's sketch of the suspect. The police were looking for a 30-year-old white man with stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a Ford pickup truck from 1980. The authorities received numerous clues. One person stated that the man named James was straight, looked very similar to the suspect's sketch, drove an old Ford pickup truck, and worked as a mechanic about 20 minutes away from the pool. When the police found the man and took him to the station, they were astounded by his resemblance to the sketch based on Laurel's description. James denied being involved in Alexandra Kemp's death. The man's employer confirmed his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day Alexandra died. As a result, they let go more directly. Meanwhile, the police received a report from the laboratory, which revealed male DNA on a tube of antiseptic gel found at the crime scene and on Alexandra's body. However, it was ineffective because the police discovered no matches in the databases when they searched for these samples. Alexandra's friends, family, and boyfriend were officially excluded from the suspect list because their DNA did not match the DNA samples discovered on her body. Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, was the driving force behind this investigation. Losing his beloved daughter stripped him of the meaning of life, but he regained it by setting himself the goal of finding the person who killed Alexandra. In an interview, Roger stated that you have two choices: stay in bed and pull the blanket over your head, or go out and fight. I decided to fight. Roger's perseverance and tenacity impressed the police department, so he was given his own space at the police station, where he collected all of the information he received and shared potential leads with the investigation. After reviewing all available clues, Roger and the investigators contacted the producers of the television show America's Most Wanted and requested that an episode about Alexandra's death be produced. The creators agreed. It was once the longest-running television show, lasting 24 seasons. After the Alexandra story aired, the police began receiving hundreds of calls containing information. They investigated all the clues, but none of them led to a breakthrough. The investigation ended in a dead end. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra died, there was a new, seemingly solid clue. As a result of the search activity, a man has been arrested in Utah. They received 3 statements about this person over a span of several days. 2 women and a 114-year-old girl who are unrelated to each other told the police that a man forced them into intimacy. The criminal fled, but was eventually apprehended in Utah. This man turned out to be James Strader, the same man the Kansas police had previously interrogated. Strader's facial features were very similar to the sketch of the suspect. For some reason, no one collected his DNA sample at the time. Perhaps no one did this because Strader's boss convinced the police that he was at work on the day of the crime and had not left. Everyone thought the Alexandra Kemp case was about to be resolved, but Strader denied any involvement in her death. He admitted that he looked very similar to the suspect's portrait, but claimed he had not been by the pool that day. He provided a DNA sample for analysis. However, the outcome disappointed everyone. His DNA did not match that found on Alexandra's body, and the antiseptic gel tube ended up in prison on unrelated charges, and the Alexandra Kemp case investigation was once again stalled. Alexandra died a year ago and the police still have no suspects. Roger Kemp and Phil House, the man Alexandra was dating, continued their fight for justice. Phil, president of the student community, distributed the suspect's portrait via email to students at other universities. He also requested that students at other educational institutions watch an episode of America's Most Wanted featuring Alexandra Kemp. However, despite the best efforts of her relatives and the police, nothing was accomplished. Another year has passed. Roger Kemp refused to give up and continued to fight for justice for his daughter. He contacted America's Most Wanted again, this time requesting that the episode about Alexandra's death be rerun. When the creators asked Roger if there was any new information in the case, he replied, "No such determination of a father who lost his daughter impressed the show's creators. Therefore, the episode was shown again." Following that, the police received a high volume of calls. Roger offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person who killed Alexandra. The city of Leawood increased it to $50,000. Roger also published an image of his daughter's sketch of the suspects along with information about the reward in newspapers. One day, he was driving down the highway and noticed the billboards. At that point, Roger realized that a billboard was an excellent way to draw attention. He began calling advertising agencies to see how much it would cost to place the necessary information on one of the billboards. One of the agencies Roger contacted was Lamar Advertising Company. When the company's owner learned that Roger Kemp wanted to rent a billboard, he refused to take his money. Instead, he told him that he could post information for free on multiple billboards. Roger decided to post a sketch of the suspect and information about the reward on billboards near one of the state's busiest highways. The police received hundreds of clues that took time to investigate. At the same time, some clues referred to the same man. 2 unrelated individuals reported on Teddy Hoover, the owner of an old Ford pickup truck. The man worked in pool maintenance and resembles the suspect sketch. This many matches could not be a coincidence. So the police began looking for a man named Teddy Hoover. They found out his address in Kansas and went there right away. Hoover opened the door. He was surprised and visibly nervous, but it was not his fault. Many people become nervous when the police knock on their door. They inquired about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002. As expected, the man responded that he couldn't remember because it had been 2 years. Few people will recall where they were on a specific day several years ago. Hoover also denied any involvement in the pool's maintenance, where Alexandra worked. Nonetheless, the detectives asked him to voluntarily provide a sample of his DNA in order to eliminate him from the list of suspects. Hoover responded that he needed to consult a lawyer before proceeding. He stated that he would call the police himself after consulting with a lawyer. About a day later, Hoover's lawyer contacted investigators, stating that his client was concerned about his sample ending up in the database. Teddy allegedly believed in a variety of conspiracy theories. In other words, he believed the police would use it against him. In other cases, the investigators promised not to enter Hoover's DNA into any database and would only compare it to the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer said he'd speak with his client and call back, while waiting for a call. The police searched through the materials for the 100th time and discovered a piece of paper with a familiar name in one of the folders. On the day Alexandra died, detectives interviewed bystanders gathered by the pool, hoping to learn if they had witnessed anything suspicious. Ted Hoover was one of the people the police spoke with by the pool. It indicated that he was at the crime scene. Despite his claim that he had never been there, the police became increasingly convinced that Ted Hoover was the man they had been looking for 2 years. After several days of waiting, the investigators contacted Hoover's lawyer and asked if his client was willing to provide a sample of his DNA. The lawyer's response surprised the investigators. The man stated that his client refused his services and stopped contacting him. Police immediately went to Hoover's house, but their main suspect had already escaped. They added the 29-year-old man to the national wanted list. However, he was able to cover his tracks quite successfully. Billboards featuring the suspect's image remained in place, and detectives had been searching for Hoover for months without success. In September 2004, a man called the police and claimed to have information about the suspect. He claimed to know the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom he lived in Kansas. Detectives decided to identify this woman, but they discovered that she left the state around the same time that Hoover fled. The woman's name was Laura Barr, and the U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that she was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut. A man named Benjamin Appleby also received mail at that address. The house where they lived was in a remote rural area. The police were certain that Benjamin Appleby was either a pseudonym or Teddy Hoover's real name. In 1997, detectives contacted the Connecticut State Police and asked them to assist in the search for Appleby. The man had legal issues in Connecticut, and a warrant for his arrest was issued. The man exposed himself in front of a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin fled the state, and the police were unable to locate him. With an arrest warrant, the detectives went to Benjamin Appleby's mail delivery address. They discovered the man at home and arrested him immediately, as the Kansas detectives suspected Benjamin Appleby and Teddy Hoover were the same person. In 1997, Appleby got into legal trouble in Connecticut. He fled the state and lived as Teddy Hoover. But when detectives in Kansas wanted a sample of his DNA to determine his involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death, he returned to Connecticut, began living under his real name, and attempted to maintain a low profile, assuming that everyone had forgotten about his wrongdoings. Appleby refused extradition to Kansas, so the Leawood detectives traveled to Connecticut, assuming he will again declare his innocence. The detectives tricked him. Before bringing the man to the interrogation room, they hung crime scene photos, as well as Alexandra and Appleby's pictures, and placed folders on the table with his name on them. The police went to great lengths to give him the impression that the investigation was thorough. When the man arrived in the interrogation room, he was speechless. One of the detectives inquired, "What do you think will happen after we get a sample of your DNA?" Appleby burst into tears and claimed responsibility for Alexandra's death. He recounted the events of the cloudy June day. Benjamin noticed Alexandra, and she appeared attractive. He decided to hit on her, and when she entered the pump room, he followed her and locked the door, preventing her from leaving. Appleby touched the girl, and she hit him back. He beat and strangled her out of humiliation. Alexandra lost consciousness, and Appleby decided to satisfy his lust by partially undressing her. He took a tube of antiseptic gel from the first aid kit and intended to use it as a lubricant. Alexandra's friend, who was sitting in the car behind the fence and beeping, stopped him from carrying out his plan. He was afraid of being caught red-handed, so he covered his body and left the room. When he saw Alexandra's friend, he smiled and waved. Then he got into his pickup truck and drove off. A few hours later, he returned to the crime scene and joined the crowd of onlookers gathered by the pool. The DNA analysis confirmed that the DNA found on the gel tube and Alexandra's body belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Thus, after more than 2 years, and largely due to Roger Kemp's efforts, the police discovered the man who killed Alexandra. Appleby told investigators that he was willing to fully admit guilt in order to quickly close the case and spare Alexandra's family from another emotional ordeal. But at the first court hearing, he declared his innocence, claiming that he confessed under pressure. You can say a lot, but disputing the DNA analysis is pointless. There was only one DNA sample on the victim's body, which belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Realizing this, his lawyers attempted to persuade the court that their client had no intention of killing Alexander. They said Benjamin admitted to killing Alexandra Kemp, but denied doing so on purpose. However, forensic experts reminded everyone that the criminal had been strangling the girl for approximately 10 minutes. He could have stopped, but chose not to. According to the prosecution, he came to the pool for one reason: to watch her. Unfortunately, on June 18, 2002, the pool was cloudy and empty. Appleby took advantage of the situation. In December of 2005, a jury found him guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with the option of petitioning for parole after 50 years. He received an additional 19 years for attempting to force her into intimacy. Appleby appealed the court's decision in 2019, and his life sentence for first-degree deprivation of life was upheld. The Court of Appeal ruled that an attempt to establish intimacy with Alexandra was considered when the first sentence was passed. Thus, Appleby was sentenced twice for the same crime. Based on this, the court reversed the second conviction. Even if released on parole, Appleby will be 81 years old at the time. The investigators admitted that Roger Kemp's perseverance helped them find the criminal. When Appleby was in prison, Roger and his wife started a self-defense class for girls, through which tens of thousands of girls and women across the country learned basic self-defense techniques. Billboards were not a new concept in 1991. Following the death by strangulation of 34-year-old Kathy Page, her father began placing billboards criticizing the police, and this story inspired the filmmakers. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. However, after Roger Kemp posted a sketch of the suspect on billboards, people began using this method across the country. Furthermore, many people continue to use it today. Roger's persistence in the investigation, as well as his subsequent efforts to benefit society, were not unnoticed. At the White House, he received the Presidential Citizens Medal from President Barack Obama. Roger Kemp, 77, passed away on March 1, 2022. Until his death, he worked for a foundation named after his daughter. He stated that he would consider his efforts successful if they saved at least one person. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mom is an important figure in each of our lives. Across all languages, this word sounds warm and tender because it conveys only goodness and understanding. In times of pain, fear, or joy, a person's only words are mommy. Unfortunately, children are not always the most important part of a mother's life. A high-profile crime committed in one of the nation's largest states, Texas, has spread across the country. Christy Sheets, a young and successful 42-year-old woman, shot and killed her 2 adult daughters in her own backyard. But why? Let's start at the beginning and try to figure out what possessed a loving mother to commit such a cruel act. Christy Bird was born in Decatur, Alabama, in 1974. Rebecca Bird's parents separated when she was very young, and her mother Christy had to work hard to provide a poverty-free existence for her child. Christy was raised primarily by her grandfather. The girl adored her grandfather because he spoiled her and taught her unusual skills, such as how to handle a gun. The retired officer had an impressive collection of weapons. The two of them would lock themselves in a semi-dark basement room and spend hours looking at the treasures hidden beneath her grandfather's intriguing stories. From early childhood, a person seeks to understand his place in life, learns to form relationships with others, and receives education for the purpose of applying what he has learned in real life. Christy, however, did not strive for knowledge. Despite attending one of the best schools in the state, the study was uninterested in the young rebel. Frequent clashes with peers severely traumatized her childhood psyche. As a result of repeated attacks and conflicts with classmates, Christy barely finishes school. It's after school. Christy relocates to Lawrence County in North Alabama to attend university. She begins working as a secretary for a transportation company, where she meets Jason Sheets, a young and promising specialist. The young people walk for hours around the city. They hike together, take a vacation to Christy's hometown, and form a strong and lasting bond. After a few years, they married and moved to Kathy's hometown, located on one of the city's quietest streets. On April 19, 1994, the young family purchases a house. Taylor, their first daughter, was born. Jason was overjoyed because he had always wanted a small daughter. The Sheets family was very well done and pleased. Jason has successfully worked as a consultant for a large oil and gas company. Christy raised her daughter and was an outstanding housewife. On October 21, 1998, Christy and Jason welcomed their second daughter, Madison. Family life proceeded in a calm and measured manner. Jason was at work. Christy was caring for the children until tragedy struck, forever changing the family's way of life. When Christy's grandfather died in 2012, she loved him as if he were the father she never had. The woman had a difficult time dealing with such a significant loss. Psychologists and antidepressants took the place of family idols. However, even 2 months later, she had not fully recovered from her grandfather's death. Christy's mother dies. Another tragedy morally kills her, and she enters a mental health clinic for the first time. One clinic is replaced by another, and antidepressants are substituted for hard alcohol. Christy's internal state has been unstable and vulnerable for a long time. Husbands and daughters have long tried to help a loved one in any way they can. After a while, they appear to be successful. Christy returns to her former life. She gets a job as a manager at a laser cosmetology clinic that specializes in tattoo removal. Work consumes all of her time, while her beloved husband and daughter have attempted to occupy her heart and thoughts. Christy shared a photo of Taylor and Madison on Facebook on September 25, 2015, her daughter's birthday. She captions it with a statement of maternal love. Christy summoned her children. These girls are incredible, sweet, kind, beautiful, and intelligent. You have no idea how much I love and cherish you. Christy wrote at the time to her daughter. In January of that year, she wrote another strong post in support of her right to bear arms. A post with a photo of a polished gun on a table next to 7 bullets. I own 10 guns. Obama wants 8 of my firearms. What number of guns do I have? Responding to her comments. That is right. I own 10 guns. Christy Sheets has been a vocal supporter of legislation that would make firearms more widely available to the public. She was particularly opposed to the Democratic Party's initiative to prohibit the free trade of semi-automatic handguns. Christy claimed that it would violate her family's right to self-defense. It's ironic that Christy Sheets' love, admiration, and staunch defense of guns, as well as her belief in the right to bear arms, ultimately led to the tragic loss of her 2 daughters and her own life. On Jason's birthday, June 24, 2016, Christy invited her daughters over for dinner. That night, the whole family congregated in the living room. Instead of a celebratory dinner, Jason wanted to inform his daughters about his upcoming divorce. Christy had overheard their conversation. In the living room, there was an uproar. She was yelling and cursing. Then she departed. Jason tried to calm the girls down. I promised that things would get better. But Christy returned with a gun in hand. Jason covered the children, and panic spread throughout the house. Madison hid behind the couch and made a discreet call to 911. When the dispatcher answered, the girl had been overtaken by her mother. "Mommy, please do not shoot." A wheezing, moaning, and silenced voice was heard again. "Don't shoot. There are kids. I'll do whatever you want, don't shoot." The call was cut short. Taylor, 22, is unable to speak or relay information to the dispatcher during her second phone call. She was completely perplexed by the incredible chaos that was unfolding in the family home. Taylor was shot twice by her mother, who fired the fatal shot while her daughter lay dying on the ground outside the family home. At 5 p.m., Christie simply fired several shots at Taylor and Madison. Police responded to several 911 calls near Christie and Jason's home. Police discovered the bodies of Madison Sheets, 17, and Taylor Sheets, 22, on the ground. Christie was standing over Madison's body holding a gun. She was clearly about to take another shot at the girl. The police officer, unsure if the victim was still alive, ordered her to drop the weapon immediately. Christie ignored the officer's demand, and they opened fire at point-blank range. The woman was killed on the spot. An examination of the victims revealed that Madison, 17, died instantly from her injuries, while Taylor, 22, was injured. She was transported to the hospital via helicopter. Unfortunately, she was unable to be saved. As a result, the injuries inflicted by their mother proved fatal to both daughters. Jason Sheets, 45, was the massacre's only survivor. Christie also shot him, but he was able to seek refuge in the home of neighbors who asked him to call the cops. The neighbors overheard him pleading with Christie, "Please do not hurt them. There are kids." Christie, however, did not heed those words. Instead, she fired a few bullets at Jason. Only a lucky break saved his life. However, the police were unable to question Jason about the incident's circumstances right away. When the police arrived, he was immediately taken to the hospital in a state of deep shock. The area around the house where the family tragedy took place was cordoned off. Surprising neighbors and random witnesses were repeatedly questioned. As the interviews began, it was most accurately established that there were initial sounds of bickering coming from the house. Then, according to witnesses who were concerned, Christie began beating the girls before grabbing a .38 caliber shotgun. She fired at Madison and then Taylor from point-blank range. The bleeding girls ran out of the house. Madison managed only a few steps before collapsing in agony. The mother saw this and fired another shot in Taylor's direction. Christie went inside the house, reloaded the shotgun, and shot her dead at point-blank range. According to witnesses, Christie acted coldly and without movement. They returned to their home's living room after the first shots were fired. All family members dashed outside. A family argument turned into a shooting, but we're still trying to put everything together. That was the first version of what happened, told to TV news crews who arrived on the scene of the tragedy. What drove Christie Burns Sheets, 42, to commit such heinous crimes? The detectives are unsure of the exact reasons. All they have are dry facts. According to police, there was trouble in the Sheets family home for several years due to disagreements among family members. Police have called Sheets over a dozen times. In the end, Christie's father and husband were both female. Jason Sheets, 45, couldn't take it anymore and left his wife. But he recently returned to her. On the day of the tragedy, Christie's invitation brought the entire family together for dinner. Taylor, a college student who recently had a fight with her mother, returned home to celebrate Jason's birthday with her family. What happened astounded observers and family acquaintances alike. How and why did a mother murder her own daughter's neighbor, Gino Hernandez, according to the Sheets family? "I've known both girls since they were 10 years old," the man said, wiping away tears. "They were always pleasant. When outgoing girls passed, they would always wave and say hello. Then there's Christie. She refused to attend the barbecue. It was always as if she were one of her own wonderful girls, and Jason was a good guy to another neighbor who voiced their concerns. We are completely focused on Christie." The investigation also supports the neighbors. Christie's previous conflicts with both daughters have already been revealed. Furthermore, official authorities have already stated that Christie suffered from a mental illness on June 29, 2016. Sheriff Troy Nils told reporters at the first press conference that the 42-year-old mother was depressed and had attempted suicide multiple times because she was about to divorce her husband. According to the police spokesman, the couple's marriage began to fall apart in 2012. Just then, Christie Sheets' grandfather committed suicide in order to kill family members. Mrs. Sheets used a gun that she inherited from a deceased relative, one of the possible causes of the family's serious discord. The sheriff referred to Christie's refusal to put up with her eldest daughter Taylor's upcoming marriage. A couple of days before the shots were fired, Christie Sheets had an argument with her oldest daughter, Taylor, and attempted to place her under house arrest and prohibit her from seeing her fiancé. Nels observed that Jason disagreed with his wife on whether house arrest was an appropriate punishment for a 22-year-old girl. Juan Sebastian Logo, 23, and Taylor Sheets, 22, were in the same art department during their college years. The two young people had been dating for 4 years through social media. They demonstrated how much they loved each other and how they were planning their wedding. A small wedding ceremony was set for June 27th. It has been suggested that Taylor's mother objected to his marriage to Sebastian, who was of Hispanic descent. Jason Sheets disagreed with his wife and insisted that incarcerating their eldest daughter was inappropriate punishment for an adult. Later, Jason Sheets would testify, telling investigators that his wife had called their daughters to inform them of their divorce. She had been informed of it, but instead of explaining it to the children, she pointed a gun at them and shot them several times. But she didn't shoot her husband. As Mr. Sheets stated, the wife's motivation was to make him suffer. According to Jason Sheets, his wife's downward spiral began in 2012 when she lost her grandfather and continued 2 months later when she lost her mother. Apparently, the gun she used to kill her daughters was a gift from her grandfather. Jason Sheets revealed that his wife applied for a gun permit but was denied due to her mental illness. This begs the question, what did Christy Sheets believe triggered the need to punish and torture her husband? Was it a breakdown in their marriage? The feeling that she had lost control and valor in her life. Christy alluded to this in a series of Facebook rants where she discussed protecting herself and her family. Or could Christy Sheets' decision to kill her daughters have been influenced by medication or a deterioration in her mental state? Jason Sheets admitted to the police that his wife suffered from depression. She was taking her prescribed pills by the handful and seeing a therapist. She had been to a private psychiatric hospital 3 times in recent years after attempting to commit suicide. Sheriff Nels made a report. Christy Sheets had enough time and opportunity to murder her husband. But she did not. Jason realized Christy wished him to suffer. Sheriff Nell echoed Jason Sheets, who was recounting the incident for the first time. Mr. Sheets revealed that Christy was aware of how much he loved Taylor and Madison, as well as their love for him. Nels continued, possibly exacerbated by the complete schism in the family and the realization that she would be losing not only her husband but also her daughters. Christy was already in a difficult emotional state when she grabbed a gun, foreshadowing her tragic end. Madison Davey, a close family friend, gave an excellent interview discussing family relationships. He was the absolute best father in the world. I used to hang out with them, and he enjoyed being around us. They were so funny together that you would expect the sisters to fight. But no, Davey responded. They were deeply in love with each other, and we are always laughing. Davey went on to say that both daughters were very close to each other and their father. Jason was willing to do anything to protect them, and he tried. However, Christy planned to kill that day, according to Davey. Christy, perhaps only intimidating, pulled out a gun and screamed and cried as she said goodbye to her family in an attempt to commit suicide. But she did not get the desired result. Jason answered differently. If you just want to shoot yourself, don't come near us. Shoot yourself, but Christy said, no, that will be your punishment, family, friends, and acquaintances. We're certain that something had to happen in this family. But no one could have predicted that a woman would kill her daughters. Christy was doing harm to her family. She lacked mental stability. The sheriff's department stated that police officers were repeatedly dispatched to Christy and Jason's home, where they were having violent arguments. Since January 2012, police have received 14 requests for service. Christy, who had previously been diagnosed with mental health issues, threatened to commit suicide on 3 occasions. Sebastian's heartbroken sister Maria described the Sheets sisters as some of the sweetest, most sensible, and kind-hearted girls she had ever met. Maria found it difficult to believe that not long ago, she and Taylor were having a good time at a party and planning her wedding to Sebastian. You've already joined our family and will remain so, she speaks to her friend. You were a beacon of light in this crazy world. We'll always remember you. The brutal crime that took the lives of young girls with everything ahead of them has long sparked public outrage. People shared Jason's grief. Taylor Sheets attended school, worked as a caregiver for Care.com, and hoped to live a long and happy life with the man she loved. Madison studied in school while also working as a nanny. The entire city mourned on the day of the girl's funeral, and social media and television news channels covered the tragedy once more. Is it possible that the availability of firearms contributed to such a horrific tragedy? The failure of states to finally address the issue of firearms sales has resulted in yet another tragedy. Christy Sheets, an ordinary Texas woman, shot and killed her own 2 daughters in a domestic dispute. Such cases are not surprising in the United States. People will die as long as Republicans and Democrats continue to pull the cat out of the bag and refuse to compromise. The exact causes of the conflict that resulted in such tragic consequences will be unknown. However, the fact that the police visited this house multiple times due to frequent conflicts is sufficient. That is, it was already obvious that the family was dysfunctional, but they were still left with guns. To summarize, I would like to return to the beginning of this story. A mother is the closest and most important person in her children's lives. Christy Sheets' case is an exception rather than a reality. Amidst her internal heartache, her maternal instinct appears to have completely shut down, and no one could stop her. Christy's plan, however, has been fully realized. Jason Sheets will be haunted by the memories of his daughter's murders for the rest of his life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Life in an orphanage is not ideal. You do not have your own corner, you do not have your own time, and if you can't fight back, you'll be beaten up by those who've been around for a while. Amanda and Anna Marie McClure are a little luckier than the rest. When there are 2 of you, the chances of fighting back rise. Aside from these juvenile aggressors targeting loners, the sisters were content to be alone and did not attempt to make friends. They hoped their stay in this hell wouldn't last long. Their mother would soon learn that their father had been imprisoned, so the girls were placed in an orphanage and taken away as soon as possible. It's impossible not to learn that their father, Larry McClure, was imprisoned. It was widely covered on television and in newspapers for a long time. Time has passed. Days progressed into weeks. As the weeks turned into months, we realized we could forget about returning home. One day, the sisters rescued Meredith, a newcomer, from being bullied. The girl lived with her drug-addicted mother, who was extremely thin, terrified, and flinched at the slightest rustle. She arrived at the shelter after her mother died of an overdose. Meredith was also afraid to call the emergency services, so she stayed with her body for a few days. When a friend came to visit her mother one day, she called emergency services from a payphone to avoid getting involved. Meredith became friends with the McClure sisters, and the 3 of them started having more fun and feeling safer. Amanda and Anne-Marie had never told anyone why they were here. Meredith had asked about it once, but Anne-Marie dismissed it and blurted out something about a police officer's father who had attempted to apprehend a dangerous criminal but was killed on the job. Amanda listened to the story with wide eyes, but her sister gave her a look that told her not to get involved. Meredith, enthralled by their father's posthumous deed, told the other students at the orphanage about the sisters' fate, and the sisters became instant celebrities. They were respected. They were envied because the majority of those present had parents who died from illegal drugs or went to prison. Eventually, all of the children wanted to be friends with the sisters, and their isolated existence came to an end. Unfortunately, this beautiful life, albeit in an orphanage, came to an abrupt end. It is unclear where the information that Anne-Marie and Amanda's father is not a deceased police officer originated. On the contrary, a living criminal was imprisoned for sexually violent acts against a young girl, and the sisters' fate was transformed into hell. However, after a while they were fortunate. Fortunately, 2 different families decided to adopt the girls nearly simultaneously, giving them the opportunity to begin a new life. However, the connection between them had already broken and been lost. There is no information about the sisters' life or foster homes. Amanda and Anna Marie could have remained in this story as the rapist's only children, but their adult lives led to the most high-profile case in Virginia. Amanda is married to John McGuire, who is 38 years old. They met when she was 29 years old. Amanda's adoptive parents began to worry that she would be a loner for the rest of her life. Her psyche suffered as a result of her lack of biological family, as well as her mother's betrayal. The foster parents breathed a sigh of relief when Amanda revealed to them that she had a young man with whom she planned to marry. It was John's second wedding, and he already had 2 sons from his first marriage. And Marie had never been able to establish a family. One could feel happy for Amanda. She could have a strong, loving family. John was a very positive person. What could be said against it? Even with his ex-wife, they maintained a warm and friendly relationship. After a while, the sister's father, Larry McClure, was released on parole and settled in the same Virginia in a mobile home. He made no small efforts to locate his daughters. He first went to Amanda's foster parents, Glenn and Alex. Larry went straight to their house, said hello, introduced himself, expressed his desire to see his daughter, and requested her contact information, address and phone number. Outwardly, he appeared very bad, even frightening. There are deep wrinkles all over his face. Huge bags were under his eyes. Furthermore, he appeared to be inebriated. No, he didn't smell of alcohol or stagger from side to side on shaky legs. However, his overall behavior was inadequate. Glenn declined Larry's request, but promised that they would inform Amanda that her biological father was looking for her. Larry was shocked when he heard the phrase biological father, but he thanked him and left. Glenn had actually kept his word. He informed Amanda that her father was free and looking for her. Amanda was haunted by a demon who denied everything and advised her to damn her father, and an angel who advised her to give her father, despite his criminal record, another chance, though it was unclear who she should listen to. Amanda first called her father. He expressed his pleasure at hearing from her and inquired about her well-being. She told him she was doing well in her marriage and was happy. Larry was pleased for his daughter and invited her to a joint dinner with her husband. Amanda had no idea if she'd live to see her father, but he seemed to know exactly what to push. Come on. Forget old grudges. All these years, I've had one thought. To see you and Anne-Marie. Anna, unlike you, I believe you missed me. You have already seen her, Amanda wondered. Of course I did. We went on a nature trip with her and had a great time, just like a real family, father and daughter. It was as if those years of separation never occurred. She also asked many questions about you. If Amanda didn't know how to deal with her father, she wanted to see her sister, who had been separated from her in the orphanage nearly 2 decades ago. And she agreed. The case file contains no description of their first meeting, but 2 facts are known. Larry lied about Anne-Marie. At the time, she lived in North Carolina, which is 186 miles from Virginia. Larry had never seen or spoken with her. Matt, like his father and daughter, Larry's meetings resulted in Amanda and John becoming addicted to illegal substances he brewed in his camper. Larry literally used his daughter and son-in-law before meeting the father. The couple's financial situation was stable, but Larry took money from them for the production of illegal substances. When Amanda and John lost their jobs as a result of their addictions, Larry persuaded John to register because drug addicts received $180 in state assistance, which was insufficient to purchase substances and ingredients. This is when Anna-Marie appears in the story. Larry treats her the same way. He gets her addicted to drugs and extorts money from her. Amanda and John have reached an impasse. They have no jobs due to massive debts. They have lost their home, and the only way to stay afloat is to move into Larry's camper. At this point, John's parents still didn't know. He called his parents. His mother was seriously ill at the time, and John told them he and Amanda were going on a trip together. That was the last time John's parents heard him alive. In fact, no trip was scheduled. Amanda and John moved in with Larry and formed a small group of people who used illegal drugs and drank alcohol. The whole tragedy happened on Valentine's Day. John, who rarely recovered from the effects of illegal drugs, remained madly in love with Amanda and planned a surprise for her on a festive evening in the family circle. He bought meat and alcohol and prepared a fancy dinner for Larry and Anne-Marie, as well as his wife. Under the prolonged influence of drugs, a terrible madness struck the family. Amanda and Larry grew much closer than father and daughter. Unfortunately, John didn't see it coming. Yes, you all had correct thoughts. The father and daughter considered themselves a couple. As a result, John has become redundant. Throughout the meal, John spoke very warmly to Amanda. Larry was extremely nervous about it, and the tension increased. Larry eventually interrupted his son-in-law's speech, asking him if he could be completely honest with his wife. The man agreed. Larry then proposed a game in which John's legs were tied, and he was asked to honestly answer all of the questions about his previous life. Yes, at first the questions were quite innocent. Childhood, school, university, and so on. However, Larry, under the influence of drugs, began accusing John of being an undercover FBI agent. When John denied it, they began beating him up. It came to an end when John, begging for mercy and hiding behind his children, attempted to untie his legs and was smashed over the head with a bottle of wine. Yes, it was the same wine he had purchased for the family dinner. Larry, Amanda, and Anne-Marie tortured John for 2 days while simultaneously using illegal substances. When they had had enough, Amanda pulled a black bag over her husband's head, squeezed it around his neck, causing him to stop breathing. John was buried in the backyard, and the crazy family celebrated Larry and Amanda's, father and daughter, engagement with a new batch of psychotropic substances and alcohol. On the third day, their minds went haywire. They began to see John's ghost police sirens, and the ground where they buried him appeared to be on Earth, as if John had managed to escape and report everything to the police. It sounds insane, but the crazy father and daughters decided to back up. They dug up John's body and examined his pulse and pupil responses to the flashlight light. Even though the body was already in the decomposition stage, they didn't think that was enough. To keep John from resurfacing and fleeing, they used a wood axe to cut his body into pieces and drove an aspen stake through each one. The remains were buried in various locations and covered with lime to hasten the decomposition process. Larry and Amanda got married 3 weeks later. Larry changed his name so no one would realize they were related. The new family decided to begin a new life. To accomplish this, they relocated to Kentucky and agreed to quit using illegal substances once and for all. To avoid suspicion, they hid in their rented house. They even hung a U.S. flag over the door, as their neighbors did. By this point, John's ex-wife and parents were concerned about his lack of communication. In 2019, John's mother filed a police report regarding his disappearance. Larry failed to notify the police of his move from one state to another, and that violated the terms of his probation, so he was returned to jail. Larry's psyche eventually failed while he was in prison. It's difficult to expect anything positive when you've been using illegal substances for a long time, mixing them with alcohol, and then suddenly find yourself in a situation where you can't get them. Withdrawal syndrome works. Increased nervousness and blurred lines between reality and fantasy. It is pretty obvious if you marry your own daughter. Larry was fairly certain that the parole violation was just an excuse to dig up the backyard and discover John's remains. He needed to contact Amanda or Anna-Marie immediately and tell them to have his daughters dig up the body parts and rebury them somewhere far away from home. All prisoner calls are always monitored. As a result, the information had to be conveyed discreetly. Larry even planned a speech and thought about everything in detail. However, he was denied calls. Finally, he couldn't take it any longer and called the police officer on duty, telling him he had something to confess. Larry reasoned that if he confessed to the murder before being charged, he could avoid at least the death penalty. And if he blamed his daughters, that would be even better. The cop didn't believe Larry at first. What murder? What body parts were buried in the backyard? What was this crazy idea? Why would a junkie dig his own grave? However, by law, the man's word must be verified. Initially, the check preferred to be organized only formally. Yes, there was a statement. Yes, the location was checked. No, nothing was discovered. However, it was discovered that John was truly missing, and a police detachment was dispatched in case Larry's residence was a source of concern. On the ground, they discovered traces of the lime that Larry had mentioned. The criminal's words were then confirmed in their entirety. The McClure sisters were arrested immediately. Amanda and Anna-Marie were shocked and couldn't believe that their father, someone else, and their husband had confessed to such a brutal murder. They were even more shocked to learn that Larry attempted to transform himself into an innocent sheep, and his testimony indicated that his daughters were responsible for John's death, with him acting as an unwitting accomplice. Then each member of the family began to save their own skin and persuade the police that it was only him in this terrible story, an accident. It was especially difficult for John's family in this situation. In fact, there was no body, just remains. These remains had to be recovered from the criminals, transported to his parents, and buried in a closed coffin. It has been stated numerous times that John was a very nice man. Despite these difficulties, his parents were able to bury him. Some of his friends assisted with finances, transportation, and funeral arrangements. On February 15, John was buried at a Lutheran church on October 25, 2019. The day after Valentine's Day, Someone in the McClure family posted a Facebook post on Joan's behalf, stating that he was leaving on a trip where he would be unable to communicate for an extended period of time, and asking his friends not to be concerned about his long absence. This indicated that the insane family knew they were going to kill the poor guy soon, so they misled everyone so the family wouldn't raise the alarm. Larry and Amanda were sentenced to 6 months in prison for the marriage of their daughter and father, despite the fact that they committed such a heinous crime during the trial. As a result, marriage is criminalized in the state. Larry was given the opportunity to speak as the trial began. For the majority of my life, I have felt remorseful for my own children. Yes, when they were very young, I committed a serious crime that sent them to an orphanage. Their birth mother abandoned them, and I was the only one who felt sad for my children. I am extremely grateful to those who adopted my children. I will not hide. I even went to church and prayed for their adoptive parents after I got out. I desperately wanted to make up for the years I had missed. That is probably why I behaved the way I did. I mean, I could have walked away from the crime if I had persuaded a man not to commit it. But, truthfully, I didn't. Mr. Judge and jury, you will most likely not understand me, and I understand their point of view, but they were not in my shoes. John was a fine young man. I feel bad for him. If I could, I would make things right. However, no one can raise the dead. And I could not say no to Amanda, my favorite and youngest daughter. But she wasn't concerned about John. All she wanted was to be able to withdraw government funds from John's account. Have you ever been willing to kill someone for $180? No. Then, if you don't understand me as a father, you should understand her personality. She is a monster, not a person. Me, Amanda, and Marie. We are excessively addicted to illegal drugs. So we deserve to be punished. I'd like to address the jury. Whatever sentence you choose is for me. I'm honest about my health and estimate that I won't live more than 10 years. I am deeply sorry for this situation. I also apologize to all of John's loved ones. Again, he was a fantastic guy. The trial lasted a long time because the defendants kept changing their minds about whether or not to kill John. Amanda, who couldn't stand such a long trial, even made a deal with the investigators, promising to be charged with involuntary manslaughter. Larry's next trial speech was very different. When it all began, the four of us purchased the ingredients for illegal substances and returned to my trailer, where I began making them. Amanda approached me and said she wanted to get back at John. The truth is that John, under the influence of drugs, raped Anna Marie, and she became pregnant. And, as for me, I had to earn my daughter's trust after so many years apart. I couldn't refuse. I blame myself for that. Every day, I think about hanging myself, but why should it be my fault if the crime is theirs? After Larry's speech, John's family took the floor. His mother sobbed so hard that she was unable to speak. Even if I can't forgive the McClure family, I'll never forget what happened. I also know that I wish I could live to see one of them die before I do. Then John's children spoke up, literally cursing the killers and vowing never to forgive them. The judge issued the final verdict, sentencing Larry McClure to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Amanda's punishment was announced, her adoptive parents expressed regret that they had told their daughter that she was wanted by her father. They had always raised her with the freedom to make her own decisions, but they had no idea that this freedom would have such an impact on her future. Amanda, for her part, stated during the verdict announcement that it was all the fault of her father, who was unable to overcome his jealousy. Amanda's poor parents asked the judge to consider that if it hadn't been for her father's negative influence, their adopted daughter would never have committed such a heinous crime. However, prosecutors saw the murder as a conspiracy to keep Amanda and Larry together. The first hearing was dedicated to Amanda, who was sentenced to 40 years in prison, but the judge noted that she would most likely only serve 20 years. When the sentence was read to Anne Marie, she tried her hardest to prove that she was opposed to John's murder, but her father and sister forced her to finish. Marie was a witness at Larry and Amanda's wedding because she was afraid for her future life, and she was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandra planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandra. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose McCauley, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies." It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandra or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be, an ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2020. 1. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonards, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these 2 cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Bertie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account, twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back. Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card, Brown responded. I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead. Atkinson asks if we're running away. Ms. Where's the money? Were you? You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her, Brown responded. I'm not sure what planet you live on. Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious, Brown responded. Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a death escort on my workshop floor. How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexander's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere. Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double. When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, Who? The answer should have been no one. Brown responded, The answer should have been yes. But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did. They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, Black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah, Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Cave has a generous heart. Why do bad things happen to good girls? Because bad boys attract them like moths to a flame kind. Often naive, they idealize their partner and completely ignore the obvious red flags. Sometimes these destructive relationships last a long time, while other times the realization occurs quickly. Sooner or later, there is a choice: leave or continue to be burned until the moth is reduced to ashes. Jennifer was nowhere to be found during one of the most heinous and undoubtedly didactic incidents in Austin, Texas, USA. Jennifer Cave, Michael Rodriguez's new girlfriend, last spoke on August 16, 2005, late in the evening. Throughout the night, Michael awaited her call. However, exhausted from work, he unintentionally fell asleep. By morning, there had been no missed calls from her. Concerned, Michael remembered Jennifer's promise to call him back after dropping off her friend Colton at home. He was concerned that she would have to go out of her way because Colton had not arranged for his own ride home. In general, he did not trust Colton or his lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jennifer's roommate discovered her absence from home. Her alarm clock was blaring, and there was no one to turn it off. It appeared that Jennifer had not spent the night at home. Her friend became concerned. They usually informed each other about their plans. She tried calling Jennifer, but there was no response, which was unusual for her. Jennifer begins her first day of work today. It's unlikely she'd leave without changing. The roommate thought Jennifer's office clothes were neatly hanging on the rack, as if she hadn't taken anything with her. On August 17th at 8:30 a.m., the director of the law firm was informed of the new employee's tardiness during her internship. Miss Cave had left a positive impression. It seemed odd that she would allow herself such behavior on her first day of work at 9 a.m. Jennifer's colleagues called, but she did not answer. Around 11 a.m., the employer dispatched one of the managers to check on her at home. Persistent knocks went unanswered. They then attempted to contact the secondary contact number listed on her resume. Sharon Sedgwick, Jennifer's mother, answered the phone. The call caught her off guard and left her feeling disappointed. She said she'd try to find her daughter. Sharon was also unable to reach Jennifer. She began to feel increasingly concerned and suspicious. She appears to have dropped everything again for that irresponsible young man. She came to a conclusion. Nobody in Jennifer's circle liked her ex-boyfriend, Colton Pitniak. Regardless of his intelligence and financial status, he always seemed to bring her down. Mrs. Sedgwick called Colton. He stated that he hadn't seen her daughter in quite some time. He seemed unconcerned about Jennifer's disappearance. For some reason, her mother did not believe him. More than 12 hours passed without any news. After all, Austin hospitals were checked, but no results were found. Sharon called the cops. She reported her daughter missing and expressed concern that she was in danger at Pitniak's house after calling the police. Sharon and her husband, Jim Sedgwick, visited Colton's home to speak with him in person. However, he refused to open the door for them or the responding officers, claiming he didn't want to talk. And they didn't have a search warrant. He was well aware of his rights, so the police were forced to leave. However, the situation appeared suspicious. Jennifer's car was discovered near Pitniak's home. Despite the fact that the car was empty, its mere presence in the parking lot prompted thought. Jennifer appeared to be inside the house. Sharon and Jim were convinced something had happened to her. The police decided not to waste time and inspected Jennifer's home. However, they discovered nothing of interest. The only leads came from Michael and Sharon, as well as Jennifer's car near Coltrane's house. Michael described how Jennifer went out with friends on the evening of August 16th to celebrate landing a job. She'd called him several times. One of the friends was her ex-boyfriend Colton, who was with her at the time of the call. Jennifer did not appear scared or worried during the conversation, but she did mention that Colton was acting strangely and she needed to take him home after losing contact with her. A grisly discovery. All of the clues point to Pitniak's home. While the cops hesitated, Sharon and Jim decided to take matters into their own hands. They drove back to Colton Place. When they arrived at the apartment complex, they knocked on the door but received no response. The girl's parents, sensing something was wrong, called a locksmith to open the lock. However, Jim discovered a better way. He decided to enter through one of the apartment's open windows. Inside, everything was disorganized. It was clear that no one had kept the house in order, and the apartment itself looked more like a den. The man was hit by a foul odor that immediately triggered his gag reflex. He covered his mouth with his hand. Jim moved to where the odor was stronger. The house was empty. Jennifer's stepfather noticed clutter in the bathroom. He looked closer and discovered a dismembered female body with the head and limbs severed. Trash bags and a sports bag can be found nearby. Jim, horrified, began to examine their contents. Inside were the body's remaining parts. The deceased's legs were freckled like his stepdaughter's. However, the corpse was so mutilated that it was impossible to determine who it was. The man hoped until the very last moment that it was not his stepdaughter. After regaining consciousness, he contacted emergency services to save Jennifer's life. Jennifer Cave was born in March 1984 near Bishop, Texas. Her family resided in a modest farmhouse. Sharon's mother was in her second marriage, which added 3 more children to the family. Jennifer, Lauren, and Clayton, Vanessa from Sharon's first marriage, were the 3 oldest siblings. Jennifer's father works as a welder. He was a good husband and father until alcohol turned him mean and uncontrollable, hurling insults and causing trouble. When sober, he was composed and respectful. Despite their unstable home environment, the family remained close. Sharon worked as an accountant in a chemical plant while also caring for her home and children. Jennifer, unlike her more sociable brother and sister, was shy. While they made friends quickly and played outside, she preferred the company of books, which sharpened her intellect and provided her with an excellent memory. Her love of reading had an impact on her vision, necessitating the use of glasses in conjunction with the braces in her mouth. The glasses did not improve her self-esteem. Our heroine lacked confidence, but she still actively participated in school social and athletic activities. Eventually, her father's destructive habits caused the family to split up. Jennifer and Clayton chose to remain with Charlie following their separation. They backed him up with great compassion, hoping to prevent his downfall. Jennifer was so determined to help her father quit drinking that she overlooked his unwillingness to fight. Years have passed since the divorce in 1999. Sharon met Jim Sedgwick by chance. Jennifer transformed as she approached adolescence, removing her braces and replacing her glasses with contact lenses, transforming her into a true beauty. However, her character began to shift. Along with her appearance, she began socializing with children from troubled families. Nonetheless, due to her high intelligence, she graduated near the top of her class. Jennifer later enrolled at Texas State University to major in finance, but she quickly became disillusioned with her studies and dropped out after the first semester. She attended a community college in Austin and worked part-time at a city restaurant to help support herself. During this time, she dated Mark, a nice young man from a respectable family. Their relationship could have led to marriage, but Jennifer became engrossed in the nightlife. She began attending parties and drinking. Perhaps influenced by her father's genes and negative example, her love of alcohol grew alongside the introduction of marijuana into her life. Sharon attempted to influence her daughter, but to no avail. Jennifer and Colton Pitniak met on one of these nights out. Jennifer Cave's life was tragically cut short by a gunshot wound to the right arm. The bullet passed through her entire arm and into her chest, striking her heart. The injury to a vital artery caused rapid blood loss, which resulted in her untimely death. What happened to her body afterwards was horrific. Forensic experts discovered multiple stab wounds on her body, with the chest and neck being the most damaged. In total, the attacker caused 18 post-mortem stab wounds. The perpetrator then decapitated her and fired a shot through her throat into her head, intending to dispose of her body quietly by severing her upper limbs. He packed them into a prepared bag and trash bags. Her torso was left in the bathtub, covered with a saw. Something thwarted the assailant's initial plan, forcing him to change his tactics. Evidence was uncovered. When Jennifer Cave's body was discovered and police arrived, they did not yet have a warrant to search Colton Pitiniak's apartment. Initially, all the officers could do was observe the victim's body and secure the scene. After obtaining the necessary permission, a thorough search of the apartment was conducted. They discovered 3.38 caliber shell casings. The firearm was found in Pitiniak's car, which was parked in the garage. A large, blood-stained machete was taken from the dishwasher. Toxicology reports revealed that the victim's bloodstream contained alcohol, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Inside one of the rooms, there was a road atlas with pages torn out that highlighted routes in southwest Texas. This clue revealed the apartment owner's absence. Colton Pitiniak fled. Law enforcement immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Colton Pitiniak. Bryant, Arkansas is where Colton originated. He grew up as a sharp-witted boy with attractive looks who was popular with girls during his adolescence. His father operated a successful agricultural business that grew year after year, allowing the family to live comfortably. However, the abundance spoiled Colton. On the one hand, he was ambitious and goal-driven. On the other hand, he may become aggressive and irritable. Colton was an avid skateboarder and guitarist. He attended a Catholic boys' middle school in Little Rock, where he excelled academically and was frequently on the honor roll. He was also a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Pitiniak was one of 7 senior finalists at his school in 2000, out of 166 across the state. By his senior year, he was dealing with alcohol and fights, owing to his membership in a group of local affluent kids who lived a leisurely lifestyle, frequently throwing parties with the attendant consequences. Nonetheless, due to his high graduation scores, he was easily admitted to the University of Texas at Austin. Rather than concentrating on his studies, he maintained his erratic lifestyle, losing friends and earning a reputation as a heavy drinker and marijuana user. He could have had a promising future if not for his proclivity for self-destruction. After being expelled from a university indefinitely, he began distributing controlled substances. His parents fought to help him overcome his addiction, even taking him back home. It's a fateful encounter. Jennifer and Colton first met at a party in the spring of 2004, and they were immediately drawn to each other. Jennifer, who frequently idealizes others, chose to give a potentially dangerous relationship a chance rather than abandon it. Their friendship gradually developed into love. Jennifer eventually began using illegal drugs with Colton. His opulent apartment gradually transformed into a den of excess, and using illegal substances together became a household rule. As a result, Jennifer's addiction grew worse. Parents tried repeatedly to break her free from these addictions. They even gave her a car in the hopes of encouraging her to spend more time at home. However, each time she returned, her promises were quickly forgotten. Golden's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly paranoid and began carrying a gun and knife in an attempt to project the image of a gangster. Pitiniak was arrested in 2004 for possessing illegal substances. He even went through a rehabilitation program once, but Colton demonstrated no genuine desire to overcome his addiction. Separation. Jennifer's parents decided to pay her a visit. However, the visit ended in disappointment. Jennifer had broken her promises, lost a significant amount of weight, and appeared generally unwell. Her family suggested she get treatment at a rehabilitation center, but she flatly refused. Sharon and Jim were upset and stopped providing her with financial support, believing that this tough love approach would motivate her to take control of her life. Jennifer, however, had no choice but to move in with Colton due to a lack of funds. What happened in his apartment is difficult to say, but after a month of living with him, Jennifer decided to leave. Her friend offered her a room and support. Miss Cave expressed her fears. She no longer felt safe with Colton but did not go into detail. Something obviously scared her, as she refused to reconcile with her ex. One day, he approached her and asked her to return. Jennifer remained firm, particularly when she saw the knife Colton had brought with him. She asked Colton to calm down and suggested that they stay friends. Surprisingly, he agreed that contact with him would be limited, and she also began reconnecting with her parents. Finally, her life appeared to be getting back on track. In early 2005, Jennifer began a new relationship with Scott, a single father who appeared to be quite decent. His lifestyle was the complete opposite of Bolton's. Scott worked as a waiter at a restaurant, played keyboards in a band, and was an excellent singer, all while maintaining a sober lifestyle. As a result, Jennifer's self-esteem improved. Even though she appeared healthier by his side, she took on the role of a homemaker and mother figure to his daughter. She was still willing to leave at a moment's notice if Colton requested the arrival of Laura Hall. Colton eventually moved to a new apartment complex with a pool near the university called Orange Tree, which became a popular spot for daily parties. His behavior continued to be erratic, with some friends reporting seeing him play Russian roulette by himself. During one of these phases, he met Laura Ashley Hall, who was a frequent attendee of these parties and became obsessed with him, displaying jealousy towards any female in the Colton circle, particularly Jennifer. Laura was perceived in a variety of ways by their peers, with the most common description being arrogance and the ability to put anyone in their place. Laura, like Colton, came from a wealthy family. Miss Hall was athletic, competing in a variety of competitions, and academically successful, indicating great promise. After high school, she enrolled in university but dropped out, preferring a job and a more leisurely lifestyle. Colton and Laura soon became romantically involved. She, like Jennifer, felt a strong attraction to him. When he was sentenced to 60 days in jail in June 2005, Laura sent him all of her earnings, even going into debt. Friends reported that she had changed for the worse, becoming bold and neglecting her job and personal care. Many people believed she had also begun using illegal drugs. Unlike Jennifer Colton, she ignored her feelings, even putting out cigarettes on her. A new chapter starts and ends. During this time, Jennifer ended her relationship with Scott. She felt unworthy of his family and didn't want to cause them any problems. Jennifer communicated with Colton, who remained infatuated with her. However, she did not renew their previous relationship, keeping their interactions strictly platonic. Jennifer only wanted to get a job, so she returned to college. In August, a promising opportunity arose in her life. She started a new relationship with Michael Rodriguez and, most importantly, found a great job. After a few days of training at a law firm, she performed so well that she was offered a consultant position with a competitive salary. Jennifer was filled with self-confidence and happiness. On August 16th, she chose to celebrate the beginning of her new life with friends. That evening, they visited a bar before heading to a club. According to a friend, the bouncer refused to let Colton in due to his appearance, which may have prompted him to seek out controlled substances. The investigation continues. In order to shed light on the events of that fateful night, investigators interviewed Carlton's neighbors. They discovered intriguing information around 3 a.m. On August 17th. Nora Sullivan heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw Colton standing there, looking suspicious, with blood on his face and a pistol visible at his waist. She was startled and inquired about what had happened. Colton told her that he had gotten into a shootout with some people. Nora did not hear any gunshots and assumed he was lying as usual. She closed the door and peered through the crowd to see him walk away. Neither of the neighbors interviewed heard any gunshots that night. Detectives also discovered that Colton had communicated with Laura twice that night. The morning of August 17th, he went to a hardware store and purchased several masks and gloves, as well as a large amount of cleaning supplies. Using these, he dismembered Jennifer's body and intended to clean the apartment to remove any evidence of the crime. It's possible that Sharon and Jim's unexpected arrival startled him and caused him to be nervous about flying. A critical discovery in Cohen's apartment led investigators right to his trail. Colton, along with Laura Hall, was discovered in Mexico. They had crossed the border in Laura's car. Cotton's photograph was distributed throughout the country by local authorities. During this time, the couple entertained themselves by going to movies and restaurants. They stayed at a hotel in the border town of Negres, where an employee identified Colton as the desired individual. The employee took his photograph and forwarded it to the police. Pitniak was arrested by US officials after the duo was apprehended by Mexican law enforcement and transported to the border. Laura Hall was released. Laura caused a scene with the Border Patrol prior to her release, protesting Coltrane's innocence and obstructing the arrest process. Later, she admitted that her trip to Mexico was the best she'd ever had. They spent approximately 5 days abroad. On August 23, 2005, Colton Pitniak was charged with a crime involving Jennifer Cave. A month later, Laura Hall was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and obstructing justice. The prosecution presented evidence discovered in the apartment, such as a videotape from the store and a receipt listing items purchased. Colton claimed he had no recollection of the night of August 16th, blaming it on excessive drinking and illegal drug use. Initially, he did not deny hurting Jennifer but insisted he had no memory of it. He claimed he woke up to find his ex-girlfriend's body in the bathroom. After finding the body, he contacted Laura, who advised him to purchase a saw and cleaning supplies. She helped dismember the victim and conceal the body parts in bags. The prosecution claimed she was responsible for Jennifer's post-mortem injuries. Colton later hinted that she may have been motivated by jealousy, implying that she participated in an act of revenge against her rival. Nevertheless, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Nonetheless, the evidence supporting his involvement was overwhelming. Jennifer's body was discovered in Coltrane's apartment. His fingerprints and DNA were discovered on the machete, saw, and firearm recovered from the crime scene, and the weapon in his car was identified as the crime weapon. In addition, he was the one who bought the cleaning supplies at the store. The jury had no doubts about his guilt. On January 29, 2007, Colton Pitniak was sentenced to 55 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half. His earliest release date will not be until 2060. Laura Hall's case was complex, and the prosecution suggested she may have acted out of blind love for Colton. Laura's DNA was discovered on one of the victim's shoes, a store towel, and the firearm used. The defense argued that this only demonstrated her involvement in disposing of the body, not in the original act. They were unable to prove she was the one who fired the first shot to Jennifer's head after her death. There was no evidence that she was present at the scene when the crime occurred. Laura insisted she only learned about the crime from Colton, who claimed he forced her to flee to Mexico with him. However, witnesses from their trip to Mexico reported that the couple appeared to have a good time. Laura Hall was convicted of obstructing justice and tampering with evidence in 2007 and sentenced to 6 years in prison. A subsequent trial in 2010 resulted in a maximum 11-year sentence and a $14,000 fine. Laura was granted parole on March 15, 2018, with GPS monitoring, and completed her sentence in August of the same year. Her whereabouts thereafter are unknown. She was apprehended and framed. Colton Pitniak remains incarcerated. He has filed several appeals, all of which have been unsuccessful. In these appeals, he repeatedly stated that he had no memory of the tragic events of that night. However, he revealed that witnesses claim Laura confessed to Jennifer's death. He claims that the prosecutors were aware of this information during the trial but did not disclose it to his defense team, implying a possible setup. Although Pitniak's legal motions were denied, the revelation raised public concerns. Furthermore, Jennifer's parents felt that Laura's punishment was insufficient. They believe she played a larger role than she admits. Unlike Colton Hall, she has never expressed sorrow or regret over Jennifer's death. She only referred to Jennifer as that girl or the dead girl, occasionally using derogatory language. To this day, the exact events of that fateful night are unknown. Only Jennifer knows the truth, which is silently concealed by Pitniak's residence walls. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short during her prime. Unfortunately, she discovered an important truth too late. Staying away from certain people and ceasing communication with them may mean saving oneself. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.